Hey, Matt. While you're pulling that up, you keep going. I had a request that I wanted to honor those that were around back when I used to run the RPG meetings. Know that I used to. I had this tradition. I would start the RPG meeting with a dad joke. I have 5 kids, and so I had a request to bring that back for the workshop. So. All right, so here goes. So, many of you know, so my wife and I every morning, we go and we walk, do a little walk in the neighborhood. But here recently, there has been a bicycle that runs us over every single morning. It is such a vicious cycle. Yeah. Thanks.
Well played, sir. Thank you. And you say that for the last workshop. Man, where have you been, bro? All right. Well, good morning. My name is Matt Marinas. It's a pleasure to be here. On behalf of the team, we welcome you. I will say I have seen this team. People, when we get to TAC, they're like, hey, good job, ERCOT. I just want to put names with it. Jeff Billow, A.G. Springer, Christina Switzer, and Evan Rowe have been working days and nights, sacrificing a lot, even over Easter weekend, to get stuff done. So I just wanted to acknowledge the work that they've done, and without them, this would be nowhere. So as we get set up this morning, thank you, here. So let me just start with our usual antitrust admonition, and then I'll start to piece together what today looks like. Just a reminder that to avoid raising concerns about the antitrust liability, we have the admonition on the screen that I'll let you read for 10 seconds. All right. Thank you for your attention to that. And so the way we're going to walk through today, I'll give the usual recap of where we're headed and how we're getting there. The next piece will be reviewing the revision language for controllable load resources. We have been talking about, and AG has brought forward. So if someone in the room is watching on the WebEx, just make sure you mute that way, and I'll see if I can find it. And for those of you that are joining online, by default you're muted, but then use the WebEx chat feature to get into the queue for questions. Okay, so I'll cover the recap of where we're at in getting to the process. AG will probably spend about an hour and a half walking through the CLR. It was just posted this morning. It is a lot. So in a spirit of workshop, it is a walking through how it was done, why it was done, and how it all fits together. And I'm trying to multitask and see where the echo is coming from. All right. Then we'll talk about the BYOG. This is the concept of bring your own generation. I'll remind kind of the pillars of why we're doing what we're doing. We are not there yet. We're going to pivot from the heavy lift from CLR into our operations and compliance group to get the BYOG. Our hope is to get it to the PRS and ROS meetings later this month. The April 22nd and 23rd. So that'll be a brief discussion because we don't have a lot more information to share. Then we're going to do the deep dive on the ERCOT comments. So AG will present a summary of kind of what came in, what changed. Then he'll open up the comments forms themselves to kind of walk through how things were modified. And then again, as we've done in previous workshops, I'll make space for the stakeholders that filed comments, and we have a list of them, get first crack at the microphone to share for 5 to 7 minutes and walk through their comments of the whys and what. So that's an option, not an obligation from the commenters at that point. And if you remember the last meeting, we kind of went off the playbook and said, hey, who else besides ERCOT wants to talk about PUC project 58481 and to start to stitch together a summary of the logic of the money flow or how things fit together. So Barath was kind enough to volunteer for that. He has provided a presentation which was also just posted, and that will be something to walk through. And again, just to set the tone for the meeting, as we're going through ERCOT comments, if we continue to get stuck on 58481 related to eligibility, we're going to defer that to the end of the meeting to be, kind of the catch-all for that 58481. Also recognizing we may receive guidance from the PUC next week on April 17th with regards to those parameters. So again, I know Barksdale's not here today. He's down at the ledge along with a lot of our bosses. But that is being shaped by the PUC and comments in through that route. So just a reminder of how that all works. And the over-under on adjournment is 4:30. And With that, is there any other business I should be considering for today? All right, hearing none, let me open our first deck of slides. This is version 2, so if you downloaded it 30 minutes ago, it has changed. And I've flagged what's changed in the slides. All right, so we had incremental changes to slides 9 through 11, and then, oh my gosh, Matt, updated stakeholder comment slide 42. That just, sorry. You'll see it in a minute. We added Vistra to a slide. How's that? That's for you, Ned. Okay, so in terms of the agenda, I walked through it already of where we're headed. In terms of the timeline and governance recap, this is our march to the finish. I like Bill Barnes' March Madness analogy, but it sure feels like it's going to extend into April and May. We've made the dots red. This is our last workshop. And you're like, well, how do we talk about this? Well, here's the funny part. We're going to have regular and special meetings as needed with PRS and ROS. Those leadership teams, some are represented in the room. They are also agile in a way of knowing if they need to do more, they're willing to. TAC is willing to do more if more red dots are needed on this. This is creating 2-week meetings in some cases. So I don't know how much more we can talk about this stuff. I would also encourage, even if it's the NPRR at PRS, we also know the related issues tied to the PIGR are part of that. But what we are seeing is, and you'll see today, the very short NPRR for NPR 1325 is now long because it's going to have the CLR comments baked into it when we release that version next week. And so again, we have a special PRS meeting and ROS meeting next week. Regular PRS and a special ROS meeting next week. So ERCOT's considering the focus of those meetings on the 14th and the 15th as much educational as anything else. I went to ROS last week, and there are a lot of foundational questions about how this stuff works. Jeff's been working on a educational slide deck for policymakers, management, whoever needs it. We will purposely go through the what is batch and educate people and spend an hour and a half on that in these forums to reset. Not everyone's been in 7 sets of meetings and done their 56 hours like we have. They're going to take an hour and a half to try and impart why and what we're doing, and then to highlight what the key issues are. Now, we'll still have the right of those meetings to open them up and start to walk through, but we're not expecting any votes next week. We're also bringing, again, CLR will start to hit the streets at that point. And again, this is kind of our road to the finish. And I see there's a comment or a question in the queue, but let me get through this, how we're doing this moment, and then we'll come back to questions. A common question I've been getting is, I have the comments form, where do I send it to? revisionrequest@ercot.com is how you file your comment to the PIGR or the NPR comments. I did not add this today, but you may want to become familiar with who are the seated members of ROS. If you go to the ROS homepage, as you go into markets and open that, you'll see which companies have which segments for voting at ROS and PRS. And that starts to become the audience for passage through, because we're all working hard to get this done. Who's going to gate it to the next one? Those are the 2 forums that will. So just become familiar with those groups if you're not already familiar. In terms of the PUC activity, again, there's a deeper dive planned on just kind of the little summary below of how 58481 has framed out these eligibility criteria as it applies to batch 0. And then here's where I wanted to kind of unpack some new information. So again, we filed batch 0 in PIGR 145 and 1325. ERCOT then filed comments to changes, and then on April 4th was the big drop of all of your comments, took all y'all's input, went through and said, for this suggestion, here's why we agree with it, why we disagree with it, and how we've changed language. That was a heavy lift. We're probably not going to keep doing that. That was more of a one-time catch up the entire forum and get it memorialized. To remember, somebody said it earlier, 2 years from now when we go back and say why, that'll be a great artifact to remind ourselves of why the decisions were made the way that they were. So here's where I want to slow down a little bit. We've been calling this additional NPRRs for controllable load resources, or BYOG. Just a reminder, our mandate from the PUC was to develop the revisions necessary for batch 0. That is first and priority one. That is this top bullet, and that is, we cannot fail at that mission for the June 1st board. Then there's the idea of guidance was to also work as hard as you can, as effectively as you can, to get controllable load resources and bring your own gen constructs in addition to batch zero. Rather than have a separate thread of revision requests for those different pieces, we're going to be using those where we file comments to PIGR 145 and 1325 to fold in that scope. Now, you may be saying, well, how is the board going to be able to vote on something if we're stuck on CLR? Well, they're going to be able to, and this could be TAC, this could be PRS, this could be anywhere, that you make a motion on a version of comments. So Corey Phillips, our master of market rules, is going to help us remember and manage as we update batch zero, that percolates through a set of comments that can and will include BYOG and CLR. So anytime we go to vote on something, that version of comments will reflect just batch zero, or batch zero plus CLR, or batch zero and BYOG, any combination of those. So that headache is going to be taken care of. And then Corey was also reminding me that based on edits and comments, you can filter on those so you can see just the CLR stuff versus the other stuff. And so, again, we can bring Corey up here to explain how it all works, or you can trust him to say, ERCOT's market rules will help manage the process so there's a line of sight to the language based on scope and a line of sight to, as you're voting on comments, what's contained in that set of comments and how those move forward. Again, if we get stuck on BYOG and it's the day before TAC, there may be a set of comments filed by ERCOT that is just batch zero plus CLR. And that's how then motion can carry forward on that. So with that, I'll pause and see if there's any questions. And is there, I don't have my queue up yet.
Hey, Matt, just
Yes.
real quick. I'll go back to ROS. Just wanted to note for everyone that ROS next Tuesday is WebEx only. So we'll not be meeting in person here. So don't show up or you'll be by yourself.
Yes. We're all talking about that. And Sandeep and I tried as hard as we could to find a room, but we could not. So online it is. All right, can someone help me with the queue while I'm getting the chat box set up here? Christie, yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Matt. Just a quick note about the schedule next week. The special ROS meeting was scheduled over RMS.
Yes.
And I get that there's not a lot of bleeding over in the people that attend those two meetings, but to have a voting subcommittee scheduled on the same day at the exact same time as another voting subcommittee it's untenable for some. There are 3 meetings scheduled on Monday already that I think everyone's trying to juggle: the CMWG, PLWG, and RPG. But to have 2 voting subcommittees scheduled at the same time on the same day means something has to give, unfortunately. So I would just implore ERCOT, as you move forward on some of these other priorities that exist today and those that we know will be coming in the second half of the year, where we're going to have this sort of meeting madness, please try to not have competing voting subcommittees at the same time on the same day.
Yep. Very good. And if it does make you feel better or worse, we have been talking to the other subcommittees acknowledging this overlap. So it's not a surprise to anyone, but it was negotiated and discussed with TAC leadership, RMS, and ROS. So, but I empathize, and how can you be in 3 places at the same time and vote on something? So thank you, Christie. All right, and I guess for everybody else, it's just a reminder, as we are juggling all the important things, is remember, as you're trying to get something to the table that's important, it's competing with a lot of other stuff. So whether or not other things need to be stood down. All right, Ned, next up.
Thanks, Matt. As I'm digesting the what I think is kind of the pivot and approach here to having the BYOG and CLR concepts as comments on 145 and 1325 as opposed to separate revision requests, I think what I heard you say is that ERCOT market rules is going to be in the unenviable position of trying to juggle those different, side quests, so to speak, on the main revision requests. So as folks are putting comments in, how should they flag if they are providing general comments on the entire, do you provide comments on just the BYOG side? If you want to touch BYOG, do you only file comments on the CLR side if you want to only comment there? Versus if you're trying to just talk meat and potatoes batch 0, do you flag in your comments this is a meat and potatoes comment? Or what if it's the full buffet? Yes. I'm hungry.
Yeah, I will say we tried to set up the verbiage so that they are discrete sections. So there is a CLR section within the batch 0 section. So as you touch that, we know that's in the CLR realm. But I'll let Corey speak to whether or not you can file a single set of comments on all 3 concepts.
Well, I'll first note that Ned is no stranger to filing multiple sets of comments in multiple venues on multiple things, so I don't doubt you will find a way to do it however you want. But the question you're raising speaks to why I've been so strict with everyone in filing their sets of comments, that every set of formal comments that's posted under PIGR 145 is a totality of red lines such that a motion could be made by someone to move those things forward. So in so much as anyone wants to file additional red lines, the only question you're having to ask yourselves is, what do I or my company, what do we want PIGR 145 to look like? That then becomes the answer to which set of comments do I want to base my red lines off of. If I hate all the CLR stuff, I'll go back to the ERCOT April 4th comments, that last set that Matt referenced as the sort of giant amalgamation of compromise and response to comments. I'll use that as my basis to file my Vistra 412 comments. If I like the CLR stuff, but I think it could probably be tweaked, I'll take whatever, assuming we file this set, within the next coming days, I'll use that as my basis to build my next set of comments. So all of those formal sets that are out there, that's your menu to choose from to say, this is the closest to what I want for this revision request when it crosses the finish line. I will use that as my basis. And that's why you'll often name check it at the start of your preamble to say, Vistra is filing comments on top of the XYZ comments, and that sets the stage for this is the stuff I'm good with, and then now here's the 12 pages of preamble to tell you why it's not quite right. But that's why everything out there, all those formal comments, because PRS has recommended no version of the NPRR, Ross has recommended no version of the PIGR, anything out there with red lines is available to y'all to use as the basis for new comments. So that's the benefit of me forcing y'all to use the full set of red lines, not pictures of the red lines, not AI summaries of what red lines could be. So that's the benefit to you now, is that as we're on a very compressed timeline, but you guys all have perfectly viable sets of red lines out there to build your vision of the future on.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Corey. I wanted to make sure we'd covered that, so it'll help hopefully make your life and everyone else's lives a little bit easier as we inch forward.
I'm here to serve.
All right. Next question was Blake King.
Hey, I just put in the chat what I believe to be the sort of summary of what we just discussed. I was just hoping to get confirmation of the timeline and the different ways to think about it. But I think after the conversation with Ned, I think it's pretty clear.
Yeah, very good. And I would just add to PIGR 145, that same logic you've applied for these 4 artifacts will also apply to the NPR 1325. Correct.
Yeah, understood. Thanks.
All right. Very good. Bill Barnes.
Thanks, man. Just to confirm, I saw the note on slide 4. The meetings next week, Ross, in particular on Tuesday, is intended to be educational only. So ERCOT does not have an expectation that we would actually be voting on anything?
That is correct.
Or if the heavens happen to part and there's some type of agreement, would ERCOT be concerned if there was a motion to approve? Or would you rather us not do that?
Jeff, thoughts?
I think we'd rather not. I think there are more changes to come. In particular, I think Matt noted the Commission has indicated that they may give us some guidance on some things at the April 17th open meeting. So I would be concerned with moving anything forward before that.
Okay,
guidance.
sounds good. Thanks.
Thanks, Jeff. Prashanth.
Hey, before we go into this presentation, can ERCOT provide an update on the study validity process and timelines for the loads that may have met Section 9.4, 9.5 after March 4th.
Sorry,
When do we plan to hear from ERCOT on those things?
is that regards to the updated push to the TSPs of 9495 SAS? Yeah, we have a team that's working on we have a relatively new team bolted into the LLI team, and my target as I help to manage that team is to have the next refresh of that by the end of next week, if not sooner. And I will, when we do that, push a note out to the same exploders we always do, which is ROS, LLWG, and TAC, that we have done so. And after that time, we hope to update it at least every 2 weeks, if not every week. So we're trying to build that in as a new SLA so there's visibility of your 9495 completion going forward.
Understood. So that's the first list coming up towards the end of next week.
Yep.
All right, thanks.
You bet. All right, at this point, the queue is clear. All right, so we're going to pivot over to AG to come do the controllable load resource. And AG, I'm going to open up the language behind the scenes also, so you have it on the desktop here. And I forgot one service announcement. The QSA, Fred, do you want to give a quarterly deadline around that reminder? Was that the ask today?
Yeah, maybe just kind of information update. As part of the 145 discussion and the ongoing QSA schedule, I just want to kind of provide a reminder. So for large load, with initial energization scheduled in October, November, December this year, the project will need to be included in the upcoming QSA, which will start it on May 1st. So this kind of try to remind the groups to review and confirm you have met all the required prerequisites as described in the planning guide 535, paragraph 5. I essentially just encourage you, because it's essential to have all this information to be available and submitted by that date. So I just kind of want to take this opportunity to say if you have any questions or any kind of information about your project schedule, initial energization in that time frame, please reach out to us, and we will do our best to support you as early as possible. I think even the deadline is, I would say, April 30, but we started May 1st. So any last-minute submittal, if as you all know, there's a model-related or any study-related one, so please reach out to us, and as soon as possible, and we'll work with you. And we do know there are some already are doing this one, so we appreciate your help. So just want to make this one. Again, this is for the large load with initial energization scheduled in October, November, December this year. Thank you.
All right, and Fred, there's 4 questions coming in already. So fourth quarter energization, have your stuff in by May 1st snapshot. First one, Lee Bratcher.
Hey, Lee Bratcher, Cypher Digital. Given that this is, I think, one of the first times that, or it's an early process for the TSPs and the large loads to figure out how to get all the information to ERCOT for the QSA, is it possible for ERCOT to update loads directly as to, yes, we will confirm that we have everything we need for the May QSA for this load?
From the process perspective, this is probably the second one. The official QSA, the large load must go through, already started on February 1st. So the ongoing QSA we are doing right now, already effective, such that all the large load try to have initial energization in Q3. They are in the process already. So this is not our second time, not the first time. To your suggestion to reach out to all the projects, I think it's only kind of 3 weeks left. It'd be more difficult for us to, and we believe the owner, developer has all the information you have. Please check it, and if you have any questions, please reach out to us. We're more than happy to work with you. If we check it, I'm not sure how comprehensive we have, but you certainly know your projects. So check it, please, and just help us. And again, send the equation or information as early as possible. Even if it's a dynamic model, you are not certain does this meet what we need, please reach out to us.
All right, next in the queue is Evan.
Thanks, Evan with Lancium. Quick question. I noted in the comments ERCOT filed on April 3rd, they proposed a change to the requirements to be included in the QSA for loads. So are we going by what's currently in 115, or are we considering the new requirements for inclusion that's proposed?
I think other ERCOT people can correct me. Our plan is to follow existing effective language.
Okay, great. And then just one other question. Is there a way that loads can get like written confirmation that they're good to go in the QSA? I mean, I understand reaching out early and working through any potential modeling issues, but is there a way for loads to know that those models are all good? Is that just like an email confirmation from staff?
I will check with internally to see how we can better communicate it. Certainly, we will work with the TSP, that's for sure, and how to convey that message to the proper entity with other projects. We'll make sure we get the right channel.
Okay, thanks, Fred. Appreciate it.
Okay, next in the queue is Blake King.
Hey, just to sort of reiterate what Evan said, I guess a question, which is whose job is it to actually submit the QSA info to ERCOT? Is it the large load or is it the utility? Or I guess who would ERCOT receive the information from and consider it valid?
Other ERCOT people, please correct me. As far as I know, per the existing process, our primary contact is TSP.
Got it. Okay. And so if we've submitted the LCP and the LIF and models, should we assume that it's automatic that we would be incorporated because all this data has already been given to the TSPs and the dates are there, or should we follow up? And I appreciate that you keep saying reach out to us. I would love to know who specifically at ERCOT would be a good person that can tell us. To Evan's point, the written confirmation that we're in, I think we all are sort of aligning that we need someone that can give us that information.
Yeah, again, AG, please feel free to jump in. I would say current process is we work with the TSP to identify those projects to be included in the QSA. For your projects, please work with your interconnecting TSPs. And once we receive those information, we review it, we provide all our feedback back to the TSP. Hopefully that's the right channel to back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, and as always, inquiries, this is A.G. Springer, inquiries can also be sent to the large load inbox if you have questions. But, just to add that, this QSA is for fourth quarter energization, so that is also a factor in evaluating if the load is eligible for inclusion or not.
Makes sense. Thanks.
All right. Next in the queue is Sandeep Porkar.
Thanks, Jeff. Sandeep Porkar, LCRA. Just going back to Blake's question again, Fred, you mentioned send it to us. Would like to know, is it the large load team or is it the Yunzi and Sunuk, or who's which team does it go to, and who will give us the answer whether it's made it and it's all clear?
So the list of who ultimately has made it, that will come from the large load team. Questions about the dynamic models or any of the other dynamic data that's submitted, that will be supported by Sunuk's team.
Got it. So to reiterate that, if we have a project that needs to get into the Make USA, we'll work with the large load team and provide all the information. The dynamic models will be validated by the stability planning team, and final answer will come back from the large load team. Okay.
Yeah, great.
Thanks.
Okay, next in the next in the queue is Doug Golden.
Hi, good morning. Doug Golden, Core Scientific. So, probably a weird question to ask at this stage in the game, but as a publicly traded company, we get inquiries lots and lots of times from people who read little tidbits of information online, transcripts of state Senate hearings and things like that. Is it safe to assume that at this point it is a foregone conclusion that batch zero will actually occur, and the only thing up in the air is what the rules of batch zero will be, or is there still risk that batch zero is not going to be a thing?
I'm not sure how to answer that. That's I think that we have been given direction by the PUC to not direction, but guidance by the PUC to pursue batch zero and file those revision requests, which we have done. Our intention is to get those in front of the board in June, which would get it to July PUC, and that is the guidance we've been given, and we are marching towards that. I have not been told that may change.
So June board meeting would be effectively when the market in general finds out if that's the case or not, right?
Well, yeah. Ultimately, the PUC. So the process is that any revision requests would need to be approved by the board of directors, ERCOT's board of directors, and then the PUC has to adopt that, and they have 30 days to consider that. So ultimately it's not effective until the PUC adopts it.
All right, thanks, Jeff.
All right, queue is clear. I think we're ready to hop into CLRs, and if I interpreted the mad scrambling, I think we posted the wrong version of the slides previously, and so you may need to refresh to get the correct version that I think AG is using now.
It is now version 3. Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks to Matt and the team for scrambling behind the scenes there and getting that fixed so quickly. So, again, if you are looking at version 1 or version 2, it is out of date. So please re-download with version 3, which contains changes to the CLR slides. Okay, so as Matt mentioned, we're going to look at the draft language that we are intending to file as comments on PIGR 145 and NPR 1325 next week. What we're going to see in my slides is somewhat of a review from last time, but with some changes to reflect what's on the paper now. There's going to be 3 kind of core pillars of what's in these comments, and so what we're going to do is we're going to look at the first 2, and then we'll look at the language, and we'll come back to the 3rd pillar and talk through that and look at language again. So we're going to kind of hop back and forth between a couple slides and then the draft comments themselves. Draft comments are also posted on the meeting page if you want to follow along there. Okay, so this set of comments proposes a new type of CLR, which is called a Provisional CLR or PCLR. What is that? Well, it's same as a CLR, except that it is locked in for a defined period of time that will be determined by the batch zero interconnection study. In other words, it will not be eligible to change and deregister as a CLR, and that's the sort of mechanism that load will be able to consume more megawatts sooner. The other difference is that it has a defined low power consumption limit that it can offer. It could go lower than that. So if the study determines that 100 megawatts has to be firm, if the owner of that PCLR elects to say, well, I'll actually be flexible down to 50 megawatts, that's fine. But in real time, it can't come to real time and say 200 megawatts is firm. So that has that maximum low power consumption limit that's defined in the batch zero interconnection study. Just like a CLR, it's going to submit an energy bid curve. So it has bid to buy prices between low power consumption and maximum power consumption, just like any other CLR. The key ways in which it's different, aside from the, and I see Christie's question, is the slides 9 through 13 are edited between version 2 and version 3, Christie. So what is different? Because we're using this as a reliability tool in the planning assessments to assure that we can resolve transmission constraints, when we get to real time, we need to ensure that SCED is going to dispatch that PCLR to resolve transmission constraints that show up in real time. And so we're proposing bid capping methodology that that's going to be the piece we come to at the end, to mitigate transmission constraints that are identified and ensure that the CLR gets dispatched for that rather than SCED electing to allow the constraint to violate. What we have done is we've introduced a dynamic methodology for that. The idea is that it would be kind of put the CLR last in line to ensure that it's not getting ahead of competitive generation offers. And it will just allow the SCED dispatch to resolve that constraint. The other difference is that PCLRs will not be eligible to qualify for ancillary service, to provide ancillary services. So that's what we're talking about with PCLR. It's largely the same as a CLR with some small differences. Okay, I think we've already covered this, so just going to quickly review here. We stated last time that we would be filing separate revision requests. The intent is now we are going to file these as comments on PIGR 145 and 1325. The modular structure concept remains. So we are going to add subsections to each relevant section of PIGR 145 that defines how CLRs will be treated at each step of the batch process. And the reason we're doing that is that the language becomes additive, but if we have issues, the idea is that would allow everything to move forward in tandem, but in the event that there are unresolved issues by the time we get to May TAC, we have a way to kind of easily remove language that is not ready to move forward. So it's an additive structure, and I think we talked about this concept early in one of the earlier workshops, but the way we have structured this also is that the language that would allow the PCLR to energize, so that's Planning Guide 9.6, and then the language around the bid capping methodology, the intent is that those would remain gray box until system changes are done, but the language of inclusion in batch zero and study in batch zero, that could be unboxed immediately. So we wrote it in such a way that we can include these loads in the study and assess them, but the additional megawatts that are PCLR dependent, that language allowing them to energize would wait until the system changes are done to support that. Okay, so I mentioned kind of 3 pillars here. I'm going to talk through those, and then I think I have the flowchart slide, and then we'll go into language. So the 3 pillars are, first of all, how do we assess and allocate these loads in batch zero? So these loads will be, PCLRs will be assessed in batch zero. In the steady state, they'll be treated exactly like a firm load request. So there's no change in how They're assessed. The study will treat them equally with other loads to determine how much can be served as firm. The level of firm service becomes the allowed low power consumption limit. So if you were a firm load and the study says, well, batch zero says you can get 150 megawatts in the first year, if you're a PCLR, that becomes the highest your low power consumption limit can be. And so it just kind of converts to, okay, that's your firm piece of your PCLR. The difference is that then the PCLR could energize above that once it registers and qualifies as a PCLR, instead of that 150 becoming a firm limit. So the assessment is similar. For stability, this is where the difference comes, is that the PCLR will be studied at its full requested amount for all years of the stability screening study, because if that extra load energizes, then the dispatch could be higher, and so we need to screen that against the higher load amount to identify stability issues. So the comments include language that accomplishes that. The second piece is the registration requirements. So if we're studying these loads as controllable and as flexible, there needs to be requirements requiring that registration and qualification to then happen before the load can energize. So the way we've structured it is that there's an intent to register as a PCLR that's declared before batch zero, and that's so that we know that we need to go and study it differently for stability. Once allocated in batch zero, the load then has an obligation to actually register and qualify as a PCLR before it can consume above its initial firm load limits. And then lastly, we create a structure where, the PCLR is also obligated to remain a PCLR until an exit date, or it has to go back down to its firm load amounts if the customer changes its mind. And so lastly, there's also an obligation that this obligation would transfer in the event that the ownership of the large load changes. So that's the second kind of core pillar of what we've written here. And then the piece that we're gonna come back to at the end is, how do we ensure the bid capping methodology is structured so that the PCLR is going to be dispatched for transmission constraints. So just like a traditional CLR, PCLR will submit a bid, an energy bid curve, and also must follow SCED base points while consuming. And that, of course, is also on implementation of NPRR 1188. And we've added what's kind of novel in our comments here will be the dynamic bid capping logic, and that's to ensure that that PCLR is dispatched. And this is just a quick refresher before we hop over to language. For the batch zero, this is the same slide that we showed last workshop. There will be that submission of declaration of intent. We'll study it in batch zero. During the commitment period, the customer will will submit their updated declaration that accepts their allocation amount and confirms they're going to be a PCLR. And then we will study the full load amount in refinement to ensure that we build transmission to eventually serve that load. And then as we get closer to operation, registering as a resource entity, designating a QSE, modeling the CLR information in Rio, and providing all the telemetry. Those will all be prerequisites before that the PCLR can actually come online.
All right. So, AG, what I may do is, whenever you're ready to go to language, we'll pause and take a few questions.
I'm ready right now.
All right. And let me just kind of do AG laid this out very well, but just kind of the 1, 2, 3s of this is CLRs exist today. If you're a data center that wants to use this construct, you're going to have to get a queasy to help you out operationally down the road. And so you're going to have an agreement to set that up. You'll have to be qualified, tested, and do everything just like a normal CLR does today. But what's happening behind the scenes is that SCED will be changed in protocols where, as SCED sees this special CLR, it's going to use transmission constraints to dispatch you and cap your bid at a lower level so that you don't violate the constraint, and kind of back to that, put you in line. So that's the overall construct. There's a lot of language to go through, but I will pause and take questions, but we may be pointing to language as these come out. One of the most important ones is the the agreement that we think needs to be signed going into this. So, wow, the queue's getting long. Okay, we'll do our best. I may cut it off at some point and say we have to get through all of this before we take a bunch of questions that may be answered, but we'll see how this goes. Sandeep Sharma.
Hey, AG, Sandeep Sharma, NextEra. Slide number 9, can we go there? What is the reason for excluding them from ancillary service? Just the rationale.
Yeah, and I probably should have, in my voiceover, also stated that we're not necessarily opposed to this concept forever, but it adds more complication in getting this ready for batch 0. So, we have been targeting to have this language filed today, and you notice we're showing a draft today. One of the most difficult pieces of this was developing the bid capping methodology. If we have to expand that to all the AS demand offer curves, I just don't know if we're going to be able to deliver this on time. And so this is what we feel is achievable right now. And that's the reason why we're...
Okay, so in principle, you're not opposed. It's just the timing issue and the... Okay, thank you.
Anybody else back there, feel free to disagree with me, but that's
very well said. It's just too much scope. We can't do everything right now. Bob King.
Thanks, Matt. A couple of quick questions. Bob King, Good Company Associates. Can CLR curtail completely at some point and be in line with this, or would it need to follow base points? In other words, maybe battery is being used, runs out, or something happens. Can they just curtail so as long as they're low? Or is this, you say it can't be ancillary services, but are you depending on them following base points in both directions, or you are?
Yes, there's an obligation to follow SCED base points.
All right, just want to be clear.
I just want, can I add something to that?
Yeah.
So if you're trying to combine a battery with a load and say that's a CLR, I think historically we have not allowed that. So I just want to clarify that's number one. Number two, if you're really switching off the load, you'll have to, of course, chunk it up so that you can follow the 5-minute curtailment instructions. But if you say that you have a problem coming back, if we do that, you can change your I think for CLRs it's the down ramp rate, right? We compute for all resources, we compute dispatch limits based on the telemeter ramp rates. So once curtailed, if you say that, hey, I can't come back immediately, right? You can change I believe it's the down ramp rate for CLR so that you can increase your consumption, right? So you can manage some of those temporal constraints, so to speak, through your telemetry that the QSC submits.
I appreciate that. Sai.
And sorry, Bob, prior to your next question, I also want to add, to your earlier question of can a CLR curtail all the way, that is also information that you will provide to SCED of, I'm available to curtail all the way down. And so all of that is defined, but once, that's those are all inputs into SCED, and the obligation then is to follow the output, the instruction from SCED.
And I just want to add another thing is we use the ramp rate up to curtail the CLR. So you can't just say that my ramp rate up for curtailment is 0 megawatts per minute. That means SCED will not be able to curtail you. That's a red flag. So we have to come up with something that you can go all the way down to the low power consumption when we instruct you.
All right. Sai, you said you can't use a battery to respond, but if it's behind and unsynchronized, you can, right?
That is correct.
Okay. The second, which I thought was also going to be a quick question, will there be a top fixed cap if a line is in no condition going to have capacity above a certain point, it'd be really helpful for the load to know that, not just wait to see that every day they're being curtailed at some level, because you kind of give the impression that, oh, you'll have a low cap of 100 megawatts and then the sky's the limit, but I know that's not the truth. Will we get a second number for a range?
Hey Bob, this is Jeff. So, I think the answer to that is no. And I think the reason is that would add study complexity that we just don't have time to analyze in the batch. So I think off the record recommendation is that you run that analysis yourself in-house or hire a consultant that can do that for you. But I think ERCOT, we can't study, that would be a different scenario for us to study kind of best case conditions.
So just trying to think about this in advance, when we get to the commitment period, and I know what my minimum commitment is, I will have 30 days to do that study because that's the first time I know what and will I know on that day all the other commitments on that line? Or in other words, will somebody, EPE or somebody, have the data to be able to do a study to give me that estimate? Because I think the answer is no. It's just something to think about. I'm not trying to be difficult, but I'm seeing a challenge here for making that 30-day commitment decision when I can't figure out the economics of what my ceiling is, right? Or what percentage of the time I'll hit a ceiling, or something that helps me make the economic choice to commit. So if you guys will help us think about how we could do that. And
Bob, I will say, I mean, the cases will be posted. If you think about batch 0, the cases will be posted this fall. So if somebody wanted to run that analysis, they could. But again, we have not contemplated and I think don't have the time to do an 8760 type of analysis as part of batch 0. Or frankly, probably any batch. So I think if you want to use this construct, I think that is the risk that you have to kind of take on as the developer.
Okay. I really appreciate it. These are all important things. And the final thing real quickly, I just want to say I'm really glad to hear you say you're going to treat everything as firm, because the last thing we want is for a CLR, somebody that offers to register a CLR, to be treated as second class. But I want you to be sure in the optimization stage, if I was an algorithm trying to optimize the amount of capacity that I brought on the grid, I would bring all the CLRs down to their minimum, and then I could give out a lot more capacity to other people. That can't happen, or there's no incentive to sign up as CLR. So does that make sense?
It does, and again, to reiterate, the optimization in batch 0 is intended to establish the amount of firm load or the low level of the CLR that can be served.
But it has to arrive at that by treating it all the same, and I think you said that. And even though that's the intention, sometimes you build an optimization engine, if it's not real clear laid out by that model how it does that, it could end up picking those low levels as a way to bring in more firm load. I'm just saying that would be a way to optimize it, but it wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be right. So anyway, I just want to go on record. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob.
All right, Bill Barnes.
Thanks, guys, for moving this up the agenda. It's good to start fresh with these concepts. Really appreciate it.
We're going to pay for it, but yeah, go ahead.
And also, thanks for all the work on this. I know you guys are putting in a lot of hours. Regarding the kind of ancillary service participation or not, I had the same comment here that I will for BYOG. For batch 0, something's better than nothing. We would much rather have a more narrow arrangement than have nothing. So appreciate the flexibility on this. AG, slide 11. And because we've kept going back and forth on this, I'm just wondering if there's more specific detail on the use of non-synchronous generation like batteries to operate a CLR in terms of what ERCOT will accept as a design for that non-synchronous generation. Will it have to be behind a direct current bus, transfer chip relays? Like that information would be helpful so that we don't get down the road and you're like, well, that's not a CLR, and sorry. So if there's some more meat on that bone, that would be very helpful. Because I think when we think non-synchronous generation, we all have ideas on what that might look like. That might not be what you guys are thinking. So, and then provisional CLR, should we read into the provisional CLR concept, which this all makes a lot of sense and I think works pretty well, but is there an obligation to eventually convert to a CLR? And we remove the provisional, and I'm thinking about the case where you're going to be settled at a nodal price as a CLR. Is ERCOT going to entertain the possibility to actually then go turn that into a firm load and then change the settlement to load zone? You are. Is that it? Yes.
Yeah, I think.
To me, it's yes, yeah.
And okay. I agree with Sai. The intent is at the end of the exit date that is defined. It is up to the owner whether they want to continue with a registration as a CLR or to become a firm load. There's no more restriction that would say that.
So once you get all of your transmission, you have to wait a while. You're operating as a CLR temporarily, then you can convert to I'm now in firm load and change my settlement treatment, and I look different.
Yeah, we may need to have. Sorry, I'm just kind of butting in here. We may need to think about the notification period when you plan to become a regular load. And that's because with 1188, all of these CLRs will have a resource node for hedging purposes, and we need to be able to retire them for the CRR auction well in advance kind of thing. You know that there is a 2-year waiting period where that resource node just hangs around. So we need to coordinate that.
Okay. And I asked this question a few workshops ago, and I didn't really get a great response, and maybe you guys have had more time to think about it. In operations, what would ERCOT expect to happen if the CLR doesn't respond? It sounded like there was some manual action that would happen to open the breaker there, and I don't know. I was just curious how you think that would work.
I think our control room would do whatever it does when things are going wrong, whether it's a wind farm, a load, it's a TSP, open the breaker type scenario. And then we may have words in here or may not, but is whether or not we would then disqualify them from this until they prove their way back in.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. And that's consistent with other CLRs on the system. It is a PCLR is a capital R resource, and so it inherits all the obligations that go along with that.
Okay, great. And then I did notice one of the modifications between either version 1 or 2 and 3 is there was a comment on slide 13 about no distortion, and that there's a statement in a box that said that the bid capping process will ensure that it doesn't get behind a generation offer, and it looks like you guys removed that. It's because you can't guarantee that will happen, right?
We can guarantee that. So that really comes up when you have multiple constraints.
Yep.
So we're going for the worst case scenario. So in that one, it will be last in line just in time. But for the other ones,
it may not be. Yep, that's what thanks for confirming that.
Right.
Appreciate the work on this, guys. Thanks.
All right, next up, Harsh.
AG, on this slide, as you talked about identifying LPC, which is the firm limit, you can the amount of load you can serve, and then you talked about looking at the maximum load in the stability study, and I assume you would do the same thing in the steady state study. But the outcome of that study would be the ceiling, right? You would need to identify MPC beyond which you have either stability or voltage issues. Can you confirm that?
There may be a
do you want to speak to that?
I will try. Others need help. I think the concept here is once we know the LCP or LPC, once we know the base load amount, the rest of the part we will still assess, consider its potential initial full requested number to see at what point, not necessarily only that load, essentially is the whole region or the study area, at what point we could see the instability. As the concept for now, we are thinking that the outcome is going to provide information when we may establish that as a potential constraint or operation mitigation. Current thinking is go through the QSA. So the batch 0 will provide you a base load allocated number, and will provide information on at what point that the controllable load amount, if it exceeds some level, likely could see the instability. But we also try to consider all the timing, all the kind of sequence. So the thinking right now is once the project actually move forward, another gatekeeper is QSA, which is much closer to the actual initial energization. Then we will take a lot of opportunity to collect all the information together through the QSA, identify what is the actual constraint we need to impose. And then that's again, it's a concept, and again, as part of 145 right now. And I don't know if other people want to weigh it in.
I'll just add, I think I agree with everything that Fred said, but we would handle that by imposing a GTC, and that way SCED can manage that.
Okay, so that GTC then could essentially be the MPC, the GTL of that. Is that how you look at that?
The
load
GTC establishes what it's effectively a system operating limit in operations. So if the load goes above the LPC, then if there's a limit that's somewhere above that, then we'll have a GTC, and SCED will use that to manage that.
Okay. And in the steady state study, would you identify voltage issues? And I assume you would just ignore those, and QSA will be the only venue where you identify any kind of issues with voltage, even though it may not be a full-blown stability issue. If it's purely just a voltage violation that SCED cannot handle, would you still rely on QSA to identify those kind of issues? And where I'm going with this question is that, I feel like there has to be a ceiling. I hope it cannot be 2,000 megawatts, there has to be a study that shows that there are no voltage issues or stability issues before you just let CLR consume to that amount. I understand QSA will be a measure, but I just want to make sure that you will capture everything that load may impose, the risks.
Yeah, I was thankful for the comment. To your first question, all the reliability criteria, including thermal and the voltage, will still be considered in a steady state analysis. It just may not be the stability criteria, but all the steady state voltage and the thermal applicable criteria will still be included when we do the steady state. For the dynamic, the expected outcome out of the batch is, although we may not consider the ceiling as your point out of the batch 0, but we will provide the information. So as part of the batch 0, so you get a better idea to use your potentially extreme case, a couple gigawatt load, maybe granted for, I just say 100 megawatt as base load. The rest of can be controllable load. And then stability may identify, we touch 500 megawatt, then we see the instability. That 500 megawatt information will be provided as part of the batch 0 as information kind of for, I would say, the developer to understand, even you are proposing a couple gigawatt, but there is a 500 megawatt per identified in the Spectrum 0 as a potential instability constraint.
Okay. Just one last comment I'll make is, if you're going to look at all contingencies and look at all criteria violations, then would it be hard to just look at what are the voltage violations? And if you identified projects to resolve the voltage violation, you'll also know what that megawatt number is beyond which you have the issue, and make that your MPC. Because that way they'll avoid that confusion of what is the MPC, what's the ceiling, and you'll know that way before QSA. But that's all I have. Thank you.
For the steady state, I think we will still follow the voltage criteria, and similarly, we will identify what the needed transmission feasible upgrade to address that one, to bump to the additional number for the base load, maybe in the future years. All this can be just like they are likely treated by a thermal constraint and identify the associated system need.
I agree. Thermal constraints, you'll bump it up as you build the projects, and you can manage in real time any thermal issues. Voltage, you cannot. So I'm saying for voltage, you really just have to cap them to whatever that number is. You cannot let them run like thermal constraints you could.
Yeah, so Harsh, I think the challenge is, we're studying a worst case. So your voltage is going to be worst case at summer peak. It may be days like today that's not a constraint, and so I think where we're trying to get to is, okay, wouldn't want to limit them on an April day when the load's not that high and voltage issues aren't there, and so they could consume a lot more. I hear what you're saying. I think the way that we have been thinking about that is that's maybe GTC, even if it's a steady state voltage issue. But we also are conscious, our operations, control room doesn't want 50 more GTCs to handle those kinds of things, and so we are thinking about that.
Thank you.
All right, Durga.
Thank you. Durga from SoftBank Energy. My first question is, I'm referring to the last batch meeting that we did. So the CLRs which have negative shift factors, they would have bid caps, right? So how would the CLRs which have positive shift factors on the constraints, how would they be handled dynamically in operation?
Sai?
So let's take a scenario where there's only one constraint and one provisional CLR has a negative shift factor and the other provisional CLR has a positive shift factor. For the one with the positive shift factor, there will not be any bid capping process. The one with the negative shift factor will have a bid capping process.
Yeah, that aligns with my understanding, but the ones which are actually aggravating the situation, they are not being reprimanded, right? The ones which are actually solving the situation are being reprimanded. I think there should be a more balanced approach to this, and we should also have the ones which positive shift factors be reprimanded as well, so it's more balanced.
How would we dispatch a CLR up? We're going to look at their economic signal, and if the price is right, we'll take them all the way to the top. So I don't understand a rebalance.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. A positive shift factor is saying that the more you consume, the better it is for managing the construction congestion for a CLR. So are you saying that we reduce their...
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I'm saying we should have, if you are capping the bid for the negative shift factors, then we should also be allowing reduction of the dispatch for the positive shift factors ones.
It's not reduction of dispatch. I mean, the whole purpose is CLR, we're curtailing for the ones with the negative shift factors. What you're saying for the CLRs with positive shift factors is you're asking them to increase consumption. But generally, if these provisional CLRs are consuming as much as they can, they're already at the top level. So there is no point in complicating the system.
So the ones with the positive shift factor, if they dispatch, it's aggravating the situation, right?
No. If they increase their consumption, they're helping the situation. And
that's the definition. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Understood. The second question is on the IEA signed amount for the CLRs. Can someone explain how would that work? Let's say I'm applying for a 500 megawatt and then only 100 megawatt gets approved as a PCLR. Then going into the IEA phase, do I provide 500 times 50K or 100 times 50K? How does that work?
Hey, Christine, before you answer it, let me just reiterate I realize it's not clear in the slides. It was clear in the last workshop slides, but I want to reiterate. The structure of the PCLR concept and revision request is that transmission is ultimately built to serve the full requested load amount still. This is a mechanism to allow more of those megawatts to connect to the system and consume in most cases sooner. And so ultimately, though, the transmission plan would still serve the full 500 megawatt request, and that would also be how we would determine the exit date for the PCLR. So from there, I'll let Christina answer the rest of the question.
Christina Switzer, Counsel for ERCOT. It's what AG said. That's the rationale that you would use the contracted peak demand in your IA to determine the amount for security. So what the PCLR attestation that you see in the language in the revision or what will be comments, that's separate from what you're doing for your IA, which is based on your actual contracted for peak demand.
Thank you. How would these bid caps be conveyed in real time? Like how frequently? Every 15 minutes or what's the...
Every SCED run.
Every 15 minutes, 5 minutes?
Every 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. And the IAs that we sign would have exit plans for these CLRs?
That's set in the contract piece. We talk about it staying in effect until you're out of this bridge. So the idea of provision...
I would say maybe let's hold that question until we go through the actual agreement language. I think that'll be answered there.
Okay. Last two questions.
Okay, last one. Yeah, we got a lot to get through still.
So what's the ramp rate that is expected of the CLRs? And has this been discussed with the chip manufacturers as in what they can do or can do?
So I think we've already, on the sidelines here, flagged this as a topic that needs additional internal discussion. Certainly, ERCOT would have a concern with a very, very low ramp rate that effectively does not allow the PCLR to really be moved in any serious way by SCED. So at the moment, we don't have a defined answer on what would be, required ramp rate for a PCLR, but it's something we'll be discussing, and it sounds like Sai has more to add.
Thank you.
All right.
So every resource has got a ramp rate up and a ramp rate down, telemetered to ERCOT. For a CLR, it's kind of the usage is reversed than a generation resource. A ramp rate up means how fast can you increase consumption. That value you are able to play around with in real time to match how quickly you can increase your consumption, especially after you're curtailed. But the ramp rate down, which is what we use to curtail the CLR, that can be a very low number. I mean, if you're consuming at 500 megawatts and your LPC is 100, we haven't determined that yet, but we would expect that at least in a couple of SCED runs, you should be able to go down from 500 down to 100 megawatts. You can't take 2 hours to go down there because then we would have burned down the line. So there will be some restrictions. I mean, we need to make sure that if you want to be qualified, your ramp rate down has to be above a certain level.
All right, and this may be a good time to go ahead and do a bit of a deep dive on this slide.
Yeah, I was thinking that we'd come back to this later, but so many of the questions are hitting it. So I'm gonna turn the mic over to Ryan, who's going to talk us through the bid capping process, and then we'll open the queue back up.
Can I ask 2 quick questions since I'm next to the queue?
I understand, but I want to finish. This goes to ramp rates and everything else.
You'll still be next in the queue.
Okay, thanks.
We'd like to talk through it.
All right. Thanks very much, Ryan King with ERCOT. So this is probably a good time to just illustrate how this process is envisioned to work. So there are really three components of this adjusted bid cap, or ABC, kind of like that acronym. There is what happens in the previous SCED run, and there's something that happens in the current SCED run. So the first component is this shadow price threshold. So after each SCED run, there's going to be a list of constraints that meet this shadow price threshold. And so what you see in the first column on the left here is that the list will be based on constraints whose shadow price is approaching its max shadow price or 90% or greater of its max shadow price. So that's list one. Then in the current SCED, there's going to be a generation of active constraints in SCED, and where those two constraints match, so where they are both approaching their max in the previous SCED and in the current SCED, that will now be the match list of constraints that we will use to determine where the provisional CLR can help resolve that constraint. And so before the step 2 process, we will look at all of those matched constraints and evaluate where a provisional CLR has a shift factor of helping shift factor of 2% or more. And where they do have that, that's where this bid cap will be applied. And then the adjusted bid cap is based on the formula that's at the bottom here, where we'll take step 1, system lambda, and then we will evaluate all of those constraints. We will take the signs kind of move around here, but basically we'll take the minimum of all those constraints, less penny, and basically that is the highest bid that will just allow SCED to resolve that constraint. Now, I do want to just reiterate something that I believe Bill noted and Sai expressed as well. We did have some comments here around this always being last in line. In a sense, it is last in line, but it's dependent on the individual constraint. So where there are multiple constraints, where one has a higher shadow price cap than the other, we're taking the minimum. And so we kind of wanted to be a little bit less definitive on that sense, but I think the spirit of that does reflect that. So it does attempt to ensure that if something wasn't resolved in the previous SCED and is remaining in the current one, then we will say, okay, we're going to evaluate this dynamic bid capping. So I'll pause there and see if there are any questions around that.
All right, thanks, Ryan, for the clarification. All right, so we'll keep working through. I'm going to give this about 15 more minutes, and we're going to need to pivot into the language at some point. So we'll see how far we get through the queue. So Kevin, and then 8 more people.
Thank you. Kevin Hansen, Energy. My question is, if I have a behind-the-meter generator, can I change my LPC every 5 minutes?
I'm sorry, just to clarify, you said
I got a behind-the-meter generator, right?
Yeah.
So let's say I got 500 megawatts at a 1,000 megawatt load.
Uh-huh. And the load as registered as a
Load's
PCLR.
registered as a 1,000 megawatts PCLR. But sometimes it might have the generator on 500 megawatts or maybe 0. Can I, or some variation, can I change my LPC every 5 minutes?
Yeah.
No, you can't. Because with 1188, this is not like a regular load where you net it out with the generation. The CLR will be metered separately, and it will be settled at a nodal price. So it's kind of looking like front of the meter. So LPC, you can load it below your firm load allocation, but you can't go above your firm load allocation. And you cannot net it with the generation.
Okay.
If it's registered, yeah.
What if I have a generator 1 bus away? Is there some way we can think through the logic to say?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up, Lee Bratcher.
Lee Bratcher, Cipher Digital. First off, I think this is a great concept. Thank you to ERCOT for all the work on this. It's perfectly reasonable to expect the load to where the economic risk of how many CLR megawatts they're going to try to pursue at that site. So I think that's a perfectly reasonable concept. And just to confirm what I heard earlier, you will have to determine how many megawatts you're pursuing for the 58481 security deposit. So if you get 100 megawatts firm and you pursue another 100 megawatts as a PCLR, then you have obligations to pay $50,000 per megawatt for that entire set. Okay. Seems reasonable.
It's the total studied load requested, which is the big one, the top number. Yes. No discounts for CLRs at a lower level. I'm not a lawyer. Okay, next is Ned.
All right, this is going to be a beating the dead horse question, but I want to make sure that I've got this straight, and I'll try to make it simple. I think, Jeff, when you were updating the commission last week, the takeaway was that the PCLR would be a load-only CLR, but I'm hearing a lot of discussion now about potentially having batteries or generation in a non-synchronous support function, and Bill had some good questions about what that looks like. So I wanted to just ask the dumb question. Is that in scope, or is that TBD, kind of as we work out what some of those details look like? How load-only is load-only?
Yeah, I think if your mechanism for achieving that is something that ERCOT doesn't see, so if you flip over to backup generation, then I think that's okay. It's where we have issues is when you synchronously are connecting the battery or generator, then that has impacts on the grid. And so we have to analyze that, and I think that's for batch 0. I think that's out of scope. I think again, ongoing batch, we're certainly open to that concept, but so as long as it is something that quote unquote ERCOT doesn't see, then I think that's okay. But I think we took an action item that we need to maybe come back and clarify. What does that mean? And I'm not sure if we can define that entire universe. It may be that you have to come talk to us and we'll tell you, but we'll take that back and we'll think about that.
Okay, appreciate that. That's helpful. It sounds like maybe there's some other nuances to work out, like the question Kevin had on exactly what that looks like if it's non-synchronous but still impacts your LPC or other parameters. So, okay, I appreciate that clarity.
All right, next up is Shane Thomas.
Yeah, thank you. Shane Thomas, Michelle. Well, I'm deciding I'm going to go ahead and speak on this a little bit. The concept was just up.
Will be a short speech?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Let's go.
So, previously I was, involved in the CLR part with ERCOT, and historically how this would operate is they would not allow you, if you're a controllable load or a non-controllable load in CLR or CLR, they're only evaluating the response of the load. If that load goes down, more historically within CLRs, and now it's in an island, anything, you can do whatever you want with it at that point. Bring up a back generator or whatever. It happens a lot in the process, but it has to be. That's the number you're getting from SCED at this point is the maximum amount of synchronous load you can have at that point, if you want to think about it that way. Now, I'll put that in with the caveat that I was, last involved with CLRs maybe 4 years ago. So historically, that's how that's been handled. I did have a question on the CLR concept here, in that and their participation, there's anything that, I guess, precludes them from switching from a PCLR to a CLR at any point in the process? Because I think if you're going through, and maybe then they want to try and do ancillary services now that they're already having to go through this process, they wouldn't be able to say they are, but then also once you become a CLR, there's no kind of, the process for leaving a CLR is a lot different than leaving a PCLR. I think that's kind of...
You're held hostage in the PCLR construct until there's adequate transmission to let you free roam through the whole range of the unit.
Okay.
So, because we need SCED to be managing the constraints, using the PCLR mechanism until that constraint is no longer there.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that. The reason for that is for the bid capping methodology that we talked through, but also I don't believe we can have part of the load, is what you're really asking if, half of my load now has firm service in year 3, for example. Could some of that remain a traditional CLR? Is that what you're asking? Or is it really just, could I decide halfway through I want to be a CLR and provide ancillaries?
Yeah, I guess maybe that's the concept.
No, the answer to that is no, because we've studied this load as a mechanism to resolve transmission constraints, and therefore it has to be part of this bid capping methodology as this PCLR.
Okay, because as a CLR, you would then not have, ERCOT would lose control over the LPC, I guess, right? I guess that's the issue, because you're still, if you remain a controllable load, then ERCOT still has control over it.
Well, so this whole ancillary service thing is too much scope. We can't get it done for the board meeting.
Yeah.
So
I'm not saying to add it. I'm just
okay.
saying, is there kind of thought around the process of switching to a CLR at some point?
And I guess I'll go back to what we said early on. There are room for market rule changes beyond this, and we can start to talk about off-ramping or converting back to firm load and all those options. We're not going to solve them today. But you can ask your question, but I don't want to spend too much time on this one.
Okay. And then on the bid capping process, I think the automating it is potentially, I know there's an NPRR 826 around the capping of 826 that has yet to be implemented. That was around capping the mitigated offer caps for RMR resources in real time. That's yet to be implemented, and I think that has maybe an IA of 8 months. Of course, that was created in 2020. I don't know what it is now, but is the thought, and now we're kind of going on the process due to NPR 1315 that we need to have a manual process in place. Is there a thought that it might be that a PCLR wouldn't be able to be implemented unless we have this dynamic modeling, our dynamic mitigated offer cap process in real time? Or can we have a manual process that's established that would maybe be more conservative because you're having to act ahead of real time? But a manual process could be in place to make sure that this doesn't get held up by a project to change SCED so that it can dynamically change these caps.
I'm going to unpack a little bit, and I'll pass it back to AG. We have a line of sight to this solution that could be implemented quickly. 1188's coming in. We have this drafted up in 1225. We're going to leverage that and lock and load on it. We already have a cost estimate. We're ready. So we don't want to go back and revisit or talk about manual anythings, and we're ready to go on this. Okay. So were you exploring an option in case this doesn't work?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure there's line of sight, like you said, to getting this. Okay, because with the other one, it never made it to real time, so I was a little worried that we do all this work on this concept and then it be held up because actually we can't put it in. We don't have the offer cap.
Yeah, the number 826 says it's had a couple birthdays or pre-URI. Okay, thanks. So we're going to try, where are we at? Time check? Okay, we're going to give it just a couple more questions. We're going to may have to stop the queue and dig in. Blake King.
Okay, I've got a little soapbox, but I'll try to be quick. So it's been a while since my ERCOT days, but as I recall, there was always a pretty big basis between planning reliability and ops reliability in that they don't really tie together perfectly. And there's sort of a reliance on the more restrictive planning criteria to kind of help span the operations margin when it gets time to real time. But material differences still exist. And like, for example, constraints that bind in planning models, they aren't always the same constraints that are binding in real time. And I've kind of had like a growing concern about this. I generally like the CLR concept here and what you all have provided, but the conversation with Harsh that was had like 20 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago is it's very interesting to me. And I also see this as a game theory thing where you may have a lot of buyers of this PCLR concept, right? And so I have a sort of growing concern about the combination of those facts, right? That a lot of folks are incentivized to do this, and there's also this sort of implicit basis or bias that we've always had in planning. So I think the security requirements solve my concerns, because industry will have to decide if it makes sense to post security for non-firm service that is tied to sort of unknown operational characteristics. But does ERCOT have a concern that the planning models are going to reward real-time capacity that operations just can't handle without the complexity of this growing exponentially? That's sort of my intuition. My intuition is that there needs to be a big buyer beware on this service for folks that are doing it. Do you guys agree? Like, does ERCOT agree that this has potential to get complex for people that are going down this path?
Hey, Blake, this is AG. I'll maybe make two points on this. So the first is, this is not non-firm transmission service. This is a path for more megawatts to connect sooner. But the language is structured that the batch zero refinement will have a transmission plan that serves the entirety of the load, just as it would for a firm service customer. What is different is that as a PCLR, you will be allowed to go beyond the amount that the study has identified can be served as firm in earlier years. To that second point, ERCOT, I know we've heard some comments here asking if ERCOT will be able to give any visibility into, how much is realistic for that PCLR to actually be able to consume in real time. I think Jeff's already articulated the challenges with that in the time frame of the batch zero study. Yeah. So I would say that ERCOT is not making any guarantees that any additional megawatts will be available full time. Kind of implicitly, may not be full time, but we just don't have the bandwidth in that study to be able to give the customer a view on what they can expect every hour of the year in terms of what they're able to consume. So much like generation, this is effectively saying that additional, beyond the firm service amount, the rest is effectively being converted to connect and manage and all the risks that go along with that.
I completely agree. Thanks, AG.
All right, thank you. So let me do a last question on Jesse, then we're going to pause the queue to get through the revision language, and then we'll open the queue up starting again with Evan Neal at that point. So Jesse, go ahead. Last question for now.
All right, thanks, Matt. Jesse Gossett here, V-Wire. I'll try to keep the soapbox to the side. Just a couple of quick clarifying questions and then one general comment. The first was the ABC. As it steps through these SCED intervals, is the expectation that it's just bringing down the bid price of those PCLRs, and other resources just operating the market will still be considered in each interval, right? It's not creating like a walled garden.
Brian, you want to take that one? I want to say correct.
Yes, that's correct. And if you look at the, I guess it's the bottom right. Sorry, my computer's not.
Just the yes is fine.
Yeah.
I know.
Yes.
I know.
There we go.
Yes,
There we go.
yes.
Pardon me. The only thing I wanted to add, and my apologies, is that you'll see that the bid cap is applied during SCED Step 2. Mm-hmm. So it is an input into that Step 2, and the output is the base points. So that's an important distinction, that we're adjusting the bid cap, but the dispatch is actually the output of that algorithm.
Yep. And just a question on, Saya, your earlier comment on the needing to figure out the deviation ability, the ability to ramp, obviously going down. We're going to have PCLRs that can very quickly meet SCED's new low base points. But just in normal operations, how are we going to get to the point of understanding how these PCLRs are obligated to follow a base point, knowing that many of these future large electric loads are going to struggle to provide that effectively within a tight band operational load that might end up getting obligated? Is there sort of like, why can't it just be a ceiling, right?
Sorry, so you can use your bid structure to help navigate the wiggle room, like high prices at a break point at another one to keep from seesawing every 5 minutes. But that's a queasy issue, and we can't solve it today. How you configure your load to follow SCED is the business issue that has to be addressed by the different market participants with various technologies or however they want to do, or different buildings in their facility. But we can't speak to that today.
Yep, acknowledged. Okay, and then maybe just one more on the item that Harsh and I think Ned and Frank also talked through is it feels like we're opening up a bit of a wild west for PCLR, saying, you can go up to certain points. There might be some dynamic limits. But I think game theory is a good word for it. I think tragedy of the commons is also going to happen, where you could have post your batch resources that come in with maybe a different shift factor that totally change the topology of the constraints and what you may have designed and built. So I acknowledge that that's not ERCOT's job to solve, and obviously can't guarantee anything. But I would just like to point out that through this process, I think as a collective group, it's our goal, or it should be our incentive to try to figure out how we enable these PCLRs to solve the problems proactively, whether it's buying private mitigation, whether it's designing a non-synchronous behind-the-meter generator or battery, which seems like it might be really the only option today is a totally non-synchronous behind-the-meter, which I think has some planning impacts. And that's maybe the last question, is just a quick one. How are we dealing with the sort of guess that we're going to need to put on these loads, where they may only get 100 out of 500, and that 400 is going to have to be matched with private mitigation that then is a solution, a generation type solution that then gets added post-study, which may require material modification or some other challenge.
Okay, in terms of managing this, again, I'll just share, we cannot solve how that works for you today. I'm going to recharacterize something you said, and maybe it's not fair, but ERCOT is approaching this as how to let you consume more power off the grid. Our January meeting said, in off-peak hours, I want to consume more power. Please give us a way to get there. We're giving you a way to get there. We don't know if you'll get to the top or if you'll get part way because there's a dynamic issue, or if ERCOT has to come up with a generic transmission constraint, or there's voltage. There may be boundaries that you'll start to hit, and that happens all the time on the system. So we're trying to solve getting more power onto the system. And that's all we're doing today, but we can't guarantee your investment, your profile, your risks. That's on you, but we're doing everything in terms of posting studies and publishing information so you can study that risk at for your own shop. There's my stump speech, sorry. But I feel like we're kind of getting into let's try and twist and pull this. We have one thing we can get across the finish line on June 1st. We need to focus on the mechanics of what doesn't work about this and move through it. So that's a great segue into, let's get through the language today as we propose. ERCOT is going to be very interested in people's comments on the language and what doesn't work about it that is missing. So, AJ, so we're going to pause the queue, turn it over to AG. I will say, just in terms of when's lunch, how are we unpacking this? I still want to get to at least 30 minutes of BYOG before lunch. I'm guessing lunch is at 12:30. So that means we're going to give this discussion until about noon, pivot to BYOG, take lunch break, and then talk about batch zero, and then wrap up with 5841. So again, we knew this was new and get a lot of good conversation, but we have another meeting next week to talk about CLRs. Okay, go ahead, AG.
Thanks, Matt. Okay, so I'm going to go back to this slide very briefly. So the three pillars: how do we allocate it in batch? What are the registration requirements? Real-time dispatch, the bid capping that goes along with that. We're going to start with allocation, and that is basically the PIGR comments the draft PIGR comments that were posted. I'm going to caveat with this again with the big watermark we put across this. This is a discussion draft. It is not a filed set of comments yet. We've already identified, I think, a couple areas where we need a little bit more work just through this discussion. So again, our target is to file these next week, and we will be continuing our nights and weekends up till then to get it in the best shape possible. Okay, so as I mentioned in one of my slides, what we did is, this is going to take too long if I do it with the wheel, we added sections to Section 9 that are just PCLR specific. So PCLRs do not impact your eligibility to be included in batch. That is not being touched here. Anybody who is eligible to be included in batch is still eligible, and anybody who is not is still not. The language in 921 and any of the subsections has not been touched. So then we go to 922, which is all the information you need to give to ERCOT or your interconnecting DSP or interconnecting TSP has to submit on your behalf. What do you need to give us in order to also be considered for PCLR? And this is actually pretty straightforward. So it's really two things. The first is there's a new form in the protocols, and that's our second pillar we'll get to in a few minutes. That is the declaration of intent to register as a PCLR. That needs to be signed by a officer or official or authorized representative and notarized and submitted to us on or before July 24th. So that's your declaration that you want to be treated in this way in batch zero. And then we have a second paragraph, which is if we may define some additional information that is needed for the batch zero study. We are having some internal discussions that we may actually have everything we need from the initial set of information. So if this paragraph is gone when we file subparagraph B here, that's the reason why is if we feel we already had what we needed in the base set of information we're requesting. So the big piece is give us the declaration by the July 24th date where we're kind of cutting off submissions for the study. Okay, so then we go into the study itself, and so the study itself is defined in section 932 in PIGR 145. And so what we've done here is, again, we've tacked on an extra subsection that's 9321, which is how do we treat PCLRs in the batch zero interconnection study. And so this operationalizes what I described, which is that for steady state, we will assess, again, the amount that can be reliably served. And then, because we have your kind of your minimum power consumption amount where, you've told us, below this, my project is it either physically can't go below that or it's not viable if it goes below that, then we're able to then say, okay, well, if you told us you can't go below 100 and in this year the study says only 50 can be reliably served, well then, we're able to identify that's not feasible and allocate it, same as with a firm load. Otherwise, if the amount is higher, so there's also the possibility you said, well, I can't go below 100, but the study identifies 150 can be served. What will come back at the end of the batch zero study is that the LPC can be 150 instead of what you told us as 100. So there is that mechanism to allow for more load to be firm if the system can support it. So that's defined in section 9321. So then we go, well, what happens during the commitment period? And so that's defined currently in section 9.4 in the PIGR 145 language. And so again, we'll just add on another section, which is 941. And so what will happen is ERCOT, as part of its outputs, will give the view on the amount of LPC amounts that were identified in the study. So again, if you told us you needed at least 100 and we said, well, we can, 100's fine, then that's what will come back. If it turns out 150 can be served firm, then that would be what would come back for that year. And if it is, less than your minimum, then it would come back as a zero for that year. That will be provided at the start of the commitment period. That's the output of batch zero, just like is described in the existing PIGR 145. And then the customer, the ILLE, in order to accept those amounts, has to meet all the existing commitment criteria that's defined in section 9.4 and needs to also submit back the second portion of Form W, which is the new form we've identified, we've added to the protocols to agree to be a PCLR. So the first part is that declaration that you want to be treated that way in batch zero. The second piece now, we're in commitment, is to sign that second piece, accept the LPC numbers that were given, and agree that in order to get above that in real time, you're going to need to register and qualify as a PCLR.
And this becomes a required component of the package you have to give back to ERCOT within the 30-day period, or to your TSP, and the TSP submits it back. And then, as with the other provisions in 9.4, if you don't meet all the milestones, then we've considered that you're dropping out of the study. 9.5 in the existing PIGR 145 defines the refinement study, and so we've just added another section, 9.5.3, of how do we treat PCLRs in batch zero refinement. And this is very straightforward. It's just an affirmative statement that we will study the full requested amount to ensure transmission is built to ultimately serve the full requested amount and allow it to exit. Really, that it's just an affirmative statement of that it's going to be treated on equal footing with firm load. And then 9.6 defines energization and ongoing obligations for large loads, and so we've added a 9.6.1 for PCLRs. And this is the section that would likely remain boxed until we have the system changes in place. So kind of everything that I've shown so far would be able to be unboxed early. We'd treat it in batch zero, but actually coming on the system, that's going to be dependent on the system changes. So NPRR 1188 is implemented, and the bid capping logic is also in place as well. And then from there, it's basically a set of statements that you need to, it does allow for, especially in the case where a customer has told us their load power consumption amount is zero, it does allow for a small amount of load to come on the system for qualification and testing somewhere, I think. That may have gotten stripped out, sorry. But basically it requires that all the steps to register as a PCLR. So in other words, the ILE becomes a resource entity, designates a QSC. All the registration information is entered into RIO, so the modeling steps will be identical to that of a CLR. Telemetry is in place, the qualification testing is done, and then we provide written confirmation that the load is able to consume above its LPC. So fairly straightforward steps, but that would need to be boxed until the system changes are there. Okay, so that is the language that covers our first pillar, how do we allocate in batch zero. I'm going to turn now to the NPRR, and we're going to cover the other two pillars. So the NPRR comments, first of all, has a added definition of what a provisional CLR is. It's a sub-definition of controllable load resource. So I think we've really talked through it, so I'm going to keep going. And what we're going to do is let's go to the end and we'll talk about the agreement. This is a new Form W that is added. And so for those following along, we are now on page 34, sorry. Page 34. So this is a new form that would be added to Section 23 of the protocols. It has some explanatory text that mirrors kind of the big points in the PIGR that I just showed. The acknowledgement from the ILE that they're making commitment to register as a PCLR, understands that that's how we'll evaluate the load in the batch zero study, understands that registration then has to be actually completed prior to energizing those additional megawatts, that it will follow the steps of a CLR in order to register, and that it must remain a PCLR until the exit date that'll be defined at the end of the batch zero study in Part B of this form. Understands obligation to follow real-time dispatch instructions, and that the obligation is transferable to future owners. The information that's provided is fairly straightforward. The name, the LI number, address, and maximum demand that is being requested, along with the sort of minimum numbers. We are looking at whether or not what we're already requiring for firm loads, and batch zero meets the needs of this table, so this table may disappear from Part A. And then assign a notarization, and then we move on to Part B, which is very similar to Part A. So what will happen is ERCOT will return at the end of the batch zero study the completed table with here are your minimum power, low power consumptions amounts. I think that should say maximum, actually. Those will be determined by the batch zero study, so ERCOT will provide that back with this table filled out. And then the ILE will reaffirm all the obligations that are established on PCLRs and sign the form to accept those. And at that point, that's how it'll be treated in the refinement, and we'll look for that registration when we get close to real time. Okay, so last item to show, I'm sorry, I'm having some issues with my mouse here. Okay, so Ryan, do you have specific points you want to highlight? I know there's quite a bit of language on the bid capping, so Ryan and Sai, I'll kind of let y'all drive here. Tell me where you want to go.
Yeah, I think if you want to go to 4.4.7.4.
Oh, sorry, that's not where I thought you were sending me.
That's right.
Okay.
You were ahead of me. So this is the new section where, again, we've added this new section to 4.4.9.4. So this 0.4 essentially codifies the concept that was in the slide presentation, and we can kind of go through it step by step, but this kind of explains the process here. So it describes where and how these ABCs, or adjusted bid caps, apply. And so the first step here is that after each SCED run, we'll have this list of transmission constraint identifiers. And those identifiers are based on shadow prices that were equal to or greater than this predefined threshold, this 90% that we noted. And so if you scroll down a little bit, we've just kind of noted that the 90% will apply to all constraints. If you want to keep going. And then we take that list and do this matching that I noted. So in the current SCED, we'll look at where the two constraints matched, and then that is kind of our list of constraints. And then in C, this is where we do the dynamic bid capping. So for any of those matching constraints, where we have a PCLR that has the helping shift factor that's greater than the threshold on the list, then we kind of do this stepwise process. So if you want to scroll down a little bit. Right. So in A, you can see that if that isn't met, then there is no bid capping. But for anything that can help more than 2%, we take the just see here. So we'll take the minimum of those constraints, take system lambda from the first step in the two-step SCED process, less a penny, and then that will be the input into SCED step 2, and then the output will be what exists today, the base points, those type of things. So the dynamic bid cap is the input into step 2, and then the base points are the output. So that, I think that is the bulk. There's a few other places that we probably don't need to go through today. One thing I did want to note is because this is obviously a new process, there'll be a new report to understand when and how these bid caps have been applied. So we've made reference to that. And I think that is the bulk of the dynamic bid capping.
All right, thank you, Ryan, and thanks for the work your team did on developing that portion. So, Matt, I think we're ready to open the queue back up.
All right. Thank you both for going through that. And so we have about 8 people. So we're going to go till noon on CLRs, starting with Evan Neal.
Thanks, Evan Neal Lancium. I've got a couple questions and really just it's a broad clarification because I heard some stuff earlier and I just want to make sure I got it clear. So having to do with what Harsh was saying about setting the MPC, was that said that we're not going to base that off of the results of the stability study?
Correct. Right now, as drafted, your MPC is whatever megawatts you ask for.
Okay. So then the ERCOT language in the comments from 932 section 4, where ERCOT shall endeavor to resolve all transmission violations seen in the study, we're not endeavoring that for those sets of violations?
You lost me on that, Evan.
Okay. It's section 9.32, paragraph 4, talks about what the study is for batch 0.
So Evan, maybe I can take a swing at that one.
Yeah.
So the answer is all the same transmission constraints and violations would still be considered, but that is used in determining the amount of firm load that is being served. This study does not provide a view on whether there's a limit on non-firm being served.
Thanks, that's helpful. So my follow-up then would be, we're identifying that we're really studying the impact from a stability standpoint when we get to the QSA, which is a pre-energization thing. Are we anticipating that the QSA will then change the limit of the load at all?
No, I think it is. And let me clarify. So we are. So I think what's different about PCLRs from just regular large loads is that in the steady state portion of the batch study, when we go to allocate the load, it'll be whatever the limit is, and then in the stability study, so that's the same whether it's in the batch process, it's the same whether it's a regular large load or PCLR. The allocation is the same, but when we get to the stability study, a regular large load would be studied just at whatever its allocated megawatt level is. A PCLR will be studied at its maximum. And so that when we do that stability study in the batch analysis, then we will identify, are there stability limits that we identify that are above that allocated the LPC limit, which for PCLRs. If that is the case, that will be a flag that, so similar to like the stability study today for a large load, that when we do the QSA team knows, okay, a stability limit was identified in the interconnection study, and so we need to study that as part of the QSA to see if we need to implement a GTC to manage that limit.
Right. So by not limiting the load to the result of the stability study in the batch, then we're converting what, if it was a firm load, would be a limit on the load's ability to connect. We're converting that local limitation into a system-wide limitation through a GTC, right?
I think it depends on the situation, right? It could be local or it could be system. I think it just depends. The QSA team will, as they do with everything, it's just similar to a generator, right? It's sometimes those generation limits are just kind of, it's most appropriate to control just a small area, which sometimes is just a single generator. Sometimes it's the entire West Texas, right? I think it just depends on the nature of the stability issue and how that tells them how to design the GTC for that.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think my overall concern, and maybe could be like highlighted by this example of a firm load and a CLR or PCLR, sorry, say the thermal limitation is 100 megawatts and the stability limitation is 50 megawatts. I understand that's usually unlikely, but say that's the case. The firm load would be limited at 50 megawatts on the stability constraint, and the PCLR would be limited on 100. They wouldn't face that stability constraint, but instead they would create a GTC to manage that. And that seems a strange outcome with a reliability focus in mind. And I guess like the overall thing I'm concerned about, and I would like confirmation from ERCOT is can we confirm the creation of any GTCs or IROLs from this process, considering that this could add a lot of load rather quickly, won't impact the firm deliverability of any other existing loads, retail loads, like distribution loads, anything like that, and framing it in the discussion of the ongoing urgency of 1315 in far west Texas, and knowing that creating some of these limits involves mitigation plans, which goes outside the scope of SCED. Can we get that confirmation that that's been thought through and there won't be any impact there?
So, let me say it like this. So assuming that we design the studies correctly, which you could argue maybe we didn't, and that's how we got into the Far West issue. But assuming that we design the studies correctly, then we should identify that up front as part of the batch study. And so this is why we're looking at in batch study that the scope is considering things like no solar scenarios, so that we make sure that we're capturing those issues.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I agree with that sentiment. I just want to flag the word assuming is doing some heavy lifting there, and they know what to say about assuming.
Yep.
And so I just want to highlight that probably needs to be front and center, because that's a huge concern for us, because I agree with the general concept of what PCLR is trying to do, but not thinking through it to that extent, I'm afraid we could be walking down the same path that we're facing right now.
Yeah, I think the issue is not in the concept of the PCLR. The issue is in the study scope. We've got to get the study scope correct so that we are identifying those issues. It's all about the assumptions that go into the study. So if we don't do the study correctly, then we could miss issues if we have bad assumptions that go into that study. But I think that's more a study issue. It's not in the framework of what a PCLR is.
I totally agree with that statement, and I think a concluding thought then from my side would be, and it's something I've said at these meetings before, kind of recognizing that besides identifying something that maybe needs to be studied in the QSA, including this concept in batch zero doesn't achieve anything new, right? It's not changing the transmission plan that's going to be sent to RPG. It's not really changing the load commissioning plan. If you study it as a firm load, you're still going to get that LPC value as well. And we said we're going to ignore the MPC. So building off your point, we need to study this very carefully, and there's a lot of assumptions that we need to be very careful about that go into it. I think that this could be best dealt with as something that is comes after the batch allocation. So you get your firm load allocation, and then you're able to perform those studies that need to be done in a reliable manner to say, oh, well, now I can come online this much earlier. And I think you still meet the exact same timelines that the PCLR is trying to contemplate today. That just seems like a better way to study it. Maybe you need to do it in 8760. Maybe you need to do extra snapshots. That's just something I want to throw out there.
Yeah. So I think the issue is the study timeline. Because it's extra analysis, I think we would not be able to promise that we could get that done in the same time period.
Well, that's an excellent point, and I guess I would ask, recognizing how difficult this study is that we're touching on, how much does it add to the timeline for batch zero? If we took this out, will we shave batch zero study timeline by 3 months, or are we approving this and adding on 3 months? Because I think everyone in the room would agree the priority is getting that part done fastest. And if we can take, that 3 month time that it takes to do it and do it in, what would it be, Q3 of 27? I mean, people that still had a 28 energization date that's pending 1188 will still meet their 28 energization date because you can get it studied in that time.
Make sure I understand. So you're proposing, or are you proposing that we extend the study timeline of batch zero so we could do so instead of finishing batch zero in January, we would finish it later in the year so we could do the extra analysis?
No. So I guess it's two parts. My question is, these studies we're talking about to identify the risks of PCLRs on a reliability standpoint, how much does that add to the batch zero timeline that's currently been presented? And taking that out, would it potentially reduce it? I don't know if it's already baked in or not. And then the second part is I guess you could call it a proposal, but just kind of thinking out loud an idea here, is that, recognizing you're not really achieving much material differences by including it in batch zero, you could achieve the same outcome by performing this study after batch zero, and you could disconnect it from this process altogether, and thus you wouldn't be, slowing things down if that is what the outcome could be. And I think you would still achieve the same results. And I think, we'd also probably take a little bit of pressure off ourselves for really tight voting schedules and voting on this, kind of independent concept via comments when it could go its own route.
Yeah, I'm not sure I followed all that. I'll say from a study perspective, it's no difference in the number of steps right now to do this. But it's more a difference in the assumption in the stability study. I think that's the difference between from a study perspective. That's the difference between a PCLR and just regular. Keep using that term, but regular large load. That's the only difference is how we study that in stability.
The meat of the study, if I'm understanding correctly, would come at the QSA.
No, the stability study that's still happening as part of the as part of the batch study.
Yeah,
it's just a different assumption that we're making on whether we're studying the allocated load or the full requested load.
And I understand why that doesn't take much time because we're basically
it's the same study
ignoring it, right? We're ignoring that limit is kind of what I heard, for lack of better words.
Right.
So if we're going to identify the real reliability impact from a stability standpoint, you said we'll implement GTC. So it sounds like the bulk of that analysis will be performed during the QSA.
The GTC identification itself is done during the QSA, yes.
Right, so it seems like we're assessing the reliability impacts from a stability standpoint of the PCLR, not in batch zero, but after the fact, before energization.
The batch zero study identifies it identifies if there is a stability limitation. It does not identify how are we going to manage that in real time.
I think that's the clear. That's the delineation is that I do not agree with your characterization that we are ignoring limits or not assessing limits in batch zero. However, how we will manage them is not determined until the QSA.
Well, no one's saying they're not studied, right? You study every firm load at its maximum for steady state and for stability, and you get two sets of limits, right? So I don't see why you would do anything different from PCLR, and I'm not saying that you are doing anything different from PCLR. And I guess that's my point, is that there's nothing unique being studied for PCLR in the batch process, but the reliability impacts of PCLR are really being assessed in the QSA. And so...
No, but I think that's where we disagree.
Okay.
Evan, is we are, and by NERC Fact 2, we have to study, and as part of the interconnection study, we have to study the reliability impacts. The QSA is more, how do we manage that in real time? It's not identifying, the impact is identified in the batch study.
Yep, I totally understand that. I don't want to belabor this, but it just created a clarity question. So the PCLR and a firm load, if I didn't check the box to say I'd be a PCLR, how am I being studied any differently?
When you get to the stability part of the batch study, we're only studying your allocated megawatts.
Allocated.
So you come in at 500, and we can only serve 100 megawatts. So if you're non-PCLR, then in the stability analysis, we're only studying you at 100 megawatts. But if you're a PCLR, we're studying you at 500 because we need to identify if there's a reliability impact at 400 megawatts as an example.
Okay. So, sorry, just to be clear, the firm load limited in steady state at 100 would be studied in stability at 100, but the PCLR limited in steady state at 100 would be studied at 500 in stability.
Yes.
Why are you doing it that way for firm load? Why were you not studying what was requested in both sets of studies?
I think it's because if the stability analysis is by nature harder, and so it will be harder to solve that case if it has, so say I have an area with 10,000 megawatts of request, but thermally, we can only serve 2,000 megawatts in that area. It's going to be a lot harder to solve that stability case at 10,000 megawatts than it is at 2,000. And so it's a function of being efficient and being able to get that study done in that time frame that we're saying we can get it done for batch.
Okay. I appreciate the extended dialogue, and thanks, Matt, for letting me take this.
I appreciate it, because I think there's a theme evolving, which is how do we make sure how all this stuff fits together. So, thanks. On to Craig Schwer. Craig, if you're speaking, we don't hear you yet. All right, we'll move on to Bob King.
Thank you. I was kind of had the same question as Neil, but I guess my concern is if Jeff, it's easier to study the 2,000 than the 10,000, but again, if I'm part of the 10,000 thinking I'm going to get at least some of the time to go to my peak, when will I know what the stability, I guess you're saying the stability limit will be identified in the batch and that will be known to me? So I'll know that this area is limited to 5,000 based on stability or something?
I don't think that we've figured out how we're going to communicate those results. I think that'll be in the report, whatever the report looks like. But just be frank, we haven't talked through what is the report going to say.
So this ends up being important for me deciding whether to make a financial commitment, because I don't know if I can actually get this flexible amount, which I'm hoping that I can, but there's maybe some hidden information there. But also, I heard earlier, I'm going to make my financial commitment based on the total amount. And as it stands right now, that's not recoverable if really the total I'm allocated is less than what I asked for and thought I had, no fault of my own. And in a similar way, even if I put down security, up to 80% of that is non-refundable if I don't reach 100%. And again, if reach 100%, it's not even my problem. It's limited by ERCOT, not by me. I don't recover. So when you're talking with PUC, I think we need to have some recoverability considered for things which are not the fault of these loads at the very least. And to the extent that we can get more information about what the real limit is, that's so important. I mean, we were beginning with the idea that at the end of the batch, we had a fixed amount, even if things change, people drop out, whatever. The refinement is to study how to get me that. But now I'm hearing sometime in the refinement or later, the QSA could put another limit. then again, funding's not recoverable. The decision to construct maybe has already been made. So these are important little fine points.
Bob, I want to reiterate something that we said a couple times. The refinement, the load will have transmission to built to serve it as if it were a firm load. That is the language we showed in the refinement study, is that a PCLR will still have its full requested load eventually served by transmission. So it will be treated in the refinement study exactly the same as a firm load, and will ultimately have transmission built to serve. What the discussion has been talking about here is whether or not the QSA and a potential GTC to address any stability issues might limit how much could get on earlier. But there is no discussion happening of some sort of permanent limit late in the game that would limit the load below its full requested amount. What we are discussing is there is not enough bandwidth and not enough time in the study timeline to be able to definitively analyze and say, well, this percentage of the year you can consume up to your full, and then this percentage you may be limited by 20%. That's just not possible within the timeline that's been established for batch zero. So, but I really do want to be very clear that the financial security aspect of this and what is ultimately built is based on the full amount. And the reason those two are the same is because we will build, and the transmission will reflect what is needed to serve the full amount eventually.
Okay, including stability issues.
Correct.
Thank you for clarifying that.
All right, so we're going to rush to the finish here on 14 minutes of questions. We're back to Craig. Did you get our audio resolved?
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, loud and clear. Go ahead.
Awesome. Oh, my gosh. All right, yeah, Craig Schwer, Advanced Power. Thanks for clarifying a few of these questions before. I just had a couple of basic ones on if we do elect to become a PCLR. Understanding the last point there on the stability, you're studying that a little bit differently. So I guess just let me read it back to you, make sure I understood. You're submitting an LPC amount, right, for a PCLR election. And am I correct in assuming that it's going to be for 5 years? So, for example, if my firm load request is a gig and I want to be a PCLR, am I submitting, say, 100 megawatts in year one as my LPC, and then potentially increasing that if I think the upgrades will be implemented in, say, years 4 and 5, and I can maybe get a higher amount? I understand that that's not what ERCOT's going to study for, but it's something that I can maybe take a stance on. Is that generally correct? I would be submitting LPC allocations for each of the 5 study years if I was a PCLR. Did I got that right?
Hey, Craig, this is AG. I would characterize it a little bit differently, and I'm sorry, I pulled up not what I intended to pull up, so bear with me 1 second. So the idea here is we're wanting you as the customer to tell us, based on what you're intending to build, and your desired construction schedule, what is the minimum amount of firm load that is needed or that is physically possible to make all that viable. So we're not asking you to try and say, well, I think I can probably get upgrades, from my wires company by year 4, so I'm going to put a big jump there because I think that's when No, it's really more, we need to know a value below which, if we say, only 50 megawatts is available in 2028, and by your design that is not going to work because you need at least 100 of firm to make the whole, what you're constructing work. That's what we're trying to find out. The study will then tell you what is actually servable. So again, as I was saying in my voiceover, if you say you need at least 100 and we in batch 0 determine that 150 is available to serve as firm, then you'll be allowed to have firm service up to that 150. So the study will then tell you kind of what is actually feasible based on construction timelines.
Right, and it's on me, the LLIE, to kind of prepare for any shortfalls. So if I submit for 100 megawatts of an LPC, you say, hey, the grid can provide 150. So then that 150 would become my number for that particular study year, correct?
Right. So what we're saying is that extra 50 megawatts would not have to be flexible. It could be firm.
Right. And then, if it was below, say it was like 99 was available, which is less than my 100 megawatts that I asked for, you, ERCOT, are going to give me 0 megawatts of firm. Is that correct? It's like a pass-fail almost test, was my understanding.
That's the concept as currently drafted.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it. So I got to be, that protects against, and protects you guys on me being overzealous and just say, I'll throw out 700 megawatts. And if it's 500, then whatever, I take 500. So I understand the implication there, and it's going to be on us to kind of go about that in a rational way when we're forecasting how much we actually need and what we can expect to get from other sources of power like bridge power. And then second, sorry, as I was moving positions, I don't know if the previous person asked this question. I'm just looking for a timing confirmation. It sounds like this off-ramp date where you will presumably know when you're going to get the full firm power because of upgrades or replacement service. Is that date roughly going to be known after the batch 0 study or after the refinement study? I know you guys talked about that before, but like I said, I was moving during that conversation.
Yeah, the intention would be, it would be after the batch 0 interconnection study. It would be known to the interconnecting large load entity at the start of the commitment period. And at that point, so effectively what's going to happen is at the end of batch 0 interconnection study, we'll be providing this agreement form back to the wires companies with the top half of Part B filled in. So the exit date, the total load request, kind of a do-over from your original request, and then the low power consumption values filled in. And so at that point, it comes back to the customer to make a commitment decision to move forward or not.
Okay, and then last question, I got to ask it. I mean, say, again, I take a stance on increasing in years, say 2031, 2032, and I'm stepping up from my 100 megawatts to like 300, right? And you guys are going to evaluate it. Well, what happens if in 2031, the grid capability is, say, 200 megawatts, and I had requested 300, right? I was being overzealous. Are you guys just, that case, just awarding the 200 megawatts? Or, I mean, it doesn't make any sense for you to say, hey, you failed this test, you now get 0 for that year. You see what I'm saying?
Yes. I don't have a definitive answer on that one, but I agree with you in principle. We would not offer any allocations that would, midway through the ramp, suddenly drop to 0.
Right. That makes sense. I appreciate it. I just wanted to ask that question. So that's all I got. I really appreciate you guys popping back to me in the queue, too. That was a nice gesture.
Great. And for next week, we'll for ROS, we will start to create some graphics of this. I can see we're having a timeline. How this changes over time would help people see how this fits together. So 8 minutes left. So Arushi, you're up. And Arushi, if you're speaking, we don't hear you yet. Okay, we'll circle back. Shuye. Shuye, if you're speaking, we don't hear you. On to John Russ.
Thank you. John Russ Hubbard with TIEC. I was trying to understand something when you were talking about the energization language being gray boxed. Does that mean that these PCLRs would not be able to energize until that language is ungray boxed? And what does that timing look like, and how does that affect their proposed energization dates?
Yeah, so let me give a clarification there, because you're absolutely right. I was not clear. Really, what I think I probably should have said is, I'm sorry, I'm gonna talk here while I scroll down to the section that I was. Boy, this mouse is really. Here we go. No. Okay. All right. So, oh, I went too far. That's why I was being difficult. Okay, I apologize. Let me get back to the right section. There we go. Okay, so
The intent is a little bit more nuanced than what I said before. It's that the firm load amount would still be able to come on as scheduled. So effectively, what and this might need to have some tweaks to what we've had on the paper, but the idea is basically this first paragraph says, okay, you can bring on up to your low power consumption level by meeting the existing language in 9.6 paragraph 1. And so that would be able to unbox first. It would just be everything after that.
Perfect. Thanks.
All right, next is Barath.
Hey, so 2 questions. So for loads to be in CLR, they still have to satisfy the either 9.2.1.2, right? Whether the studies are invalid, deemed by ERCOT, or one of those studies need to be approved. So they need to qualify for batch 0, and then only then they can be opting in as a CLR. Is that accurate?
Correct. There is nothing in the comments that we've drafted that would impact anybody's eligibility for batch 0.
Okay. The second question is, if there is a base load, can they opt in for CLR for an extension with their LCP, I forgot the language, being the base load amount?
Not as currently drafted, but I think that's something we could discuss more internally.
Okay, thanks.
All right, and if someone can look at Shuye's question and ask her directly, whether Sai or Ryan might be able to look into the chat, so we'll keep going. Kevin Hansen. So we're down to the last 3 questions. Kevin, Durga, and Lee, and then we're taking...
Following the 2-question rule. First question, is transmission solutions the only way to resolve the low GTC, or will new generation also be part of the solution?
So ERCOT cannot recommend, that's not within the scope of things that we can recommend, but if a new generator were to show up and exit that, then obviously the study assumptions would get updated, and we would, that would show up in the analysis. But similar to any other transmission planning analysis, ERCOT doesn't recommend generation.
So sub A to that question, then that response, how fast would ERCOT look at resolving the GTC?
We have 180 days. Under, I think it's planning guide, might be protocols to do a GTC exit plan.
So if there's new generation that shows up within 180 days, you'll look at it and consider the solution.
I think it's from when the GTC starts, but I think it would be next planning cycle.
Okay, thanks. My second question, in terms of the timeline, which you had the table there, like from 2028 to 2033, assuming you got approved in 2033 for a full gigawatt, and 2028 you're only 100 megawatts. Could you bring your own behind-the-meter generation to serve the 900 megawatt differential or not, and then gradually remove that generation?
No. I think we said a couple workshops ago that any sort of mixing between bring your own gen and CLR is out of scope for batch 0.
But I can incrementally add the load and not put the generation ever on the grid if I want to. Correct?
Is this non-registered?
Yeah, if it's
not connected
to the grid, yeah, you can do whatever you want behind the fence.
But then you're going to add on the load as we get permission over time.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
If you're saying that load, until it is able to be served from the grid, is completely off grid.
Correct. Yeah. What I'm saying is,
then yes, I agree with what
if it's a gigawatt of load, I build a gigawatt of load, but only 100 megawatts is currently on the system, but I got 900 megawatts being served basically off the grid, not connected at all, and then gradually bring on the load. I can do that. Okay,
yes,
thanks.
but I wouldn't put that in this PCLR bucket.
Fair enough. I just wanted to ask the question in general. Thank you.
All right, well, Durga and then Lee, and then we'll transition. Durga. He's walking up.
Thank you. From my understanding, for studies in steady state, the cutoff shift factor was 3%, right? and the shift factor for the SCED study is 2%. Can someone explain why there's a gap? So we'll have a more optimistic view in the steady state and more pessimistic view in the real time. Is that how it is?
Yeah, the 2% in the, and Brian, feel free to correct me here, the 2% in the bid capping methodology is to align with the operational procedures for activating constraints in SCED, and that we managed to based on that 2%.
So should we maybe make it more consistent and keep it 2% in the steady state as well, study? Or keep it 3% and 2%? I just want to understand why there's a gap.
I think we can take that back for further discussion. I don't know if I have anything to add on that right now.
The second question I have is, if a load right now is behind the meter and wants to opt for PCLR, is there a provision for that? Because I heard it has to be front of the meter. Is that still true?
Yeah, so I think, and Sai, I'm going to let you jump in and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think what Sai was saying earlier is that under NPR 1188, if you have a behind-the-meter load that elects to be a CLR, it will be metered separately and effectively becomes front of the meter. So it is not really possible to have a traditional behind-the-meter net metered load that is also a CLR.
Okay. So some TSPs don't allow NPRR 1197 and allow for an exclusion meter. So if I opt for a PCLR, do I automatically get a exclusion meter, a separate EPS, load EPS meter?
You will. The metering requirements for a PCLR is same as a CLR under NPRR 1188, and the metering setup requires approval of the TSP.
No, I'm talking about transitioning from a BTM to. So if I'm a BTM and I'm applying for a PCLR, so I would have a separate meter. Is that?
Yeah, but there is an approval process because the TSP is the one that submits the metering design proposal, and they were very clear that they don't like installing meters behind the fence, and so they have a say yes or no. So you will have to make sure that you have their approval. I mean, they're the ones submitting it. If they don't submit it, it's ERCOT can't do anything about it. That's how the protocols are written.
So to summarize, if I want to go into PCLR, I need to get the TSP's approval for that. If they say no, I cannot go as a PCLR.
And that is not just a rule for PCLR. It's a rule for CLRs, period.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Last question, Lee Bratcher.
Just a comment. Normally, it's my default to agree with Evan Neal on all things, but in this case, slight divergence. I think this is impactful for loads, and I think this sets ERCOT at the forefront of efficient grids.
What a great note to end on. And we're not giving Evan the counterpoint he did have get in the queue. So Evan, at the end of my BYOG, we'll say, is there anything else to wrap up this discussion on both topics? Yeah, cool. All right, I'm going to go to the front, switch out to you, Mr. Agee. All right, well, I don't have a lot of new information to share, but we were interested in feedback or input today on BYOG. If people have had more time to think about it, I know this is kind of a soaking process of now we understand more. So I only have 3 slides. I already talked too fast, but I will try to go slowly through them to let it sink in a bit. Similar to what AG did, I want to remind people of kind of the pillars of where and what BYOG is in this case. So number 1 is how do we allocate it in batch? So load would still be assessed through batch study process, but it will consider co-location with generation. We're not going to build wires out to a site if that load, which is being studied, is also going to have 6 generators that are redundant and ready to go. So it's N-1, G-1 secure. So we won't study it for planning in new wires. We will plan it for new wires with the gen, but when it comes to the allocation piece, that's where we would still be studying it as if it would not be served, and what is that max amount that they could consume? What is their firm load that they could be granted? So just wanted to, I fumbled that a bit. There's another bullet in a minute, but how do we study BYOG? It's a little different between those two different types of studies. Now, when it comes to load and generator, this is the coordination that ERCOT can't do, is what happens behind the fence to ensure that there's never more than 100 megawatts on the getaway or kind of coming in on the load. So the entities are going to be responsible for that self-limited operations at the site that adheres to those limits, where load and generation need to coordinate and ensure compliance under all conditions. So if gen fails, load goes away. So ERCOT operations, we've been engaged with them on the details of that, the transience of that, the what does this mean, and we're having a lot of meetings to try and find a solution into this arena of that coordination and what it means to the reliability of the grid. And then the last piece is the operating agreement, is where the load and generator enter into an agreement that we're trying to define in protocols, and that agreement defines the obligations for that self-limiting behavior, including the load reduction upon generator loss. So it's really these kind of three areas of how do you study it in batch? We'll need protocols / planning guides for. What does that coordination in real time look like and expected? And then the operating agreement in place. So you've seen this figure a few times, and we talked about it a little bit, which is for this self-limited, it's almost a self-serving facility is what I want to call it in a way, but it is self-limiting in the idea that we're still going to try to forklift this self-limiting concept that's already in protocols to say that if there is an area that the queasy or the group is agreeing not to exceed a limit at that point of interconnect. So that self-limiting is still a good construct to start from. And that the site operation would have that fixed transmission withdrawal limit. That may be, your base, your batch study value, or it may be zero is what ERCOT I talked about last time is considering. The generation mix in that area could be a mix of thermal, renewables, batteries, whatever you want it to be. But whatever those variable things are doing, your load is going to have to match or stay in the bounds of so you don't exceed whatever that limit is. And that fixed transmission withdrawal limit is established at the point of interconnect, and it does not change during the year. So unlike controllable load resources, if there's room on the system, consume more. This is a fixed limit, set it and forget it type scenario. The load and generation owners must coordinate those operations to ensure that those grid imports are there. So if you're on outage, ERCOT's not going to ruck something else to get you on. It's where somehow you need to manage that at your facility. The site would be equipped with a reverse power relay or equivalent protection to enforce the limit. We're not married to that reverse power relay, but what ERCOT needs to know is 1,000 megawatt load and 1,000 megawatt generator on a 69 kV line. If one goes, the other one goes quickly enough that we don't damage equipment in the local area for everybody else. And then the transmission upgrades that may be required would still be identified in that batch study to meet the reliability criteria. So that is that N-1, G-1. So ERCOT is bringing this to you on the right is not a menu of options to choose from. We're trying to get to where we think the sweet spot is. So the first range of operations, what does that mean for my facility? Can we be max load? Can we be max gen? Where do we live in these scenarios? And so the first one is the idea of a connected island, where the operating range is effectively a net zero type island. Your generator and your load are always coordinated and growing up together to get to your max load. And you'd effectively operate at a net zero with only aux load for generation to the site. So that's one thing we may come out with a design for. The next design that we're looking at is the idea of a net gen site where the operating range for load would never be consuming, but the gen could max their output onto the system and be SCED dispatchable. So it's the idea of load stays there, and if we've studied the area, this is I'll describe the third one and come back to that one. What we'd like to get to, the ideal case that everybody wants, and we do too, we just don't know that we can handle it, is a batch load limit. So if you're on 1,000 megawatt load, your ramp is 100 megawatts, and you're granted that 100 megawatt firm load. Whether or not that batch load is your max load, so you're negative 100, and you could go all the way up to 1,000 on the gen side. So to operate, the operating range would be the batch limit to the max gen limit onto the system. So you'd be operating from that grid import limit up to full generation output for SCED dispatch that's not consumed by the local load. So those are kind of the three arenas we're working in. We're working in those all at the same time to see what survives to get out. But obviously, we want generation at ERCOT. We have a lot of load coming, and we want to serve the load. And so we're trying to get to it, but we're showing the areas where we may end up. And so in terms of the concepts, again, that framework I just did a voiceover of, the details. So again, generation would still follow the standard interconnection process and would be dispatchable from the site is what we're looking to do. With SCED is what's managing the export of that. Load is studied in the batch process and limited to the approved import level at the point of interconnect. And those import limits would always apply, regardless of the generation. An operating agreement would require load to automatically and immediately reduce consumption upon gen loss or outage. The batch assumes generation for planning, but allocates capacity if generation is unavailable, so enforcing that self-limiting behavior, and enables the load to operate above the traditional G-1 limit. So again, you could be a big site with one generator and operate in that range if you've shown us how you come down. And then ERCOT is already having numerous meetings with operations, gen interconnection, planning, markets, compliance. I mean, we've got all the directors and VPs in a lot of these meetings trying to crack this nut. We know it's important. And the goal is for revision language in 2 weeks. That is a stretch. I'll be amazed if we get it, but we are working nights and weekends to get there. And still a potential for batch 0, but June 1 is 53 days away. We have a lot of problems to solve, a lot of stakeholders to agree to, and to get that on through TAC and the board. So that sets the stage for what we're up against. But again, we wanted to make space today for 20 minutes of discussion on questions or thoughts. So start to run the queue. So Sam Brandon, you're first up.
Thanks for this, Sam Brandon with Agenick Infrastructure. I'm not confident if I fully understand what was presented as the three options on slide 16, but I guess my high-level question is, so assume you have a 100 megawatt generator and an 100 megawatt load, and that load may or may not be a CLR or a PCLR, but in either case, with that generator, and just assume that the generator is already, planning guide 6.9, so it's that far advanced in the FIS process. So that generator's existence, the deliverability value that that generator contributes to the system would be socialized to the whole system rather than giving that load an increase in their LCP. Is that right?
You're clarifying. So you're saying absent any changes to language, so absent the BYOG concept, if that generator meets 6.9, then it would be added to the models, and that generation, those megawatts are socialized, to use your term. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, so that existence of that generator is not going to immediately bump up the LCP for that co-located load. It will be shared across the batch.
Under today's paradigm, yes.
Okay. And I guess this is where I'm not quite sure if any of these three cases presented was intended to capture this, but assuming that that generator was previous to Planning Guide 6.9, or I guess it doesn't really matter where you are in the planning process, but assuming that, it just had the interconnection agreement signed and didn't otherwise satisfy the other criteria. So under PIGR 127, we're going to ultimately kind of, elect which supply beyond the traditional criteria is going to be included in the models. And so if that generator is being developed specifically to support the co-located load, I guess if then ERCOT elects to study that generator as if it's going to exist and then kind of socialize that deliverability value, I foresee an issue with that, because then the developer of that generator is explicitly doing so to support their own load, and they're not going to actually develop it if their own load is not advancing on the same timeline. So I'm not sure if.
Yeah, so I think that's why we're trying to come up with a construct here where, and that's what we're trying to propose here, is a construct where that load then gets credit for bringing that generation.
Okay.
So it's the existing paradigm, you're absolutely right, like there is no credit. But under this paradigm, what we're trying to move to is, this proposal is that the load does get credit for bringing that generation.
Okay, and I guess the last caveat there is when I say generator, I also mean energy storage resource. So I guess, is that intention expected to capture energy storage resources as well?
Under the self-limiting facility construct, it's whatever resource you want to use to achieve that is, I think there are no limitations here.
But then the separately registered energy storage resource would be exposed to the SLF limit?
Well, I'm just not sure what you mean by separately. It's, what do you mean by separate?
So assume that you have a separately registered energy storage resource and a separately registered, what may be a PCLR.
Okay. Okay.
Will the export value of that energy storage resource be? Will you be able to credit the low deliverability with the?
Not in batch zero.
Okay.
Open to other ideas once we get past June 1, but I think for batch zero, I don't think that we're able to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I would just call out that I think that creates a pretty significant kind of discrepancy in treatment that's going to kind of have perverse consequences, but that's my overall comment. Thanks.
Bill Barnes.
Thanks, Matt. Let's start with slide 16, and I guess a couple general statements that I've repeated a few times here. One is something's better than nothing. So we'd be willing to take a look at and figure out how to work with a more narrow, restrictive BYOG arrangement in batch zero than to scrap everything and say, well, we'll try next time for batch one. That would at least give us an idea on what ERCOT's trying to solve for and what you may be concerned with. That's point one. And even on like operations restrictions in certain contingencies, like put the requirement on us. So, and I know there's probably reasons to be concerned about if you're a BYOG arrangement and there's a unit trip, what happens? Well, tell us what you would need to see, right? Do we got to clear it in 4 cycles? We can have the relay systems paired with batteries that can react in milliseconds and it's quiet. So I would rather see that than just say, we're not going to be able to figure this out. So that's comment one. Comment two is also similar to what Sam's alluding to, I think there's a lot of opportunity to get a requirement or arrangement in batch zero that we can then evolve over time. Like we will have time to figure out all 3 of these things and even more so for batch 1 and beyond. So let's see what we can start with and then move forward with. On the 3 options here, which those all look great, it would be amazing if those were all options in batch zero. I think that's probably unlikely from what I'm hearing today. The preferences of those of us that are actually developing these sites, at least right now, can change next week, but the preference would be we would accept more restrictions on import limit if we can bring the data center up sooner. Like if you tell us we can't see the large load hit the ERCOT system whatsoever, but you can energize the data center after the generation resource has fully commissioned, we would take that deal. And then we would operate and we would look at what we could do later on after the load's finished its batch study and we've got more rules in place on how we can operate that combined site. So that's another point of feedback is understanding the limits and timing limits and operational requirements to try to get something in soon in the next few weeks. to Sam's question, similar to Sam's question, is, and this goes to maybe we're limited now, but what about later? Assuming we can't do anything in batch 0, or the rules that ERCOT proposes doesn't really meet the requirements. So we would have potentially a scenario where a load is studied in batch 0 separately. The generation resource, which is co-located, completes its FIS and is through that process that we could maybe tie them together in a later batch. That's another kind of comment, because I think just because we don't have rules for batch 0 doesn't mean you're not going to have co-located sites in batch 0. They just won't be. You won't tie them together in batch 0. That may need to happen later if we can figure that part out too. And then Matt, on the next slide, the goal for the revision requests. So PRS and Ross, we'll go through will we get a draft set of revision requests filed kind of like we did today, or are we thinking that you'll actually have something formally filed, and the PRS and Ross will dedicate time, kind of like a little mini workshop within those meetings to go through those details?
That's the hope. So it's definitely try and get draft language there. If we've dropped the comments in formally, that would be great, but it's trying to get it. If we have a 90% fit, let's talk about it in detail at those meetings.
Okay, great. Thanks for the work on this, guys. Really appreciate it.
All right, next up is Sandeep Sharma.
Hey, Matt. My question is on slide number 16. And I think the framework that you have presented, in my opinion, I think it works really well. One thing that I did not get clarity is, are you thinking the load will be required to register as a load resource?
No.
Okay.
And that's why, the CLR and all that stuff, that's different. This is firm load.
Right. No. The reason I say load resource is it doesn't have to be CLR, it doesn't have to be a NCLR, but it could just be a load resource, because if you remember, SLF is currently, was practiced a few months ago before we went into RTC plus B, where a SLF facility had a battery, and the battery was modeled both as a load and a generation, right? So that framework already exists if you write it in terms of so in my opinion, I think if I'm wearing my old hat, I'm thinking it fits better if you just require the load registration. It doesn't have to be a CLR or NCLR, but I think it overall fits into the structure that you already have.
Very good. Yeah, that came up as an idea earlier this week from someone, internal ERCOT too.
Okay.
So, okay, thanks for that. Exploring it, that makes it easier. All right, next, Harsh.
Harsh Naika, Encore. Matt, your example of 1,000 megawatt of load and 1,000 megawatt of generation on a 69 kV line kind of spooked me. And what I got thinking about was what happens when the generation trips, and whatever mechanism you have in place to make sure that there is self-limit of 0 megawatts does not work. And I guess that is to ask, would you all be looking at that instability to make sure that there are no significant impacts where you cannot manage that through your operation tools, and make sure we sort of design it such that you can handle those kind of impacts if you lose the generation?
I'll say I think our primary goal is to figure out that configuration that guarantees it doesn't become that scenario. That's why we put in things like reverse power relays, or 3 of them on top of each other, or whatever Bill Barnes wants to build to make sure this will never, ever, ever spill out into the line.
Okay.
So or you can't do this on 69 kV.
Yeah, and that's helpful. But when you design that system, though, even the number of cycles you have to trip that load, if that does happen, becomes very important, right? It just depends on what is the significance of the event. So just making a point that it's worth thinking about, that there may be a significant impact that you all need to think about. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, Harsh. Ned.
Keeping with my theme of asking the simple questions. So this list of 3 right here, it wasn't entirely clear to me from your voiceover. Are all 3 being considered as, are they being considered mutually exclusively for the batch zero, or is it you're looking at maybe a kind of a scaling up from 1, 2, and 3?
Yeah, number 3 satisfies the other 2. Yes,
Gotcha.
it's definitely
Okay.
scaling up. And I'd never circled back to number 2. The reason we may put that, instead of using the batch load limit of 100 and ramp it back to 0 and say that's what we have to live with, is if the idea we have to put a RAS or something in place for the backing down of that load in the event of a gen loss. So that was why it was 0 is even in that middle piece there, because of some operational concerns around it. But yes, you're right. If we get number 3, the other 2 are all covered.
Those are taken care of. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Question I could answer. All right. Broth.
Hey, Matt. So right now you're only looking at one same POI. Is that accurate? Or can we have electrically separated?
We're keeping this very simple.
One POI.
POI. Okay. Self-limited.
The second question is the option 3. When should I tell you about the size of the gen? For example, batch 0 results come out, right? And I have a 200 megawatts of firm load. Can I then size my generator at that point so that I can size it to 800 megawatts at that point to get 1,000 megawatts of load approval?
I don't think that we've talked about this. This may be a good point. We are expecting that you already have a GINR number going into batch 0, and so you have both GINR and a LLI number, and you tell us that those 2 things are connected.
Oh, okay. That's a super important clarification. Thank you. So we need to essentially already tell you what the size of generator is before?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you, Broth. Sandeep Borkar?
Yeah, just to follow up on that same question, how further along does that gen needs to be? I heard that you need a GINR number, but does it need a FIS application filed, or what state should it be?
Yeah, I think that's TBD. I think TBD on how much it needs to have progressed early. I think on the back end, if it cannot have already met Planning Guide 6.9 for inclusion in the planning model, those requirements. Otherwise, we're already planning the system as if that generator is there. So you haven't really brought anything new. That's the logic.
Yeah, that's helpful. I think that will be a helpful clarification as we work into the process, because we'll have questions on, hey, can I include my gen in this BYOG or SLF scenario? The second question was, the way this is shaping up is I think you'll be limited by whatever that SLF scenario is going into the batch. Is there a exit ramp for these loads to get off of the gen in the longer term cases?
Yeah, generally speaking, that's what we're assuming. Again, I tried to give the example, and maybe it's not very clear. If it is 5 generators serving 1 load out in an area, it may be self-limiting as it's going in, but transmission may not be needed. That we would want to be able to have a final study on all the gen and all the load to say, yes, it is now fully interconnected. So there's kind of a way to, it's almost, I've seen it, we haven't talked this internally. This is almost a transient type construct to operate as the load's getting ahead of the gen, now the gen's ahead of the load. And we've had people really worried about, well, what if this doesn't all magically show up at the same time? So the self-limiting circle around it is to say, grow with the load that is served in the area, and if you don't need a transmission project at the end of this all, then maybe it's already there. But if it's 1 gen, 1 load, it won't satisfy G-1. So ERCOT, I believe, in the planning study, would see that site and say, it's not secure, we need a new transmission out to that facility. So again, it kind of depends, but those are the 2 extremes of, is transmission needed, and how do you exit out of that? We haven't finished all those details.
Yeah, because I'll be curious to know are you going to study the full load in the batch without a gen, or?
Yeah, that was the idea of getting to that load allocation. Yes.
Okay.
All right, next was Ned, then Bill, and Broth, and we'll have to wrap it up at that point just so we can get to lunch, guys. Ned.
Thank you, Matt. Bill, thank you for jumping in so I'm not between everybody and lunch.
Thank you for that. I agree with Bill on the BYOG component that we kind of need to know what else we need to do to improve our lie here, not just go to zero with a trip. So to the extent ERCOT and its modeling can tell us, well, if you'll add these types of assets, that would be helpful. Matt, I heard in the SLF limit, it would be set it and forget it. Is that correct?
Well, for the year at least, whether or not there's construction or things that change. But this is not like CLR that can move into different shoulder hours of the day and take more power.
And no seasonal component?
No.
Okay.
At least at this point for batch zero. I mean, we can keep talking but for study, this is the idea of having controls tightly, not a wall, but a control system that we know that's going to be set and managed like breakers rather than kind of easing in and out of different parts of the day. I hadn't thought about seasonal.
Okay. Slide 16 on your 3 ranges of operation. We have already heard from Encore and I think ERCOT, you guys need this 1,200 megawatt CCGT in the location where it's being built. It's needed. But I thought what I was hearing was that we were being limited on what we can deliver from that unit to the grid under this scenario. Did I mishear that?
If we end up with option 1, which is you end up in a net arrangement, number 1, with an agreement that says our business case is to serve load, and because of ERCOT's concerns, we're going to have to just serve our load, and that's all we do for now.
You're islanded.
Yep, you're islanded.
Okay, but yeah, so if we go
but
to
option 2
3,
yep.
Option 3 would be preferable, right?
For y'all,
from my perspective.
For everybody, yes. Yes.
Yeah, would it be best for the grid too?
Yes.
Okay.
So just that progression, I think the question came up again, so I'll answer it again to see if I have it right. Option 1 is the worst case scenario. Good news, you can connect. Bad news is you can't import or export. You're locked in. You're an island. Number 2 is good news. As gen comes online that exceeds your load, you can spill onto the grid. You can help ERCOT's reliability. SCED will dispatch the excess generation onto the grid up to as much as you have. And then the third one is what everyone would like is, can I use at least my base load from the ERCOT system, and can I export generation? Can I do both? And we'd love to get there. We just don't know if we can.
I think we can do it, Matt. I got confidence in you.
Matt, just to clarify, you said in 1 you could have auxiliary power, though, right?
Well, to satisfy the generation, if we can reliably serve it, yes.
Yeah, and I apologize for folks on WebEx, but somebody waved their hands when we were talking about this internally, and I thought it was helpful for me, so I'm going to wave my hands in there. So option 1 is you're just at 0 megawatts. Option 2 is you have to be at 0 megawatts on the load side, but we allow the gen to go onto the grid. That's option 2. And then option 3 is that we also allow the load to connect. Or to pull from the grid. So that's the range of options.
Yep, very good. Wax on, wax off. All right, and then where are we at? So to Bill Barnes, and then Broth, and then lunch.
Yeah, thanks. Just respond to Harsh's concern, which is something that we would probably be concerned with as well. That's one of the examples of a restriction that we might want to see and need to have in batch 0 temporarily, which is you're limited to what voltage level you can do this at. That's kind of one part. And then also, back to my suggestion is we would rather see what your concerns are and tell us what to design towards. So if we got a clear fault in core cycles or whatever, we can figure that out. We can put batteries back there. There's other things we can do. And then, Jeff, I'm just looking at the chat. On the on the generation side, what would be considered. At some point, every generation project is going to end up meeting, 6.9.
Yeah.
So, what's the cutoff?
It's at the beginning of the batch study. So at the beginning of the batch, then if that generation already meets the 6.9, whatever it is, paragraph 1, if it already meets that, it will already be included in the models, the planning models.
Yes.
And so, in essence, we're already assuming that generation is there. And so you're not, we're not going to give you credit for something we were already assuming is there. But yeah, afterwards is fine, as long as on the day that we start the batch study that doesn't already meet 6.9, then I think that we would consider that as BYOG generation.
So if you've met 6.9 and there's a co-located load there that is being studied in the batch, how would that be treated differently than in front of the meter load?
You would get this treatment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially this treatment.
Okay, great, thanks.
All right, last question, Broth.
Jeff, so you need the GINR number by July 24th, or is there
I think that's TBD, what that date is.
All right. So with that, we stand adjourned for lunch to come back at 1:30. And when we get back, it'll be the ERCOT will walk through the comment disposition. Then it'll be the market stakeholder comments that were filed. They'll have a chance to hit the podium with any update walking through the comments. And the last piece is going to be the 58481 walk down with Broth. So thank you much. We stand on recess until 1:30. All right, so AG, if you want to start, I'm sorry, we're going to start with the ERCOT comments filed. And I know we had a primer slide to kind of set up that discussion here. So the idea, again, we're going to do the review of ERCOT comments, and then we'll turn the microphone over to the stakeholders that filed comments, and then we'll do the 58481 with Broth. All right. Thanks. Let me things opening the files. So I'm going to go to the revision request site. So that'll be kind of the lay of the land here over the next few minutes if you want to follow along. We don't post these materials because they're all publicly available as part of this. And all right, so we'll start off. Wow, what are we up to? 44 sets. All right. Rapid pace. Very exciting. All right, there you go, AG.
Thank you. Okay, AG Springer, ERCOT again. Okay, so we're going to go back to the slides for one moment.
So just to level set here, so I'm going to talk through what at a high level, what we had in our April 4th comments. These, in general, these addressed comments that were filed by stakeholders on or before March 20th. There were some comments that came in after March 20th, but before, comments started kind of flowing in the last few days in response to our April 4th comments. We have not forgotten about those that came in after March 20th. We will cover those in subsequent comments, as well as some of the issues that were not resolved in these comments. So there were a number of topics that we said, well, we're still working on this, and those will be in the future comments as well. So what's in these? Additional clarifications and corrections that were intended to either fix typos or small structural ambiguities or things along those lines. A lot of those were discussed at the last two workshops. Also in response to some stakeholder feedback where we might need a little bit more explicit language to clarify that a requirement exists. Those were added as well. We did make some changes to the world of valid studies, especially adding the Permian Basin reliability plan loads as valid. And that broadened the universe of studies that have reached the kind of safe harbor. One of the things that we really tried to do as well is clarify about the batch zero
study scope. So there had been some suggestions that this go to TSPs for approval or some other methodology for it being kind of pre-approved. And we searched for a middle ground there of presenting it to RPG and incorporating stakeholder feedback from that body prior to the commencement of batch 0. So that was the response to those comments. In a few sections, commenters noted ambiguities on who was doing what. And so we sought to clarify that, especially around the language in section 932, which defines the study. There were comments that did, we thought, a really good job of clarifying roles and responsibilities, so we did incorporate those. Number of alignments and inconsistencies between different provisions were addressed, and tried to ensure that we're continuing to eliminate places where two different steps have to happen at the same time, even though one depends on the other. And so I think there's potentially some more work to do there in the next round of comments, but we are making progress. Yeah, and then a couple of areas. So the biggest one that it remains unaddressed is the year 6 allocation issue. That remains unaddressed in these comments. That is not to say that we are dismissing stakeholder feedback, or we have heard the feedback. It just we weren't able to really identify a path forward by our target to file this by April 3rd. So that will be a issue that we continue to discuss and work ahead of the next round of comments. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so switching over to the comments itself. So this is our April 4th comments. I guess I'm not going to. I don't think it makes sense for me to read through because the summary slide largely got that. But I will just note that starting on page 3 and ending on page 37, you'll find a table that attempts to address basically every individual piece of feedback that we received. So you will find the submitting entity, a summary of the comment, any recommendations, and then ERCOT's response. We also tried to identify if there are red lines in the document that explicitly address this comment or not. We incorporated over 20 different commenters worth of feedback here, and so hopefully this gives you all some visibility into how we reviewed and understood your comments. Okay, so I'm gonna go through red lines, and then we'll turn it back to Matt to kind of MC the additional the review of the individual commenters from there. So we'll try not to take too much time from that. So let's see here. I think the first significant edit. So sorry, I'm trying to figure out which. Okay, so we're really looking at our green red lines here. So blue is the original. Pink was our March 17th comments, and then green is this current set of comments. And so you'll notice here in paragraph, so we're, I apologize, 9214, which is the evaluation of validity of studies. The big addition here was the addition of the loads included in the Permian Basin Reliability Plan as being considered valid studies. We did receive quite a few comments on the March 4th date earlier in this paragraph. That is still under review. So we will probably have more to say on that in a future set of comments. Just some cleanup in 922, the main paragraph. We had an old reference from the original Planning Guide 9 that we cleaned up. again, some clarifying wording to make clear that changes in the project development schedule would also be a change that needs to be notified to both the TSP and ERCOT so that we are aware when the development timeline changes. In modification of project information 923, we added some clarifying language about responsibilities related to the notification of dynamic data changing. And I know we've got one in the queue. I'm going to try and get through everything, but Matt, at any point, if it starts to build up and we need to pause for a second, we can definitely do that. Okay. Just clean in section 925, which is required interconnection equipment. Again, just some cleanup. Same thing for the first part of 923. All these cleanups are from places where in the existing planning guide section 9, we had referenced section 9.2.1. And in the existing planning guide 9, there is no subsections. There are no subsections of that. We wanted to be very clear in what we were referencing in the new batch 0 framework. And so that's why you see a lot of places where 921 is crossed out. And then 9211 and 9212 are more explicitly added. But again, that is just intended for clarification purposes. Okay. So moving now to the study itself. So we're in section 9.3.2. You'll find here the explicit statement that we will bring the study scope to the regional planning group. And then we also replaced the existing paragraph. What became, with that addition, that became paragraph 4, but we replaced that with largely consistent with red lines submitted, I believe, by CenterPoint that create a more defined set of responsibilities and timelines around within the study and also with the identification of transmission upgrades. And then a more explicit statement was also added that it will be ERCOT's responsibility to determine the amount of load that can be served reliably for each year as part of the study process. So nothing is changing with what we had intended to happen, but there's a lot of clarifying language that gives, I think, everybody better visibility into what we are saying there. Okay, moving now to the agreement, the commitment phase. Couple of small text edits, and then one of the things that we realized was ambiguous is that in the event that the IA, the full interconnection agreement IA that is required as part of this section ends up being for less than the original requested amount, that we need that to be reflected in the load commissioning plan as well to mirror that. And so that was, I guess I would best describe that as an oversight, is in the event the customer elects to move forward with a lower amount, we need to have that identified. And then subsequent to that, just a couple of cleanup edits. Okay, moving into the refinement, again, cleaning up some of the interconnecting DSP, interconnecting TSP language, cleaning up some of the references, but no other major changes here. And then finally in 9.6, just a couple of small edits. Again, this is I will say that section 9.6, you already saw it in the CLR language I presented earlier. I think there are some existing ambiguities that existed in the black line language but are now kind of ambiguous with the new batch 0 process. So this is a section I do expect we'll revisit in our next set of comments as well. Christina, help me out here. Was there anything in 9.7 that we need to highlight? I think there was a couple deletions, but I could use a help on where exactly I need to point to.
I don't think we made any deletions for this round. We were saving those for after April 17th. maybe you already covered it, but back at the top, towards the beginning, we added a new section or new paragraph 921, I think, where we said that the DSP can designate an electric utility or the municipal or cooperative to submit the large loads request on their behalf.
Thanks. Yeah, I started too far down, but yes, that was again another edit to clarify roles and responsibilities. So thanks for reminding me on that. So I think that is all the substantive edits in our comments. I see there's a couple comments in the queue, so there are questions in the queue, so we'll go there, and then I'll yield the floor.
Excellent. Thanks, AG. So first up, Michael Jewell.
Yeah, thank you. Michael Jewell, Jewell and Associates. Just a couple of questions. That first slide that you put up that had the summary, one of the questions was with regard to the year 6 note at the bottom. In the context of figuring out kind of that allocation question, will you also be figuring out how financial responsibility or the financial security is handled? Because like if you've got to post 100% of your financial security for all that you requested, the assumption was that you were to have 100% by year 6. Now we're backing that out. What happens with the financial security at the same time?
Yeah, so hard to answer that question without knowing how we're going to potentially address that issue. I don't think there's anything definitive I can say on how this will be addressed yet, but we can keep that in mind.
Yeah, I just wanted to raise it as one of those things that might be helpful to have in there. On the comments document that you talked about at first, one of the comments was, let's see, comments at 21. One of the questions was, or in a number of places in the comments, you said that this will be addressed in future comments. Do we have an idea when those future comments are going to be coming out, like to address, questions with regard to the effectiveness of the RPGs, how those are going to be handled? I know we had some additional comments that just got filed as well on that. Any timeline with regard to the next round of edits from ERCOT?
Yeah, so Michael, we're still talking through that. I think likely ERCOT would not file comments besides the CLR comments. The PCLR comments likely aren't going to file any additional comments until after the PUC open meeting on the 17th. And so I think we would look towards sometime between then and the April 23rd ROS. I'll say roughly that's when we're targeting, but I don't think we've made that determination exactly yet.
Okay, that makes sense. Just kind of a feeling for the timeline is helpful. The other question with regard to the amendment in 9.2.1.4, where you added the Permian Basin as one of the considerations. One of the questions that's come up in this section as well is when you look at, in general, the loads that are, or the studies that are valid, they're kind of tied to, do they meet PIGR 115 requirements? What happens with the studies that were completed before PIGR 115? Are they considered to be valid as well? Because when PIGR 115 was adopted, it said you don't have to step backwards in the process. So the way that this is drafted, it doesn't provide that clarity on how we handle the pre-PIGR 115 studies.
So let me just ask a question back to make sure I understood what I heard there. So was the question is for projects that for large load interconnection requests that had some or all studies completed during the interim interconnection process that existed between 2022 and 2025, are those studies still considered valid under this structure effectively?
Yes.
Yeah. So the answer to that is the intention is that gets captured in B here. So in other words, if those projects have
those studies are intended to fit into the existing PIGR 115 process. So those studies don't need to be redone. That's consistent with what we said in the past. And as long as the project meets the 9.4 and 9.5 milestones, then it falls under B. I think if stakeholders feel that needs to be clarifying language to make that explicit, I think we'd be open to that.
Yeah, no, I think just having that clarification here is very helpful. Cool. Thank you.
Very good, Broth.
Hey. Thank you so much. AG, so now the SSO requirement is moved out to prior energization, right? So it's no longer required to get into QSA.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, sorry,
thanks.
I glossed over that one too.
No,
but,
thank you. Super helpful. The second one is reactive power study. I know there was something about it as well. Is that required before QSA or?
That remains required for QSA.
For
the only
QSA.
change was the SSO.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next, Constance. Constance, are you there? All right, we'll circle back around to you. Shannon.
AG, could you go back to the language that you were referencing when you were answering Michael Jewell's question about the interim projects? It was like paragraph 3.
Yeah, hang on just 1 second.
Okay.
There we go. Had to figure out where it was there. Okay.
So his question was in the context of things that went through the interim process and did not need to go through the PIGR 115 process, trying to make sure there was not a look back on those. The thing that's less than clear to me, if you make it to where it has to be Section 9.9 and Section 9.10, it's not clear to me that why that doesn't subject them to a look back instead of just making it tied to Section 9.10. Am I missing something there?
So I'm going to, before I answer your question, I want to clarify that, make sure I understood what Michael asked.
Sure.
So, Michael, my understanding was basically that you were asking if the studies that were done under the interim process remain good into the PIGR 115 process, and projects that went all the way through to approved studies and energization even in the interim process still remain valid here. Is that, did I understand your question correctly?
Yeah, you've got some loads that had studies before PIGR 115, was around at all. They've been moving through the process. They've been working with their TSPs. They've signed contracts. They've paid kayak. They've gone a long way down the road. They're now getting caught up into the batch zero process, and the question is, are my studies still good? Do I qualify under this language because I didn't do my studies under 9.9 and under the PIGR 115 process? So it's really just being sure that there is not a requirement to go back, because nobody was expecting that they were going to have to.
Yeah, and so I'm gonna restate my answer, and then I'm happy to take your question after that. So the intention, and this is what we communicated at past stakeholder meetings, is that anything from the interim process that was in flight when PIGR 115 was unboxed, that status would transfer into effectively the equivalent status in the PIGR 115 formal process that's defined in Planning Guide 9 currently. And so what that means is if you had studies completed, those studies remain valid, but if the agreements with the TSP were not signed at that point, just under the interim process, this risk exists as well as it does today. There is the risk that the study assumptions might change and the studies might need to be updated. And so it is getting through completed studies as well as the agreements that locks in the study. And that was true under the interim process as well as now.
Well, and just to follow up on that real fast is, if the load signed, did their studies, they signed agreements with the TSP, then kind of one of the other related questions is, do they have to execute a new agreement that matches up with 9.71 or 9.72, or can they continue to move forward with the agreements that they signed earlier on?
Christina, you want that one?
Yeah, Christina Switzer, ERCOT Council. As currently drafted, PIGR 145 would require an interconnection agreement that meets the requirements of the proposal for publication in Project 58481.
Which is making the point I was trying to make. Thanks for clarifying that. So what you're saying, AG, here is not an accurate answer to Michael's question. For interconnect agreements, let's just pick one that was 2024. Interconnect agreement with the utility. It's at that point, it's pre-Senate Bill 6. It's pre-PIGR 115. The only thing that applied back then was the interim large load interconnect process. Would you agree?
The interim large load interconnection process was in effect in 2024.
Correct. So for you here, ERCOT you've consistently kept it in here this way. You're pointing them back, you're making, with the words you've got where you point to section 9.9, you are subjecting these to go back through the PIGR 115 process, even if you say that's not intentional, and I hope it's not intentional. Your words are doing that, though. And she's clarified that's what they're doing. So what is the reticence of getting rid of the section 9.9 piece on this so that you're not forcing them to go back? Because if you point to 9.10, that will have made them have a signed interconnect agreement and meet the requirements of 9.10, which ones that are in that category will have met.
So I guess I don't agree with the characterization that we're forcing anybody to go through restudies. The intention, and this is what I was trying to articulate to Michael, is that if the studies are valid and there's not been a change in assumptions from when it was studied in the interim process, then those studies will carry over into the current formalized process. So when we unboxed the language last year, we did not require every large load, and we didn't require any large loads that were currently in the queue to be restudied unless another project had moved forward and that created that need. So what I'm trying to say is that studies that were conducted during the interim period remain satisfactory for section 9.9. And so that's the...
Can you show us the language in 9.9 that says that then? Because it's pointing, or unless I'm misreading it, and that's possible, it's pointing to your PIGR 115 process. It's right from PIGR 115. It's the old 9.4, and 9.4 existed nowhere before PIGR 115.
Correct. However, the requirement to do that set of studies did exist under the interim process.
Where? Where was that an ERCOT binding document that said that?
In the market notice in March of 2022.
I just reread the thing a second ago and got it up here on the phone. Show us where that's in there, because I do not see that. There's not something in that market notice that will point to the requirements of what is today is 9.4 become 9.9 up here. There's not. So if you think they're there, show us where that's there.
I don't think we have all those materials in place to go through that proof. Was that in your comments also, Shannon, or I'm trying to...
And maybe I'll just reiterate what I said at the end of Michael's comments, which is if the stakeholders feel that there needs to be clarifying language for projects that completed studies during the interim process to clarify that they're treated on an equal level to subsequent, I think we'd be open to that.
And to answer your question, Matt, yes, this pointing to 9.10 instead of 9.9 and 9.10 was in our last set of comments.
Okay, cool. And to have the email also. You're building an argument, which is encouraged, right? Debate. But we're trying to get all the artifacts in one place to connect the dots. I see it's hard to do on the fly. So, okay. Cool.
Just one piece that That's true. We don't have all the documents here in front of us. I would also point you to the frequently asked questions document that we posted that described what was the interim process and the transition to the PIGR 115 process. That might help answer some of your questions here.
All right.
Can I ask a quick follow-up on that? So in the Q&A, one of the things that it said is that in general, the process will in general be required to comply with the remaining steps in PIGR 115 process, but will not generally be required to complete any new PIGR 115 requirements that would apply to an earlier stage of the interconnection process. And so we've got that kind of in that document there. Can we rely on that then?
I think this was a document to help explain the transition process. It was not a binding document, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
All right. Sandeep. And so, I'm sorry, real quick, Constance, someone's going to look at your question online and reply back to you in a few minutes, but we'll keep working the queue here. Sandeep and then John Russ.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I think most of that got discussed in the previous discussion after Shannon's question. Just wanted to point out that the interim process was applicable till December 15 when PIGR 115 was rolled out. And as part of the interim process, you had an exemption for what's considered as a large load that needs to go through the study, the 2-year exemption, which made the difference. Is so to expect that you'll have Section 9.9 being met, you're expecting a study to be, kicked off on December 15th or around that time and be studied and approved by March 4th, which just wouldn't happen given the scale of the studies. So I hear you that there were study requirements done, and a lot of the requirements were discussed via slides and weekly, monthly presentations, and they were applicable for loads that were energizing fast, like a crypto load or something like that. So we did those as well. But you did have these large loads that were ramping up in 3-4 years that didn't necessarily go through that entire process during that time. And I think we have some comments to that effect. But what I heard, AG, from you is you mentioned that tied back to the projects that were initiated during the interim process. And maybe that's one way to look at them as well, is projects that came before December 15 that went through that interim process may be treated in a slightly different manner. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I think we'd be open to additional clarification there, but I do want to just also reiterate that my comments are really just speaking to the continuity between for projects that are in flight in the interim process when Planning Guide 9 became unboxed. So I don't want to imply that we'd necessarily be open to just a blanket grandfathering of everything that was started in the interim process, because some of those, as you pointed out, may have been initiated a few days before the language was unboxed and had no real progress behind them. So, but again, the intention is that studies that were done in the interim process, provided another load did not, go past the post before, those remained valid once we crossed into the current Planning Guide 9 process.
Yeah, I guess would like to get some clarification on what that means when you say loads that were in flight in the process, because technically you're talking about a 3-year time period from 2022 to 2025. And if there were projects that were initiated in 23 or 24 that went into this study cycle and restudy cycle based on the changing requirements through those years, do those fit the bill there, or I heard you say 3 to 4 days before December 15? I agree. I think by July of 2025, it was fairly clear the PIGR 15 language was out there, wasn't approved, but was out there for people to use. But stuff that came, but the challenge there is you cannot give a date and say that's the date you can follow. So there is some ambiguity in terms of what would you consider as in-flight that qualifies here.
I think the question is less about what is in flight and more about meeting the requirements of completed studies and all required agreements and financial security and notice to proceed are in place. And so those are the metrics that we're using to determine eligibility for the batch study. And I think to the extent if we need clarifying language on how that was met in the interim process, we're open to that, but that's still the standard we're trying to use.
All right, thanks. John, Russ, and then back to Shannon. Go ahead, John.
John Russ Hubbard with TIEC. My question is in a slightly different vein on section 9.4, so if I need to be taken later, that's fine too. I don't want to mess up the flow of some of the conversations.
Why don't you go ahead?
Okay. So on section 9.4, paragraph 2, I guess I'm curious on how this applies, or if it applies to loads that are energized and going through the batch process and part of the kind of the base load. My reading is that it wouldn't, because it's only talking about loads that are allocated megawatts. So those loads that are energized then would not have to execute a new interconnection agreement or adjust their interconnection agreement.
Correct. This is intended just to apply to assessed load that receives allocation.
Okay, thank you.
Shannon.
I want to follow up on Sandeep's comments about these loads that were part of the interim process. And it really still ties into that same section I was talking about a while ago. The interim process market notice, it's saying it says this interim process is effective immediately, applies to load interconnection requests that have not been modeled and studied in a completed ERCOT planning assessment, e.g. the RTP, a full interconnection study, or RPG review, and meet the following applicability requirements. And I won't go through all of them, but the one that's most relevant is the first one. It's loads that are within the next 2 years. So it was limited in time to those things within the next 2 years and over 75 megawatts. All of the ones that I'm focused on and care about the most of ours, they do not meet that within 2 years piece. And so in your treatment that you've got them now, you're forcing them to go back through this section 9.9 or the current 9.4 without any recognition that it didn't apply narrowly to that. And so TSPs have been relying on your market notice. Out of that 50 gigawatts of stuff I came up with and presented a couple of meetings back, the vast majority of those have not gone through the separate process. They were not subject to the 9.9 piece the interim process piece. They were just an RPG is how they were treated. And then you talk about the unboxing of Section 9 in December 15th, but that was 6 months after it got PUC, the PUC approval on May 15th. Or for NOGR 1234 or NPR 1234, that was a companion to it. So it went for a full 6 month period where y'all didn't unbox it. And in your impact statement that was filed at TAC, y'all say that it had an implementation date of 2026, and it wasn't even early 2026. So anyone reading y'all's impact statement, what you're putting out, this interim market notice, it's not in the least bit clear you intended to unboxed that on December 15th. There was not some market notice that says it's coming now. Too bad, so sad if you've got these RPG projects or RTP for these loads. That's the piece that I hope you can understand why there's frustration among any of the parties that are a part of these that effectively are being thrown out and being forced back through because of your 9.9 language through PIGR 115. Does that make sense?
So I guess just a couple comments there. First of all, subparagraph B is not the only path into batch zero's base load. Second of all, the statement that there were not market notices as we unboxed both NPRR 1234 and PIGR 115 is incorrect. We are obligated to put out market notices prior to unboxing, and we did. And so I would also add that we attended and presented at multiple stakeholder meetings identifying that the unboxing was going to happen later in 2025. I don't have the impact statement up in front of me, so I don't know what the exact verbiage is there. But I just want to clarify those points.
I agree you have market notices that say they are being unboxed. What's not clear, and I've talked to several of the TSPs and confirmed this, is that RPG filings that they've been working on for many, many, many months. I don't know if you've ever prepared and submitted one of these, but there's a lot of work that goes into that. To prepare and submit those, it takes a long time to put it together. And the piece that was not clear to them is that loads that were already part of an RPG they were working on and communicating to ERCOT prior to that they were working on, were going to be subject to PIGR 115 once you ungray boxed it. I've heard that from multiple TSPs, that was not clear to them. Thus, it wasn't clear to market participants who were working with our TSPs, because they are who we're relying on and they're who's talking to you, to ERCOT.
Yeah, I'm certainly open to hearing from the TSPs on that, but I don't agree with that characterization. We did state publicly at multiple stakeholder meetings that when that language was unboxed, it would apply to all large loads.
So if I took that 50 gigawatts worth of loads that I presented recently out and I gave the RPG filings, if you told them that, then we would expect to see that every one of those loads that were in those have been filed with you here in PIGR 115. AG, I know for sure they've not, because I'm hearing it, and I've had these conversations today with the TSPs that are telling me this.
So, Shannon, let me ask, so are you asking for like another sub-paragraph here? Is that what you're looking for?
What I'm specifically asking for is what was in our comments last Friday.
Okay.
It's the RPGs that have been filed with these large loads in them that were at a very minimum, that were filed before this rule, or y'all's language here got put out on March 4th. That's the very, very, very minimum that I think is reasonable. That those serve as the valid load or the valid study for their reliability piece. In conversations with you, I've understood and agree with you, you do need some load ramp piece, and we tried to, coming out of that by the TSP, and we included that in the language we filed last Friday. That's the main, that and then the eligibility piece. The eligibility piece in 9.2.1.1, we made it point to the section 910, because if you have signed agreements, you don't need force back through this 9.9 piece. If that's narrowly the only issues there that I'm trying to accomplish with this.
Okay.
All right, and so you'll get a chance also to go through your comments here in a few minutes. All right, very good. John Russ. Oh, I'm sorry, Michael Jewell now.
Yeah, thank you. Just one follow-up question, AG. When you were talking about if you had those studies pre-PIGR 115, that they would be valid as long as there hadn't been a change. What I was wondering about is, would those studies be treated this like under 3B there? As long as they had been approved by ERCOT before March 4th, they would come in as firm baseload that's not subject to reallocation. Is that my understanding?
Under the current language, provided that they didn't have to be restudied subsequent, which is the issue with the current process, yes. What I was saying is that if there was a material change that occurred that required the TSP to update the study, which was a risk in the interim process as it is today, but provided that the studies were complete during the interim period and agreements were signed, then it would be treated according to paragraph B there.
Okay, and then like if the studies have been completed, agreements have been signed, and they went into an RPG project where nothing else was going to be changing around them, at least from that, I think that's part of where some of the confusion is coming from.
Yes, so if they had interim studies and then were subsequently placed in an RPG process, that doesn't do anything to the interim studies.
Okay.
And there's also, I'll also point to, let's see if we can find it here. So this is paragraph 4B, Romanet I. In the event that the large load meets multiple criteria above, then it would be given the place, whatever the date that gives it the best place on the list is how we would order it. So if it went through the interim LOLA studies and then was was included in RPG submission, then the LOLA studies would be the date that we would use.
And what date would qualify them there? Would it be the date that ERCOT originally approved the studies? Would it be the date that they were submitted in the RPG?
The date is either for subparagraph A is the date of RPG acceptance or ERCOT endorsement, depending on if ERCOT endorsement was required. For the LILA studies, it's the date that both are simultaneously true, that the studies are approved and all required agreements are in place. In other words, the sections 9.5 and 9.10.
So if they happen to be in an RPG study that has been under consideration by ERCOT for a long time, looks like it may be on a track to be approved by the board in April, they're out of this. They're
assessed according to the ordering ladder that is in paragraph 4, but that is still a valid path into the review.
As firm baseload?
Potentially as firm baseload. If an April 4th approval would put them after March 4th, but we would still consider as potential baseload, depending on if there's, according to the valid studies test that's described in paragraph 4.
Yeah, it's that word potential that it really has people unnerved.
I think we received multiple comments about that. So.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you, AG. Don't go too far. So we're going to switch over, do some very high-level math here. We have 8 commenters. So if each of them takes 7 minutes, that'll take us an hour. So what I'm going to do is go back to, I have not confirmed with who wants to speak. I'm just going to assume everyone does. So what I'll do is, on our slides here, un momento. Okay, so here's the list. So what I'll do is, Andrew, if you're online, did you want to go through your comments? And I'm happy to open them here at the podium.
Hey, Matt, you can go ahead, and I'll defer till later on if I can go at the end.
So, I'm sorry, you're saying you're going to yield your position to let the next person speak, and then you want to be the last one?
Yeah, just go ahead, Matt. Yeah,
Okay.
You can skip me.
Okay, very good. I think then we're on to Shannon.
minute. Yes, if you'd pull up our comments that we submitted on 4.3.
This is they. Go ahead.
Thanks. If we'll scroll down to 9.2.1.1, the eligibility criteria piece.
Nine point two point two point
9.2.1.1.
9.2. AG makes this look so easy.
He does.
Mm-hmm. Yep. There it is.
So in paragraph D, so in 1D2, this is one of those places where we change the criteria piece, as I was talking about a while ago. Right now, the way you've got it is everything gets pointed to 9.7.2, and that's the language. If you go read it, it has all of your projected 58.481 requirements in it. So loads, I'll take back to my hypothetical a while ago, a 2024 signed interconnect that was signed before Senate Bill 6. It was signed before you had PIGR 115 that remained gray box for 6 months. It's now being forced without making this change that we've got here, and I'll credit Andy Schaefer as the one who did the best job, and I actually just copied what they had put here. You're forcing them over to go through the not even yet approved 58.481 requirements and effectively invalidating their existing contract. And so that's why this needs to be changed in here to be tied to 9.10. And so let me pause and see if that makes sense. Do you understand what I'm saying here and why?
Yeah, not entirely, Shannon. But I guess as you know, to continue our exchange earlier, I still don't. I'm not in agreement that this forces back through 9.10.
Well, if we go read 9.7.2, it has the 50,000 a megawatt study fee, and I mean I could run through all the pieces of it, AG, that it has in there, but how can you say you don't think that applies when that's exactly what's in 9.7.2? And this will be to loads that long predate Senate Bill 6, PIGR 115 on their interconnect agreements.
Sure. Christina Switzer, ERCOT Counsel. I think as we have explained before, and as Barksdale has explained in previous workshops, with the introduction of Senate Bill 6, that set a new bar for large loads seeking interconnection. We are talking about large loads here that have not energized. They are seeking interconnection. And so we have used what the PUC put out as their best thinking on the implementation of Senate Bill 6. And for base loads that are going to be considered firm going forward, that are being allocated confirmed megawatts in batch 0, they are expected to meet the interconnection agreement requirements that we have included in 972 that we have agreed we may change based on commission guidance on April 17th. So that is a discussion that we will continue to have as we get further guidance from the commission. But that's the explanation.
In 58.481, there's the growth impact statement. I've quoted it to you in recent meetings. I'll quote it here one more time. Paragraph 6 says this proposed rule will not expand, limit, or repeal existing regulation. Existing regulation we have today does not have that requirement. In other words, reading that, it applies to future when this rule becomes effective for future contracts. Paragraph 7 says, the one right below it, the proposed rule will not change the number of individuals subject to the rule's applicability. Because once it's applicable, it'll apply to those people. But these two statements right here, right out of the growth impact statement of 5841, are completely inconsistent with ERCOT trying to apply it here in a retroactive way.
So let me maybe just cut off, because I don't think we're going to solve that here today, because I think ERCOT is going to take the direction that the Commission gives us on this particular issue. So I think that I think we're just going to go around in circles here today. So I think it's probably more,
Jeff.
more
I just
efficient.
didn't think the Commission had told you to put it in there this way, because the Commission rule, if they believe the statements they've quoted, I sure suspect they do, it only applies forward from when that's passed, and unless there's somewhere else written down that they said we want it to apply in a retroactive way to all these others. That's the piece we're struggling with.
I think, I don't want to speak for Barksdale because he's not here today, but I think he's in the past stated that they're maybe reading that a little different than the way you're reading it. And I don't know, ERCOT, we're not in a position that we're going to make that interpretation. I think we're going to take the direction, the guidance that they give us, and that's what we're going to try to follow for this. And so, it's probably best to leave it at that.
All right. So on that, it sounds like you need us to take that issue up with the commissioners and get them to direct you to make this change. Is that what you're saying? Because if we can't
I think
do it
that's
in this
consistent
form,
with what our comments said that were posted, that if you have a different opinion about what you would like to see, file those comments with the PUC.
Okay. The next piece is 9.2.1.4, paragraph 3. This was the RPG piece. And here for the reasons I was laying out a while ago when we were having the prior exchange related to Michael Jewell's questions and Sandeep's, the December 15th, I agree, that is when you unboxed PIGR 115. Couldn't agree more. There was a 6-month period between the time the commission last saw it in May 15th and y'all unboxed it on this 6 months later, December 15th. During that time, the interim language that we talked about is what was in effect, and the interim language only applied to loads that were 2 years and in, and you had RPG projects that were underway that were being developed by the TSPs, and we've established how long that process is. So the change here we made is, while I hear and can agree you did unbox on December 15th, it is not clear for all the reasons we talked about earlier why that should be retroactive. And it could have been March 4th or something, but we tied it to April 1st for the reason that the PUC rule in 58.480, which is not an ongoing rulemaking, it's actually a proposed rule, is very clear that for RPG studies that are studied prior to the load submission for the 2026 RTP, which was April 1st was the deadline, those are to continue to be studied with the previous methodology for submission for those. So we've made that change for that reason, because at least it's rooted in a PUC, an actual PUC rule that's not an ongoing rulemaking. And that's the logic for making that change there. Also, we added language here in that same paragraph. This was me trying to take a stated issue that Jeff has talked about previously and was a subject in our last batch process meeting. I think Sandeep had asked a question in the last meeting, how will you, for the RPGs you are planning to count, If, the RPG's the end state year, I'll make it up, it's 2030 in a study, and there may have been 5, 6, 7 loads in there. Truthfully, the system has the ability to serve, first of all, not all those loads want power of the maximum amount in year one. Many of them are sequential in nature and have a ramp to them. But the system's ability to support some fair amount of that exists today in many cases, not in all cases. So I tried to suggest something here that the RPG sponsor that had submitted it, to the degree they get you a ramp, something that's meets the function, it's a load commissioning plan meeting the functional requirements of paragraph 7 of 999, then you would have a ramp schedule you would be able to use for those, and you wouldn't default to waiting and giving them zero allocation when there's clearly grid capacity out until the year that the RPG full set of upgrades were made. We think that's super, super important, or otherwise you're going to be unnecessarily restricting. It's not like Texas is fully open for business. If there's capacity that exists and you don't allocate it out to the loads that were a part of that, or don't allow the TSPs to help you solve that problem. So that was a key part of that recommendation there. Same comment on the April 1st date. Then go to paragraph 4. It's really the same comments that I'd made back on paragraph 3, but what I did here was drew a bright line of those RPGs that were filed after 4.1. They had to go through the prioritization process just like any other load. I was trying to make that piece clear in what I was changing there. And then lastly, if you go down to paragraph E of that section, it was trying to put in the coordination piece with the interconnecting TSP, DSP. It's just taking a page out of CenterPoint's prior comments on that I thought were good. And then the last piece, you scroll down slightly further, is CenterPoint in their comments they had filed previously mentioned the 3% shift factor cutoff. That is what ERCOT has used for the longest time in all of your studies. They had suggested putting that in here and codifying it. I completely agree. Then you've got something objective that everybody's working off of. And then the only modification I made to that was when using a distributed slack bus methodology instead of the WA Parish slack bus that's in the case, you need to do a distributed slack bus approach, or you get erroneous, you get inconsistent, non-meaningful outcomes. And when I mentioned that in one of the prior meetings, I thought Jeff had agreed with, or nodded that seemed to make sense. That's the narrow set of comments we have. They're only around the eligibility piece, making sure existing contracts aren't getting retroactively thrown into a future set of requirements when you have binding contracts that are out there today and they're in studies. And then the RPG piece. Thank you.
Very good. And Shannon, there's some people that jumped in the queue while you were presenting, so we'll run through 3. Michael, Andrew, and then John Russ.
Thanks.
Michael first.
Thanks, Matt. If you could go to page 12 of the comments, this is where we were first talking about 9.2.1.1D. Yeah, right there. With regard to D2, I don't have a solution to this yet, but I just wanted to be sure that it was on folks' radar screen. I was able to just give a heads up to Christina as well that there's an issue. But this reference to having the load has executed an interconnection agreement that meets the requirements defined in 9.1.7.2 or 9.7.2. There's kind of a circular problem here because one of the requirements in 9.7.2 is that you post financial security for system upgrades that are necessary to reliably serve the ILLE. That is an output of the batch study process. So as a practical matter, you can't have it as part of the required inputs. So there's a circular issue here that I know you all are wrestling with, but I just wanted to highlight that.
All right. Thanks, Michael. All right. Andrew.
Hey, guys. Andrew Shopper, Shopper Energy Consulting. Thanks for taking the time and running us through these comments. This is great. And thanks, Shannon, for presenting on your comments as well. This is maybe back to the issue that I think Christina and Shannon were discussing a minute ago, but on the same provision, we've made comments to this. I know ERCOT is waiting on guidance from the commission on this point, in which, from what I'm hearing, is going to be delivered on or before potentially April 17th. If the commission does not issue guidance to ERCOT around the retroactive application of interconnection standards, which again should never be the assumption, it should always be something that's directed, and frankly, just again, this is pretty unsettling that folks are going to be entering into these interconnection agreements that are going to be somehow unwound or amended with no time, right? So that's another thing I just want to highlight. It's the timeline on this is not going to work very well either. But ERCOT's going to be put into the unenviable position of imposing retroactive interconnection standards without a completed commission rulemaking. And I don't see any other way to get to that endpoint here without that being the case. So absent the guidance from the commission on this point, I would just continue to urge ERCOT on this point specifically that's on the screen to revert to language as Shannon indicated. And we have in past comments, which will reinforce that the current law is binding until replaced, and that changes to the interconnection standards are prospective, not retroactive. Again, I mean, not to get too far into this, we pointed it out in our last comments, but Texas law is clear about the fact that retroactivity of a statute is never assumed. So it has to be stated explicitly for this not to wind up open to a legal challenge. So I just want to point that out. That's going to be, this is going to affect a lot of people's interconnection agreements. So I'll yield the rest of my time.
All right, thank you, Andrew. John Russ.
John Russ over to TIEC. Also, circling back to the conversation with Christina, I guess for loads that have not energized but are included in base load, my reading of 9.4 was that it still only applied, the new interconnection agreement requirement still only applied if the loads were subject to an allocation. Am I misunderstanding something?
That's not the way I read it.
Sorry, Christina Switzer, ERCOT Council. Loads that are considered base loads that have not energized, or I don't have it right in front of me, but met the QSA requirement, I think it's C, they have, all the other loads have to have met the requirements for the interconnection agreement in 58.481. So that's what it's section 972 in PIGR 145. If you are a to be studied load subject to allocation, then you enter into the intermediate agreement in 971, which is based on the intermediate agreement requirements in 58.481. Coming out of the allocation, once you receive that, that's when those studied loads have to enter into a conforming interconnection agreement.
Understood. So just to be clear, it's for loads that haven't energized, the gating item is meeting the 972 requirements. So even though they are base load, they don't have to meet it during the commitment phase because they've already met it at the previous phase. Okay, thanks.
Correct.
All right, so we're going to transition over. The queue is clear, so we'll go over to Lee. Do you want me to pull up Cypher comments?
That's okay, Matt. I've just got a few seconds worth. Essentially, my comments were to request that ERCOT amend and fix the issue around the intermediate interconnection agreement, the potential for someone to have paid $50,000 per megawatt for megawatts that eventually get reallocated. And I'm hearing that in the testimony that Commissioner Gleason gave today in the Texas House, that he indicated that that's what they're planning on doing, probably coming out on April 16th or whenever that date was. So seems like that issue is being cleared up. That's all I had.
Thanks for the real-time update. All right. Engine number 1, Adam Taylor. If you're online, did you want to present any questions or go through your comments?
This is Bill Bojorquez, Matt.
Hey, Bill.
I'm going to be covering the comments by engine number 1.
Excellent. Would you like me to open the comment form?
Put the introduction on the web page.
Oops. Sorry, missed it. There you go.
So I'll get going. This is Bill Bojorquez again on behalf of engine number 1. ERCOT and stakeholders have expressed an interest in the BYOG, or bring your own generation co-location model. Under the self-limiting facilities, the transmission planning folks do not assume the simultaneous full load at the POI as a result of the co-location. This has a lot of benefits. Number 1, it reduces grid congestion. Number 2, lowers transmission costs for all consumers. 3, it can provide excess generation and operating reserves. And number 4, provides high reliability and can reduce upward pressure on power prices. There's been discussion today about the range of operations from 0 megawatt intake to allowing some amount of load and full generation output, and we are in support of that. But to advance the discussion, we provided these comments to facilitate BYOG participation in batch 0 by creating a path for batch eligibility while getting some credit for bringing the new generation that is not currently in the plan. We agree that it should not be generation that has met section 6.9. So if we can go to the specific options in red line. So engine 1 provides...
Do you know what section that was in, Bill? Sorry.
It's going to be in the base load designation.
Anybody? 9211. There it is. Okay. Is this where you want to be, Bill?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So these, we provide 4 options. They're independent, so you don't have to agree to all 4. Only one of these options should work. But option 1 and 2 are under the base load assumptions or designation. And what we would recommend is that those that have an energization date on or after January 1, 2028, and the generator has submitted or is undergoing a full interconnection study, then we could agree to co-locate the large load as part of the FIS, as long as we meet the requirements in the application sections for the FIS, and they're behind a common POI. So that's kind of option 1. Option 2 is similar, where you have submitted an FIS, but because we didn't have this BYOG concept before, some folks have done a LLI and an FIS. So option 2 would recognize that those two may be combined, as long as they're under the same POI or POIB, or service delivery point, and as long as they are under review, again, under the proper FIS and LLI protocols. So those are options 1 and 2. Options 3 and 4 are the same. Basically, option 1 mirrors option 3, and option 2 is the exact same language as option 2, except that they would be subject to load allocations. So they're in the load allocation sections, there you go, of PIGR 145. So I'll stop there and open it for questions.
All right, there's no questions in the room. I will thank you for the language to help us jumpstart the BYOG development. But yeah, we'll open it up for any comments or questions on Bill's approach.
All right, thank you, Matt.
All right, thank you, Bill. All right, we'll pivot back to the presentation. I keep doing this. So I have two versions of this thing open. Apologies. There we go. All right, LCRA. Will this be Blake or Sandeep?
Hey, Matt, Blake Holt with LCRA. I'll cover. And while you're pulling up the comments, just wanted to confirm if we introduced red lines, y'all are planning on providing feedback similar to your last set of comments?
We are hoping to. We'll see if we do that same granularity the way we did, but yes.
Okay, well, I'll introduce everything, and perhaps we can take some feedback live if that works out as well. So for our first 2 points, and we can just stay to get the concepts out, these first 2 points point back to some of the comments Sandeep made earlier. So recognize that we may be able to tailor our red lines to point more specifically at the interim scenario that was discussed earlier, but what we essentially tried to point out is there are some large loads that were exempt from the Lillis process and did not meet criteria for an RPG, and under the current PIGR, these would not be treated as having valid studies. So we view these loads that have perhaps signed an interconnection agreement, started site prep, have ordered equipment as meeting a high bar, and so we were trying to create a path for them to achieve a valid study. And so the way we separated those between points 1 and 2 is we created some red lines for those that were not considered to have valid studies but had done everything else, have them treated as base load. And for the allocated load piece, if they had done everything but were not considered to have valid studies or had not started site prep, gave them a path to be treated as allocated load. And recognize that this could be tightened up perhaps to point more at the interim process, but that's how we originally envisioned approaching that. We could scroll down to point 3. Just offered up some clarification here. We noticed all other requirements under 9212 had a cutoff date, but paragraph 1B did not. We just inserted July 24th here to kind of provide some symmetry with the other requirements. For point number 4, this is maybe something we can get some real-time feedback on. In the allocation section, there is a reference to consider the LCP. And so I think LCRA agrees with this as long as it's the LCP that aligns with the intermediate or interconnection agreed upon amount. If we're going back to look at an LCP that was an output from a previous study, we may be pre-limiting the results that we could get. So establish a more appropriate baseline with an LCP that aligns with agreed upon amount. Curious if that's what the approach y'all were expecting to undertake, AG, or can you give me clarity there?
Yeah, this is AG Springer with ERCOT. Yeah, Blake, this I think has come up verbally at past workshops, and it is on our radar screen. Did not make it into these comments, but I think that we're open to that approach. So yeah, we'll review the specific red lines and respond from there.
Appreciate that, AG. Point number 5. This is the section evaluation of existing interconnection, section 9214. We added some language to treat loads that were included in the study area for RBT projects as having fully complete and valid studies. So added some red lines in there. And then secondly, within that same section, we echo support that we've heard from others about extending the March 4th deadline for RPG acceptance out to July 10th, and recognize ERCOT's given feedback on that, but we wanted to reiterate support for that. Point 6, also having a Me Too, we support comments from Encore and CenterPoint to extend the agreement timeline to 60 days. Recognize we're in a cart driving the horse situation, so we're going to be making that point in our rulemaking comments on 58481. And then point 7 is something maybe we can get some real-time feedback on. So our understanding is that there could be a scenario where a base load wouldn't get full service and would be shifted into the allocation portion of the study. And if that's true, we think there should be some prioritization to allocate base loads ahead of originally set allocated loads. That those base loads have met a higher bar, and it just seems to make, it stands to reason that they should get maybe some more priority in the allocation scheme. So am I thinking about that the right way, Jeff, and what's your initial reaction?
Yeah, so I think right now there's no way to deem a base load unserviceable. So if you're base load, you're base load.
Okay. There's never a situation where they wouldn't get their capacity?
Not in the batch study. And, operations folks would appreciate if I, put the disclaimer, anything can happen in real time, but from a batch study, from a planning study perspective, once you are base load, you are base load.
Gotcha. And I do want to make sure, Sandeep, did I communicate your concern correctly, or do you have any follow-ups?
Yeah, I think the comment was referring to, you remember that one slide where you had triangles moving from blue to green? So this is referring to that slide.
Yep.
And so if I heard you right, you're saying that that's not a concern anymore because all of it will be treated base load?
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that clarity. So if we move if we move everything to, say, July 10th as the cutoff, and then we allocate more load, not allocate, but more load is counted as base load than what the system can handle, that is an issue that we will deal with in real time. I think I don't see any other way to do that other than deal with that in real time, unless we introduce a different construct that would. But at that point, you're just reallocating load. So I think the choice is either. I think it's either A, where you just count it all as base load and then you curtail people in real time, or B, in which we only let base load up to the amounts that we can reliably serve.
And you are saying we'll be taking the approach A right now, where it will be adjusted in real time.
We're taking PIGR 145 is drafted is approach B. A lot of folks have submitted comments, including yourselves, on this. I think this is something that I teed up for the commissioners at the last open meeting, and they may or may not give us guidance on this on April 17th. So I think we're kind of waiting to see if they give us any guidance on that. I understand that there's been a lot of comments from stakeholders on that issue, and so we'll have to see.
In the language in the PIGR is you're referring to the one where you list all the loads that meet certain criteria and you prioritize them based on how and when they meet their criteria.
Right. Yep.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, and if I could I want to address a couple of your other points in your comments. So I think points 1 and 2, I think we also want to acknowledge that we see that gap, and so we're looking at that. And then point 6, Matt, if you could, go back to that. So This has come up several times. I think our intention right now is, again, unless Commission gives us different guidance on the 17th, is that we will retain the 30 days that is listed in 5841. However, this language is not consequential until early 2027. We expect 5841 to be done fall of 2026. So we will, if that changes in 5841, we will come back and file a PIGR to update the language. So if the Commission follows this recommendation and changes it to 60 days, before this language is consequential, we will file a PIGR to update that.
All right, very good. Had a couple comments come in during the conversation here. Shannon.
Mine's actually related to the prior comment or prior discussion, so just remove me from the queue. Sorry about that.
Thank you. All right, Shane.
Thank you. Shane Thomas with Shell. That kind of conversation makes me, I look for, I guess, for a clarification. So when is like a load going to be guaranteed at energization level, if you will? Is it, so if you're coming through the batch study, you get a number, 200 megawatts, you still have to go through the QSA process. Within that process, could you be further limited? Or are you going to be, if something's found out, or that you'd still be considered at 200 megawatts, but then in real time, there might be that might trigger a GTC and they would lower you down, but you would technically still get 200 megawatts.
Yeah, so the QSA establishes GTCs. It does not create a different. You can only energize, at least as the QSA is constructed today, does not say, hey, we told you 200 before, you're only allowed to energize 100. That's not within how the QSA works, unless Fred wants to correct me on that. But if we allow more load to be considered base load than what the system can reliably handle, then there is that risk in real time, and it's a similar risk to I go to the extreme example of a tornado, knock down the transmission line outside your facility, and it's the TSP can't rebuild it for 3 months. Well, for 3 months you may be curtailed or load shed is how the control room would look at that. I think what we've tried to communicate at the last workshop is that anything can happen in real time, but I think our preference, how we have constructed 145, is we don't want to knowingly allow more load to connect to the system than what the system can reliably handle. And so if you move that March 4th date, you're doing that, is you're knowingly allowing more load onto the system than what the system can reliably serve. And so then we are knowingly going to have load shed in real time. And so you may have 200 megawatts, but it may be every day you're rotating that. You're having to rotate that load every day if you move that March 4th date to something else.
Okay, that makes sense. The QSA is not designed to give a result of a new limit, I guess, for a specific load.
Yep.
Yeah, so in that same vein, if you say, in 2029 you can now get 700 megawatts, but that line is delayed or whatever happens, they would technically still get their limit adjusted, but there would potentially be a real-time difference?
Yeah, I think we're, as written, it would be if we told you 700 megawatts in 2029, then we would allow you to connect that. But yeah, if the transmission project got delayed, then there is risk until that transmission project got completed.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, Blake, and then Broth. Blake, we can't hear you. All right, we'll come back to you in a second. Broth?
So one of the possible outcomes of the QSA was if, especially when UC was explaining about in the interim ride-through assessment, that the load may be asked to curtail or wait till a certain element is fixed. So I just want to make sure that the outcome of QSA is the load will not be asked to curtail for any event, correct?
This is Fred from ERCOT. I start to see a pattern when people talk about QSA, they automatically turn their head to me, so I'm not sure why. I will try to clarify, but others please help to weigh in. The QSA, and I'll just use the example, the batch zero outcome is 200 megawatt.
Mm-hmm.
Then we will study as 200 megawatt in the QSA. We will assess if that the entire 200 megawatt in the case for the region they connect to, do we identify any stability constraint or not? If we do, then we certainly need to develop a mitigation plan, such as potential GTC as needed. But for the 200 megawatt, we will still be allowed to move forward to be eligible for the next step, which likely is the initial energization. So come to real time, if the constraint we do see the need, we will develop and implement it unless it's triggered. Otherwise, the entire 200 megawatt should be served as a normal condition.
So I was referring to the mitigation plan essentially. So then in real time, if it triggers, you will implement the mitigation plan. And the result of the mitigation plan may be that the load may have to curtail.
I would say that probably based on the conditions. And I try not to mix this morning's discussion.
No.
If there are flexible load in other area, then SCED likely will activate it. If they are not, there are other ways to manage the constraints.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so go back to Blake, then Ian, and then Kevin. Go ahead, Blake.
Can you hear me?
Yes, that works.
Oh, perfect. I wanted to just provide a comment on Shane Thomas's question about the certainty. So I think the answer is pre-PIGR 115, when it was the interim process, it was a combination of the studies being complete and approved and a signed interconnection agreement. However, the word approval to energize has taken on a sort of life of its own and seems to be the right goalpost for energization. And I agree with what ERCOT has characterized, which is that you're not supposed to face any sort of loss of kind of awarded capacity by the approval to energization, except for, they can identify system operating limits. But I will say that the word approval to energize has sort of been a new term defined in PIGR 115 that has reduced certainty around what used to be considered your firm awarded capacity. Just wanted to add that color from my perspective.
All right, thanks, Blake. All right, Ian, then Kevin.
Jeff, had a clarifying question in your conversation with Shane. When you're saying runout capacity, are you saying in the local transmission system or in the grid as a whole?
I think I was talking about the local transmission capacity.
Okay. I was wondering if you were trying to explain that you would pick that date because it lined up with resource adequacy in 6-9. Okay, no. Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, Kevin?
Yeah, quick question. If you are assigned a ramped load, let's say 100 megawatts, 300 megawatts, 500 megawatts, for each increment, do you have to go through a QSA? Or is one QSA at the front approving all three of those ramps?
So if that ramp schedule was provided and there were no transmission upgrades under the current process, there were no transmission upgrades that would need to be in place before that next level of demand could occur, then there is no requirement to go through subsequent QSAs. The QSA will represent that ramp schedule in those QSAs, but the load does not have to come back. If there is a upgrade that needs to be in place first, then that's a new approval to energize for that next higher level of demand. I'm going to do just what Fred called us out for. Fred, for the QSA, did they have to go back through the QSA in that one? I don't believe so. It's just a new approval to energize request.
Let's give it, take this one bit. We'll give it to them.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So we'll clarify that and come back.
So you may be approved like for 100, and then there has to be an RPG project to get you to the 300 to 500, and that'd be separate QSAs also. Consider. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Thank you all. All right. So we have 3 sets of comments left. So Encore. Harsh?
Yeah, so this round of comments by Encore are focused on addressing one issue, and that's how large loads are treated in the batch study, and specifically the large loads that were part of an RPG submittal. So the current language states that if an RPG was approved and endorsed by March 4th, then those loads become part of the base load in the study, and there is no further validation on those loads. So the recommendation Encore is making is to change the language such that if an RPG was submitted before December 15 and approved by July 15th, then those projects become base load without any further validation. We already talked about what it takes to put together an RPG. The RPGs Encore has filed over the last several years, they were filed in accordance with the processes that were applicable at the time, specifically the interim market notice. And it required a significant amount of work by the TSP, the large loads, even ERCOT. ERCOT has spent over a year in one instance completing that EIR. So those are the reasons we have for that recommendation that ERCOT, since through EIR has already completed the validation, they became large loads. If ERCOT chooses to not adopt this recommendation, then our ask then would be so then there's a path that the study may still become valid when you go through the validation review process. Our ask then would be to use the submission date as you rank the RPGs and LLIs, and that is in 9214 paragraph 4B, where you talk about ranking RPGs and LLIs. Our recommendation then would be to use the RPG submission date, because that is the day the TSP controls ERCOT review timeline that oftentimes takes way beyond 150 days of EIR. They're not in TSP control, so our ask would be to use the submission date. And that's all I have. Thanks.
All right, any questions or comments for Harsh? All right. On to CenterPoint.
Thanks, Matt. Jim Lee here with CenterPoint Energy. First, appreciate the opportunity to provide these follow-up comments. Appreciated ERCOT putting together the matrix of all the comments that y'all received and kind of sifted through. So that was really helpful. Our comments this time kind of still revolve around issues and topics that we feel like are still critically important to the success of Batch Zero. And I know that there are a lot of moving pieces as far as 58481 at the commission and things happening on the 17th here. So starting off on the top, we maintain our position that financial security and refund language really does not belong in the planning guide, right? Planning guide should describe the mechanics of the batch study process only, and references to how a TDSP needs to handle the financial securities and refunds don't belong in PIGR 145. And so we appreciate Christina's comments earlier that 972, 971 could change based on guidance at the 417 open meeting. However, we felt that it was still appropriate to reiterate our concerns that, the sections that we've listed here are all they have refund language, how we're supposed to draw down on security and things like that, and fully expect that to change. So because there may be a gap still potentially between when PIGR 145 gets approved and when 58481 language may be decided, even, I think it was pointed out that the 417 open meeting may or may not give clear guidance. So in the event that it doesn't, and these sections stay in there, they provide a huge problem where a planning guide dictates how utilities are supposed to operate and do financial security and refunds and drawdowns. And so then we also heard at last few workshops, Barksdale advised that if entities do have concerns on this piece, to file those in parallel comments in 58481, and CenterPoint will be filing those for the 17th discussion at the Commission. Okay, moving on, equipment procurement language also, in our estimation, does not belong in the planning guide. Again, we recognize that this was forklifted from 58481, but sometimes forklifting an entire rule into a planning guide doesn't always make the most sense. And so the remarks about financial security refunds are similar to that. And then while not referenced here, I think that ERCOT should be aware that 2559 long lead time equipment was approved in 2025, and that does have language guiding TDSPs on procuring equipment, long lead time equipment, and the way that 9711 and 9721 are written, it says that an interconnecting TSP must not procure equipment or services before. That just does not comport with 2559. If this paragraph must stay, CenterPoint recommends that we change that from must not to a may, and that kind of just opens it back up to aligning back with current language. Don't see planning guides telling us how we must or must not procure equipment. And so that is there if it's decided that this paragraph or this concept can be struck. I think CenterPoint would be happy to see that as well. Moving on, financial security posting timelines. There's a theme here, financial security. So we have noticed, or in our conversations with our customers, that there is a potential that the timings of releasing funds is a highly coordinated effort between the ILLE and their financial institution, right? And so security may or may not be issued at the time of an agreement execution with the TDSP. So in all the sections that we've listed here, 9711I, 972IH, there are sentences that say financial security is due at the time the agreement is executed. Well, that introduces a timing issue, a timing problem. Same thing with 972IH, 1H there, must post financial security no later than the date the interconnection agreement is executed. Those are hard things to meet. And then, further on in 972, also just saying that if the TDSP requires additional financial security, because now with the introduction of 58481 language, you have multiple forms of financial security intended to perhaps cover similar items, but those mechanisms are being conflated, and if we're collecting financial security, it's for long lead time equipment, right? Kayak is collected for driveway costs. So adding if the TSP requires financial security, it's additional clarification that we may not collect it if we've already satisfied all of the security requirements. And then kind of the same idea for when kayak is paid, and so I won't go into that, but I'll move into the next section, 9212, for the eligibility criteria. This may have been overlooked. The reason I say that is because think we brought it up at workshop 5 to where in this section 92121BI, ERCOT did accept our recommended change to remove the January 1st date, but then there's also a scenario potentially, and maybe Jeff can help me clarify this, but a situation where a customer has all intentions of going into base load, batch zero base load, right? And so the requirements for batch zero base load are that you have to enter into an interconnection agreement, right? So what happens when or if that entity thinks that they're going to be into base load, for some reason or another, get bumped to allocated or studied? Well, the current paragraph right now just says that they have to meet 971 intermediate, but in this case, they've already executed 972. And that 972 threshold is higher. And so therefore thinking that a 972 in this instance should also satisfy for when a 971 is sufficient. Is that so?
Yeah, so on that, we started writing language and just didn't get it done in time, and so we end up backing it out of our 4.4 comments. But we started going down a path that had a concept of so loads going into July 10th, that they would only need to meet the intermediate agreement, and then we would then so July 10th that's kind of the cutoff for everything. July 24th, TSPs tell us, okay, here's everybody that has met these requirements, we think, and then August, can't remember the day, 7th is when ERCOT tells people or tells TSPs what we think. Okay, based on all this, here's the ones that are base load and here's the ones that are studied load. The concept that we were kicking around was so you would only have to meet the intermediate agreement requirements, but then if on August 7th we tell you that that load is a base load, then or is eligible to be base load, then you would have maybe 2 weeks to bump your intermediate agreement up to an interconnection agreement. I know it's a fast turnaround, but we need that to go into the study, and so that we were thinking that may address that issue. So I think we recognize that, but we were thinking about that slightly different way to address that. But I think we didn't. I would just say that that's a conceptual idea that we're thinking up right now, and again, didn't get that fleshed out enough to put that in the 4.4 comments.
Okay, and that's fair. And on your piece about flipping from an intermediate to interconnection in 2 weeks, I can tell you right now that's going to be I'll get to that in a second. You seconded me, Ned? My babbling? Okay. So I think a lot of times what CenterPoint is trying to avoid here is not knowing which agreements will qualify customers into which parts of batch. And right now there are, if they enter into intermediate, there's one set of, it's an agreement. But then once you go to interconnection, then you start to have all the non-refundable interconnection fee and stuff like that. And so there's two very different thresholds for that. And what we're trying to avoid is going to our customers and saying, I need you to sign both because we don't know which one ERCOT is going to accept to allow you into which portion of batch. So both of those have 50K a megawatt requirements, and right now, if you're taking a gig project, you're asking them to give me letter of credits for both an intermediate and an interconnection, the way it's written right now. So we're trying to avoid that. Okay, dynamic model impacts. So this one, We've been trying to go back and forth. This has been a long-standing issue for those that have been plugged into DWG. But in those two sections listed, 9214 and 922, ERCOT had made the edit to have the TDSP, interconnecting TDSP, determine if any new dynamic model data has adverse impacts, right? We still believe that ERCOT's the best situated to make that final determination, while the TDSPs understand still, and Harsh, if this is not a common understanding, you can kick me under the table, but the TDSPs would still be able and willing to perform the stability study. It's just that the final determination of adverse impacts should still reside with ERCOT, right? They have the view of the holistic view of the system needs, and this is very similar to the RBG decisions on transmission upgrades, right? Where ERCOT is the best situated kind of to make those determinations. So we wanted to revert the language back to basically collaborative, TSPs, DSPs, we can run the stability study, but hand over those results to ERCOT to make a determination. I think Harsh.
Yeah, and just to add, if ERCOT does not do this, you will have TSPs that will be very lenient and will allow any load and will say it doesn't have any adverse impact. And then you will have on the other side have TSPs that will be super conservative that will not allow any loads to go through. So I think ERCOT's in the best position to have a criteria and can evaluate everybody on the same scale.
Yeah, maybe I'll respond quick. And it's late, so I apologize. I might be kind of blunt here, but I don't understand this comment because I think for ongoing batch, I think that is correct. But for these studies, you already have this obligation today. So you have already, the TSP has performed the stability study. You already have the obligation today that if, in I don't remember which section, 9.2 something, where if the dynamic model changes, you have to make that determination because you did the stability study. So for batch 0, you will have done those stability studies already for loads that are getting in. So you already have this obligation. I don't know what is different about batch 0 than because you've already studied it.
Right, it's the consistency though, right? A TSP may take the two same models, compare one way and say there is no adverse impact. Another TSP may come up with a different answer. That's the key difference we're talking about.
But we already have that problem today.
Correct, and trying to address that.
Okay.
And we just think it's good policy for there to just be a single entity making that final determination, right? Like to Harsh's point, it's undefined. Adverse impact is undefined, and even within a utility, there might be different definitions of adverse impact. So it's just, I think having the flow still, and then in 923 paragraph 2, this was newly added language from ERCOT comments, and it says, upon such notification, the ILE should provide the interconnecting DSP updated dynamic data reflecting the change, and the interconnecting DSP TSP shall promptly provide the updated dynamic data to ERCOT. And so that was language ERCOT added into 9232 specifically about dynamic data. So I just thought that was just a dovetail into that. So I might have interpreted that a little bit to my benefit, but yeah. Okay.
Hey, Jim, just as you get ready to pivot to the next topic, there's a quick question from Blake King, and he has to hop off. Blake, did you want to ask your question to Jim?
Yes. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. Hey, Jim, I appreciate your comments. I have a question. With the idea that that existing loads that are trying to qualify as base load would need to amend their interconnection agreements to satisfy the 972. In our experience and from what I've heard from the industry, sometimes it can take 3 to 4 months for a utility to even provide an invoice related to the financial security or kayak in an executed agreement. And this is with a customer begging for an invoice. Do you think it's possible for utilities to even satisfy this on the timeline that's being proposed?
Loaded question, but I will say that there are, from my understanding, two parts of that, right? You're correct. There are definitely workflows on the utility side, but then my understanding is there's also challenges on the ILE side of the timing of when financial security letters of credit and things like that are issued, whether it's before, during, or after a utility has executed an agreement. So yeah, there are multiple irons in this fire that a 30-day ILL commitment period is just very, very difficult for everybody to meet.
Yeah, I think it's helpful for ERCOT to hear that from the utilities as well. That it's you know what I mean, like directly.
Yeah, and then there's a lot of difference, right? So you enter an intermediate agreement with a stated requested amount, and you have to put up security for that. And then once you go through batch, and then you're in the ILE commitment period, you may or may not be allocated. And so then there are now different transmission upgrades, different estimates, different load that we have to serve. And so the intermediate agreement now has to get restudied or redone, right? And that goes through many departments, many groups. So I know what you're saying. I just don't know how. I don't want to say that utilities can't meet it. It's just going to be very difficult.
Yeah, just from my experience, it seems basically impossible. So it'd be interesting to hear from utilities that think that it's actually possible. So I have to drop it. Thanks for taking the call.
Yep, no problem.
Can I ask you a quick question about that? So just so I understand, when you're looking at the interconnection agreement, you're looking at CIAC and as one of the buckets of money. And we're talking about base loads. So is it that a lot of these loads haven't paid CIAC yet, or they've paid some other financial security? Because that was I think that was part of our thinking, was that there's already been money down for that. And that's what we're hearing. So they would have already put $50K per megawatt down if that's what the amount stays. Presumably they put down.
And that is security, right? And
right.
we have not been given direction as to what that security is to
goes
do.
Towards, right?
Goes towards, right? So that's open-ended. Utilities have a very finite definition of how financial security is handled, and what it's going towards is socialized costs for the whole system. So you can't. It's hard to. And this. I'm not a lawyer. Neither an engineer, so I'm a liberal arts major here, so bear with me. So I'm doing good. Okay, so yeah, thanks, Shannon. So the financial security doesn't have, in the intermediate agreement, doesn't have anything tied to what a utility should be doing. There's not an exchange for a service in the intermediate agreement. It's just you attest, disclose. Give me 50,000 per megawatt. That's all the intermediate agreement does. Then we move into the interconnection agreement. Then that has all the teeth, right? Then it has a financial security for non-refundable interconnection fee, or is it refundable, right?
I know. I'm living in a world.
And then we have I know.
Where we're in the future, and let's say that's
Correct.
Settled.
And so then you have CIAC, which is directly for driveway costs, right? Customer-directed costs, so not socialized. And then you have a second security or third form of financial commitment in the form of long lead time equipment or services. Right now, what's not clear is 58401 links intermediate down to interconnection, but PIGR 145 has it completely separate. It's using the same words, but the mechanism is completely different. So we're not drawing down on. So let's say we go into a base load and we have 972 interconnection agreement, because they don't need a 971. It doesn't get them into base load, right? The current language in 972 has all this. You need to draw down from an intermediate agreement. I don't have an intermediate agreement.
Right, so that's zero. So you would, I mean, other than the 50K they would have put down with the intermediate agreement the weeks earlier, they've put down, I presume, security to be base load at this point, getting into that bucket. So there's some money there, and you would be figuring out the incremental differences between what they paid and what you need for an interconnection agreement. And I appreciate if it's not that, if I'm thinking about that too simply, that's really helpful to hear. Yeah. When I was thinking about, we're talking about base loads, and we keep hearing they put down money, and then they would have put down the 50K. How much more are we talking about? What is the big difference? And it sounds like the big difference is the commitment that both parties are making at that point. That's the difference.
Yeah, and I think the financial piece, it varies from project to project, from utility to utility.
I understand that.
And how we enter into your legacy 9.5 IA versus your now new but unfinalized, 58481 stuff. So it's hard for us to know exactly what the interconnection agreement needs to look like because there's no guidance, but we're afraid that it's in PIGR 145, which then now memorializes all of these issues, and then nobody will be able to confidently get into batch 0 because they don't know what agreements and financial commitment they have to put up that ERCOT will accept. Because right now it's forklift 58481 language into a PIGR, but didn't connect also the same concepts that 58481 is connecting intermediates to interconnection and how all that flows in the timeline of a project development.
Okay.
So,
I think that's...
And I'm happy to work off. I know that we have other forums that we can kind of like flesh this out, but yeah, a lot of it is more of like timing and like just talking with customers about, okay, now these are PIGR 145 and 58481 rules. What's the cash flow? What are we looking at? How much are we supposed to be putting up or putting down, and how much do we have to go ask for? And then once we hand it over to you, what are we going to use it for, right? Like we haven't even figured out the whole refund mechanism or the 80/20 or the elevated. Don't know. And the fear is that if we don't address it in PIGR 145 and it somehow stays in there, then that now is memorialized to drive what happens in 58481, which we're telling you now that this is unworkable the way, in PIGR 145.
Okay. That's helpful. So I hesitate to put this out there, but, at one point we had slides with two different paths where we put the language into PIGR 145 and we can move faster. We can go. And there's to the extent we can provide certainty by putting it in here and not pointing to an unfinalized rule, it's in here. And the other path was that we wait until 5841 is finished. And so I encourage everybody to think about that's the trade-off that we're working with here, is trying to move things faster, but also recognize that there are additional policy decisions being made at the PUC.
Yeah, and I'm not. I think what I'm arguing for is that the planning guide should just be mechanics, nuts and bolts, on how the batch study should work, and it shouldn't start to bleed into financials and refunds and kayak and things like that. It just doesn't belong in the planning guide. Yeah, and happy to come up with ideas of how to point to different places without necessarily pigeonholing us into something that is anchoring to a rule that's not finalized. Yeah. So, yeah. I know. I think I told AG that the word of the month next TAC should be, if we only had more time. So.
We'd work on this forever then.
Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. I know I'm past my time. The next one, ILE commitment period. I think we've heard this from Encore, LCRA, and I'm just going to triple down on it. The commitment period, 30 days, very short, we would advocate for extending that to 60 days. And then the next part, assessing construction feasibility. So in this section, 9324, really appreciative that ERCOT adopted these suggested changes. This really did help us catalog and understand the requirements and a lot more clarity and detail. One thing is on 4C, and is for the so there in 4C it's asking for the TDSPs to provide written comments of construction feasibility of the projects, and we're just asking for an additional five business days to complete that. Right now it's written as 10, so we're just asking for 15 there. And then next, sorry. All right, this is perhaps just another inadvertent omission just from ERCOT having to sift through all of the needles in the haystack. But in the batch zero report and in the refinement report, CenterPoint just really wants to stress that it's important to us that the report identifies the interconnecting TDSP responsible for constructing the proposed transmission facility improvements. I know it's inferred, but just to state it clearly that, you know, if improvement X, then tell me which entities are responsible for that. And so the same thing in the refinement report, just adding that phrase there in red. And then lastly, short circuit analysis. We, again, I think perhaps just another inadvertent omission, but we had made these comments. I think Encore also echoed these comments on the 20th, basically to reinsert some of the red lines. I'm not sure if it picks up in the picture. Oh, there it is. But yeah, just the red language there. One of the main things was that to recognize that TDSPs will use the short circuit cases that were developed by ERCOT. Like, I don't think TDSPs had envisioned developing those short circuit cases. So that concludes my comments, Matt. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. I like the screenshots of the language right there. So
I figured you didn't have that way. You'd have to go back up and down and
help me out, brother. Yeah, thank you. All right, thanks. So now, Jim, you're not off the hook. So we do have five commenters. I'll remind, still have 5 commenters to the commenter. Then we have Vistra, and then we also have Bharath, who did his homework on the 58481 breakdown. So brief and amazing is probably the way to go. And so we'll run the queue. Bharath.
Yeah, I think my comment was about the 2-week turnover period. I think it's extremely difficult. I think you kind of alluded to that. And then, Christina, there is also an element where base load may get approved without any upgrades, right? And there was no need for kayak because, so how would you translate that into intermediate agreement piece? And one last point was, obviously, and I've made this multiple times, that 58481 is for new loads only, and batch zero is not new loads. So that's the nuance. That's all.
So Russ, can I ask, it's not going to be 6 months. How many weeks do you think that you would need to convert an intermediate to interconnection?
The biggest answer is it depends, right? But I think it depends on the utility. But my experience has been it's always around at least 60 days, at least. Because the utilities have their processes, and then we get the invoice. We need to work it through internally from perspective, post it, then they verify it. So there's a whole lot of process that goes on. So yeah, at least 60 days. And I'm saying that's the fastest.
Jeff, I want to be... you might see comments soon on that for 58481.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised to see something what Bharath said, if not double.
Yeah, and I think my biggest fear is a base load that is eligible to be a base load in batch zero doesn't miss out because of this timeline.
Exactly.
This administrative timeline. That's the biggest fear.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Christine. I didn't mean to. Go for it.
I just want to, so if the choice is, let's say everything stays the same, no guarantee that it does, but let's say it stays the same. If you fall into that that situation where you may or may not be baseload, and you may or may not know that before July 10th, it's what I'm hearing is it would be better to go ahead and sign the interconnection agreement, and for us to consider that as satisfying an intermediate agreement, rather than entering an intermediate agreement and having to convert it within some period after. So you'd rather put up all that money ahead of time and enter into that agreement before you know whether you're baseload or not. Because that's how I was thinking about it, that you would prefer the opposite, and that would be better for all parties. But if that doesn't work, then I think we're back to you enter the interconnection agreement and we treat it as an intermediate agreement. If your load is not considered baseload, you're put in the to be studied bucket.
I've posted my comments like a few weeks ago, but I think my thought process, and you will probably hear from the Commission on the 17th about what the next steps are. But if there is a base load that's already, kind of proven to ERCOT with other criteria, what should the financial security be for, right? I mean, what is it proving essentially? So my approach is more nuanced, that like if there is a base load, it automatically gets into batch zero because you have certain criteria already, right? If it's a 27 load, you have to show LLEs and other things. I mean, the idea is it's a gating item for you to eliminate speculative loads. That's how I understand, right? And if they are providing other nuances for you to show that they're real load, why do they need to go and do all this again to sign the intermediate agreement, interconnection agreement again, right? That's number one. And then second one is the kayak piece. If they already worked with utilities and posted kayaks and posted securities, again, this is just, it's going to be a humongous task for all the utilities to go through this for all the loads, right? Think about the staffing and other things. So that's why I believe that you should grandfather what you can grandfather and respect the current agreements, and only those that haven't posted these agreements that are being studied in batch zero may need to go through this process. That will reduce the considerable amount of loads that have to post these agreements, and that become much easier on the utility side as well. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. And I hear you on if you're at a certain milestone, a certain level of maturity, that satisfies that sort of realness question. I don't know, or maybe you can address this, how that satisfies the ratepayer kind of protection, everybody else on the system. So you may be real, but if you could still walk away at that point, and we have no visibility into the financial security that's already been paid. So that's where I don't, and this is, and I will be 100% clear, this is a commission, this is the PUC domain. I recognize that. I do think it's helpful to think about what the alternatives could be, though, as we think about what goes to the commission and what we might hear.
Yeah, and maybe let me put it this way. I think there is a possibility, I don't know, I'm not going to put a percentage chance on it, but I think there's a possibility the commission says we want this to apply to all loads, even if they had a previous agreement. Yeah. We want them to have to meet this. In that world, I think the question that we have is,
what do you want to do? Right?
If your study comes in on July 9th and there is some uncertainty as to whether you will be baseload or not, would you rather July 10th have to just say, okay, we'll meet the interconnection agreement requirements, and then if we end up being studied load, then okay, we've met a higher threshold, and so that's okay? Or would you rather on July 10th meet the intermediate agreement requirements with a kind of cure period later? If we tell you, okay, you are qualified for base load, with a cure period of some number of weeks after that, to increase your from intermediate to interconnection agreement requirements.
Yeah, I think ILLEs probably may be able to do that, but again, I think I'm mostly talking about the practical timelines of this. If we do this in July 10th, 2 weeks may not be possible. Yeah. And my solution is probably you'll get guidance on the 17th, and maybe as you're doing this rolling basis base loads approval, probably that's also a time to let people know to work on these agreements so that you have enough time ramp till July, right?
Yeah.
Based on whatever guidance you get on commission on that. So that way you're giving them from mid-April to July, mid-July, so 60 days to work on different things rather than come July 9th. I know there may be loads that get approved on July 9th, right, that still need to go through this, but at least you're reducing the number of loads that at a one go to utilities versus from April 17th.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Barath. Andrew.
Yeah, hey guys, Andrew Shopper, Shopper Energy Consulting. I want to echo some of what Barath just said, which is this is really sort of just administrative timeline between the time the load customers will understand what the final interconnection standards look like and the time they will be needing to perform on those standards. So the thing that's making us a little nervous is this may not be ERCOT board approved until the 1st of June, and then the commission has 30 days to act on it. But in the interim, really that's the time period the load customer would have to modify those interconnection agreements to meet the standards, provided there was no change, right? So I guess what we're really saying is we would need the commission guidance on a firm basis, and it would need to have been adopted by ERCOT effectively now in order to make those changes in time so that we don't lose status as we're going into the next part of this process. And I'll just echo what Barath said around trying to modify a bunch of agreements with utilities in the span of 2 weeks doesn't really make any sense. And so this is back to Christina's comment earlier, which was, hey, there were two paths. One path was we're going to forklift everything. The other path is this just gets all delayed. Well, the middle path is the grandfathering path, as I think Barath has described, right? So there's a path that honors the existing agreements, and that's why I'm struggling with like how administratively this is actually going to happen.
All right, thanks, Andrew. All right, Shannon.
May not surprise anybody. I agree with Barath on this, and with Andy and each of the comments that have been made. I'm looking right here at the Senate Bill 6 language, approved language, in Section 2, Paragraph C. The standard must apply only to customers requesting new or expanded interconnection where the total load at the single site would exceed a demand threshold, blah, blah, blah. Under the example I gave a while ago, which isn't completely hypothetical, it's one of ours, we have an interconnect agreement that precedes this Senate Bill 6 and certainly precedes 5841 that's still just a rulemaking. It's not even a final rule. And this Senate Bill 6 language that it's trying to implement is unambiguously clear. It only applies to new agreements that fall over that threshold. What on earth? How did we get ourselves in this position where what legally are we working off of that makes us think, other than somebody may have a preference for it, or it'll protect grandma or mom and dad or us? Heck, we all pay TSP rates on our bills. Existing law that was in place at the time, agreements that were in place at the time, and your own ERCOT rules that are in place today, it's inconsistent to try to do what you're trying to do. And then secondly, I agree on the timeline thing. Modifying even if it were a good idea, and even if it were legally permissible, it's physically impossible to get done in 2 weeks. It's just impractical. And no one is telling you they think they can do that. So to continue to just hold this position, you're just ERCOT, and as a whole, you're setting yourself up for a train wreck that's not going to work out well, and everyone's telling you that. And it's not legal. It doesn't. I'm not a lawyer either, but it doesn't appear to be legally permissible in the first place. as several people have said.
Appreciate the comment. I think we've heard and I think there can be disagreement. I don't think it's unambiguous, the language in Senate Bill 6. I think it is still a new request for interconnection. You are not energized yet. There is still a new request for interconnection there, and I think it can be read that way and interpreted that way. And I know these comments, there were lots of comments filed in 58481 before the PFP that suggested the same and that asked about, well, how about we treat in-flight projects differently? And that hasn't been done to date. And so I think the approach we're taking is one that is consistent with what we've heard from the Commission so far. And I think it is consistent with what a reading of Senate Bill 6 that is a direction to protect Texas consumers as well as encourage business development. I don't have the exact language in front of me, but balancing those two pieces.
I agree for the need to balance, but when you have a signed interconnect agreement with a utility and you took a long time to get to there, you don't just show up and they write up the agreement. We worked years to get to there. If that's a signed interconnect agreement at that time for this new load that's over that threshold, it's very difficult to twist this to say that it's new after, that it didn't precede this rule. It's just, I don't know how anyone can say that.
All right, thank you. All right, so Harsh, Kevin, and then we're going to go to Vistra's comments. Harsh, go ahead.
The current draft of 58481 requires that the loads securitize the transmission upgrades. Was ERCOT going to work with the TSPs in identifying the cost of the project and then allocate between the loads?
Tell me the question again. Allocation?
Yeah, so it's my understanding that 58481 requires loads to securitize transmission upgrades. I'm just trying to understand what's the mechanism of ERCOT. Is it ERCOT coming up with the number for each load that was in the study, or is it TSP doing something? Just trying to understand how that will work out.
Yeah, I think our intention is that ERCOT would determine that, and that would go into the Batch Zero study report.
Thank you.
Excellent.
And I believe that was added to 9.4 paragraph 1, I think, in our last comments. And if not, then I think the intention would be to capture that in future
Thank
comments.
you.
Excellent. Okay, Kevin Hansen.
Yeah, my comment is we're not currently talking at all about 58484. That's the one where let's make the assumption, again, we're having lots of discussion arguments about different things right now. Let's just make the assumption I'm adding a gigawatt load on the system. I write my $50 million check for the securitization. Let's make the assumption we still have the argument over a kayak. Let's assume I wrote another $50 million check for that, $100 million. The issue is we still may need an RPG project. We don't know who pays for that yet. It could go to TCOS. It could go to data centers. Let's say there was some assumption I got 2 data centers sharing a RPG project, $1 billion project. So right now, I'm assuming I'm going to have to write a check for $500 million for that project, assuming none of it goes to TCOS. Then there's the question, again, from a social perspective, one of those data centers falls out and say, I don't have that $500 million to write. Now, am I responsible for the entire $1 billion as a company? Or both of them fall out? Are we just lifting that $1 billion to TCOS? We built it for nothing.
So I would say that 58484 is it is relevant to the conversation. I don't think it is going to change any language in the PIGR.
I completely agree. The issues we got to think about it because we may be building hundreds of billions of dollars of transmission that nobody can afford to pay for.
All right. Thank you for that point. Next, Kevin Boudreau.
Thank you, Matt. Kevin Boudreau with Monarch Energy. Appreciate all the work everybody's doing here, especially the stakeholders. I know everybody's put in a lot of time and effort into this process. I know we have. I've been at every batch workshop and read all the comments. And there's one thing that is very consistent theme across every workshop and comments that we've heard. And it's been explicitly stated here today, and we wholeheartedly support Crusoe and Shopper Consulting and everybody else that has put this forth. I think Andy did it best in his comments, and on page 4 of his comments, he says in finding number 2, at least 18 of the approximately 26 unique commenting parties expressed concern in their respective filings about the retroactive disruption of existing contracts. Look at the counterparties that are listed there. These are counterparties that have been in this market since the start of competition. I mean, they know how this market works as well as you do. So you keep hearing the same thing over and over again. You have to take note of it. And I know, like us, these counterparties have been talking with the PUC, with the legislators, everybody in the market, because the driving force here is not about just the money around network upgrades and protecting ratepayers, which we all agree that we need to do. You have multiple billions of dollars in commercial contracts at risk. And the two things that kills the deals here are time and uncertainty. And that's what's happening. And so we have to listen to what's being said here. The CenterPoint did a good job trying to very delicately say we can't do this. Everybody knows we can't do this. It took us 2.5 years to get to signing our interconnection agreement. There's just no way to effectively do it. So I just wanted to put that out, and again, appreciate everybody's time here today.
All right, thank you, Kevin. All right, Ned, you want to hit your comments here, sir? So Ned's are the comments, and then Roth, I told you it wouldn't be right at the end of the day, but boy, it went to the end of the day. Sorry, man.
All right. So I tried to update the slide that we had put in there last time. Actually, I'm going to ask Matt if we can pull the comments up. I'll come back to this. Do want to highlight that it's here in case you want a Cliff's Notes version. But since I have you all captive and this is our final batch workshop, I know. I just wanted to get all the arrows pointed my way, right? Okay, so started off actually, if you can scroll down to, is it page 6? First of all, appreciate ERCOT going through all the comments. I was floored with just the size of that matrix. I know how much of an exercise it is to put those kinds of matrices together. So really appreciated ERCOT doing that. I did try to take all of ERCOT's comments on Vistra's items in there and provide some replies. Some of them are, reflect evolution in thinking based on feedback and new information. Some of them reflect evolution in thinking based on ERCOT's feedback. Some of them are trying to correct what we think were probably miscommunications or misunderstandings based on how we presented things in our initial comments. I think probably the ones that I want to highlight in here are, let's see, the second one, if you scroll down a little bit, this first one, I think ERCOT had understood our recommendations regarding the QSA timing as being contingent upon the 39169 net metering arrangements. That actually is independent of that issue, and so we wanted to clarify that, and we've reiterated that recommendation in a more streamlined fashion in the actual red lines that come in later. And then on the next couple of items, ERCOT's feedback was about, what PR 39169 does and does not do. Won't read all of these, but basically, I certainly agree that there's not an entitlement to a decision within 120 days of filing the application, and apologize if that was how it came across. What we were trying to highlight is that there is a 120-day timeline that exists in statute that applies to ERCOT studies. And so that's been the crux of what we've been wrestling with, is how do you give effect to that along with the batch process, considering that 120-day timeline was meant to start as a limited supplement to the TSP-driven studies. I think we're kind of dancing around the similar issues, but at the end of the day, the core issue is that the legislature did provide some very specific and I'll say preferential treatment in 39169. It's not always, positive. Like, it's additional bureaucracy and additional steps and reviews and studies, but it's still preferential treatment. And part of the trade-off there was that was balanced with saying we're going to take that preferential treatment that may add additional burdens, but we're going to put a very tight time limit on it, and it's in statute. And so, again, all of the details in there, we don't need to dwell on it. Just wanted to highlight that it's there in case it's helpful. And then you can scroll up, Matt, to the top, because that did help us think through how can we maybe be more constructive in the approach versus the approach that we had in our initial comments, where we had said, well, maybe we can just say take all the 39169 net metering arrangements and say they can go down the legacy process. And recognizing ERCOT is really looking to make a clean cut and try to make a full shift over to the batch process. But PIGR 145 is limited to batch zero, as I think we addressed earlier today. It seems like an easy thing to do is just focus only on what happens in batch zero and say, all right, for batch zero, here's how we're going to deal with these 39169 net metering arrangement projects within the timelines that are under consideration for batch zero and the transition to it. Then, if hopefully that gives us opportunity to learn and we can get a very efficient process in place that absolves all of those timing considerations for batch 1+, or we can talk about it again when the batch 1+ issues come up, but I think we can address it for batch zero in a way that, if you squint at it, looks good enough. So that's where we have this additional detail. You can kind of scroll to the bullets right there. Thank you. So there's really two buckets that we're looking at here. One are the net metering arrangements, 39169 net metering arrangements that one, ERCOT knows about, so they've got a large load interconnection number as of July 10th, which seems like that's the operative date. You take those, and if they are going to be energized by the end of 2027, or have an approved or pending net metering application in front of the commission, those can finish out under the process that they started under, which is the legacy process. So it's just saying, let's not stop things that are in motion or force things to be delayed by pushing them into batch zero if they were already going to be energized in 2027 or earlier. Second bullet addresses what happens after 2027. So it's the 2028 initial energizations. And for those, if you've got a large load interconnection, ERCOT knows about it, it's got an LLI number, and it's associated with one of the generators on ERCOT's list from last September, then study it in batch zero so that way it is the batch process doesn't become a gating issue for the timeline relative to what the legacy process is, and that was the timeline that the legislature had in mind when they were considering Senate Bill 6. So that's the revised approach there. I think it's a little bit more streamlined, probably a little bit easier to digest. There are some more words around that, but I won't read them to you in the interest of time. So that gets us to the second item. And again, we had made the same comment previously. This is addressing, making sure that as we write the rules in PIGR 145, and this also applies in project number 58481, the interconnecting TSP dichotomy was introduced in the load forecasting rulemaking, which makes sense because that's forecasting network load, but it can create some unintended consequences when you apply it to the large load interconnection standards and PIGR 145 as well. Because, for instance, earlier today we were talking about the connected island or net generation site options for BYOG. In those instances, you're not going to have any net load, any retail delivery service of electricity. It's always going to be served from behind that generation site. So in those instances, it's not appropriate to require that the interconnecting DSP be a party to, say, the interconnection agreement or intermediate agreement. In that case, it's really just the interconnecting TSP for the generation site that's relevant. So we proposed some more streamlined language in this set of comments compared to our prior comments. This one just focuses on whether the large load is going to take retail electric delivery service from a DSP. If yes, then that entity is very reasonable, and you would expect them to be a party to those contracts. If no, then it's just the interconnecting TSP, and we can pretty much leave everything else alone. I did add back in all of the as applicables that we had previously. I do recognize ERCOT said you'll consider that for a future revision request, but given that this has an impact on the batch 0 process, we would respectfully request that that be taken up in PIGR 145 so that way there's that flexibility built in. Again, this shouldn't impact probably 99% of the large load interconnections, but for that 1%, just avoids unintended consequences. Then on the project number 58481 incorporations, certainly, Jim, I share some of the concerns about making sure that we've got the right balance. I didn't give the specific details that you did, but recognize the principle there and share that sentiment. The new items that we included in here, one is, as we've thought about how to, Kevin was just talking about, how do you make sure that when the loads come on, they're going to be able to build, they're going to be able to take on the costs that might be incurred to the system. And one thing that stood out to us as we kind of digested some of the discussion at the Business and Commerce hearing last week, as well as some of the discussions about whether there should be more refundability of the intermediate agreement financial security, was that you could actually bifurcate the application of that financial security so that there's a higher dollar per megawatt amount that applies, say, and we chose 250 megawatts because that's already in there for the study fee differentiation. You could choose a different number, but you could set a higher dollar per megawatt threshold for those larger ones that are perhaps more likely to contribute to the need for new transmission infrastructure, really as a call it a access to capital screen to make sure that if you get an interconnection agreement done and an allocation and you're off to the races to build that you can actually execute and finish that. So that way we know that load is more likely to come on at the same time the transmission facilities come online, and that way they will be contributing their fair share to absorbing those costs and not resulting in those costs bleeding out into other customer classes, which I think Kevin already addressed. So very similar in similar sentiment there. The reason I think that the initial amount was dropped from 100,000 to 50,000 seemed like it might have had to do with concerns that you would rope in some, call it traditional large load sectors, and so we think that if you set a higher threshold, then maybe that doesn't have that same impact. Certainly open to feedback on that and taking arrows. It was just it's an idea that we wanted to throw out some receptivity to. But an important piece there is that you tie that with higher amounts of refundability, because that shouldn't be the part that higher amount shouldn't flow through all the way to, say, how it's allocated once it becomes an interconnection study fee. We didn't say that same value should apply in here. We're just saying that the intermediate agreement screen should have that higher ability. So aside from that, we also recommended in this bullet list right here, site control provisions. As written, it says that it's a property interest being provided to the interconnecting TSP or DSP. We don't think that the large loads are going to be, say, signing a lease or giving some ownership in the property to the TSP or DSP. So we just changed that with evidence of sufficient property interest, because I think that's what we're really trying to get at there. There were also some of the provisions in there talked about having a time element on it, like 5 years of a lease period. I realize that if you own the property, it's not like you own it for only 5 years past your peak, but you probably want to make sure you can still have that same concept there to make sure that they own enough property to grow into it over that 5-year period. So we just recommended kind of repeating that throughout. On the let's see, this next one about the provision where it says ERCOT will reallocate any withdrawn peak demand. I think we've had a couple of discussions within this forum before where folks have said, well, okay, well, if they're reallocating, is that happening in the batch process or in the batch refinement process? I think the consistent answer has been no, because that could get you in a do loop of having to restudy. So we propose specifying in there that it would be in a future batch study, or you could call it a future interconnection study if you want to be generic in terminology. That shouldn't be controversial, I don't think, anymore. Let's see. On the CLR piece, it's just some language about whether it will be registered and operated as a CLR versus can be modeled as a CLR. I think that's probably consistent with the discussion we had this morning. So again, I hope that's just some cleanup language and not controversial. We did not offer any red lines on this next bullet about the period at which the financial security is returned, and certainly recognize the points that Jim was making about what's appropriate in the planning guides and not. But we did want to express some sympathy for the sentiment behind, is 5 years enough time when you're talking about an asset, transmission assets that might have a 30, 40, maybe 50-year lifespan. What's the right amount of time to refund that? And then let's see. The last bullet is really just a corollary to that. It's Jim's point, but we didn't redline there. Then finally, down in the last set of minor revisions, I call them minor. The first one is actually important. That's the QSA timing one that I mentioned at the top. Happy to dive into the details, but in the interest of time, I'll just stipulate that because May 1st is the QSA deadline. I think, Fred, you were just saying this morning, that's for the Q4 energizations, right? And so if the batch 0 is only applying to January 1, 2028 and later, then I think the appropriate deadline to reference in there would be August 1st as opposed to May 1st for that cutoff. Let's see, on the DWG procedure manual, we wanted to put an anchor date in there for which version we're shooting for. So we recommended March 4th as the anchor date for the PIGR language, or for this PIGR, I would say. And then there was in 9.2.3.2, it talks about providing an update to the dynamic model upon providing a notice to the TSP that there's been a change. We just added promptly, which is the same time frame at which the TSP has to let ERCOT know. And I think that's just to recognize that we might notify them of a change and then quickly get the updated model, but it may not always be at the same in the same email, so to speak, right? But not meant to be a substantive difference. Reiterating the flexibility that we've recommended before, that ERCOT have the ability to offer the batch 0 final report to RPG in a single project or in subregions. Not a hill to die on, but it seems like it offers flexibility, so why not have it? And then we had some updated references on these last 3 bullets. Those are purely ministerial, so I won't waste y'all's time on it. But I think those are the big items. So appreciate the time. Happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Ned. Any questions from the audience? Michael Jewell.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to be sure that I'm tracking all of this, and I really appreciate the detail of these comments. I haven't had a chance to go through them yet, but just to be sure that I'm tracking on this, from ERCOT's perspective, if a load and an existing generator have gone through the review process that the commission is set up, is it ERCOT's perspective that that load then has to go through the batch study process as well?
I can take that one.
Yeah, thanks.
The way the rule, the net metering rule works, and the way these cases have played out so far, there's two of them at the commission. We rely on the study that's done, the interconnection study that's done, to then do the additional review required by PURA 39-169. And so whatever, forget the exact language of the rule, but I think it's whatever interconnection process was in effect, whichever is applicable at the time is the one that we use the studies for our additional review.
Yeah. Michael, I can kind of offer some context for why I put that in. It's to some degree, it's belt and suspenders, right? We're going through this process right now. There are live projects that are at the commission, and while it might seem like we've got every angle considered, we just wanted to make sure that there is complete regulatory certainty once the commission has taken it up, rather than any risk that we forgot about this one little piece and then it comes through. So it is belt and suspenders to make sure that those don't end up going back through after they've already been approved.
Okay, great. That's very helpful. And then just one other thing, the idea about bumping up the 250 megawatt demarcation, there's some really large industrial projects that are in development right now that will still get caught.
Sorry, can you ask again?
It was just more of I think when you raised up the 250 megawatt demarcation, right, and the goal was to try to eliminate a lot of the traditional industrial projects, there are some really large ones that are in development right now that will still get caught.
Gotcha.
Because they're bigger than 250.
Okay, that's helpful feedback. We didn't offer red lines on that, but we wanted to float the concept to the extent that is helpful in making sure that we're making sure that once the projects are approved, that they have the financial wherewithal to actually move forward and start to help pay their fair share.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, next in the queue is Jim Galvin.
Thank you. Jim Galvin, United Cooperative Services. Ned, thanks for outlining your comments. I do have a concern over the comments made under the, as you have it summarized, full diversity of large load configurations requiring DSP and TSP at various steps. I think we have to be careful there so that we do not exclude municipalities and cooperatives who have loads that are interested in that area, who are going to be required by somewhat, even if it is a net metering scenario or even a full islanded grid scenario where at some point it may transition from that. I want to make certain that this language is not too strict to exclude us from those potential opportunities, especially when they're in single certified areas served by public power.
Thanks, Jim. And we tried to, especially with this new language, we just tried to make it a more of a factual, like whether there will be a retail electric delivery service taken, which I think leaves some room for individual scenarios to be fleshed out. But we've tried to be broad enough in that language to not be overly prescriptive, recognizing that there are many, many different colors in the tapestry of the ERCOT TDSP map.
I appreciate that, Ned, but I think we're going to be very adamant because of some of the potential projects that we've seen, where they may claim that they're starting out, that they're would be no retail service there, and they are in single certified territories that we really still have to protect our ability to serve at some point if they transition to a different model. So we really have to be cautious of that, so our ability to serve a load in our secured area is protected.
Okay, happy to talk about any clarifications that might help there.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, Broth, we finally got to you. So thank you again for bringing this.
Yeah, thank you. I know it's end of the day, so I'll probably try to go as fast as I can, but I feel like this is super important given the uncertainty around how do we apply 58481 to batch 0. So really quick, so objectives, walk through the cash funding requirements of ILLEs for batch 0, PIGR 145, and how this is interpreting 58481 language here. As I see this, there are 3 proposed funding requirements for ILLEs. We can call it 3 buckets. The first one is the financial security of $50,000 per megawatt, due at intermediate agreement. And then the second one is the kayak piece. Every ILLE or most of the ILLEs have to do this, and I understand this would come at the interconnection agreement stage, probably around Feb 2027. And the third one is the partially refundable upgrade security covering the transmission upgrades, again, due at interconnection agreement stage, around Feb 2027. These represent the separate, meaningful commitments for ILLEs under the current proposed rules. So I'm going to walk through each of them here and kind of go through how the refundability aspect of each of them, and then also kind of take an example for a 1 gigawatt of load and how the money kind of flows through this process. So the first one is straightforward. ILLE posts $50,000 per megawatt to TSP at intermediate agreement signing. And I tried to code the rule in 58481 so that it is clear, but feel free to correct me or add any more details. This is my understanding again. So at this stage, if there are 2 options for the ILLE. First one is they sign the interconnection agreement, then that $50,000 per megawatt fee goes to offset the rate base for the TSP. If they don't sign the agreement, then ILLE receives 20% back, which is $10K per megawatt, and the rest of the 80% goes to offset the rate base anyway. So super important distinction here. 80% of the $50K per megawatt goes to offset the rate base in either case. So that's bucket number 1. Bucket number 2, kayak, straightforward. You're paying for direct costs. It's similar to today's realm. Again, actual costs for paying your accommodating the load. So this is very straightforward. I don't want to go explain this anymore here. Third one, and this is where I think we can probably have more discussions, or I appreciate the input as well. This is the upgrade security for the transmission upgrades. So the way I look at this is, TSP identifies the security, ILLE poses the security for the upgrades, but in today's world, when the large load energization happens, you get that security back. But the way I read it in 58481 is your security is now being applied to general costs, the equipment costs, and the construction and cost of services that the TSP incurs. So they're going to draw down upon the security that you post, and they are going to use that to pay for the equipment, and then the refund would be whatever is the difference that is left over, right? And then you would get the 20% at energization of that refund of that leftover amount, and the rest of the 80% would be over a period of 5 years. So I'm going to walk through this in an example so that probably it's much more clear to people here. So imagine 1 gigawatt of load entering into batch 0 process. So the first one, financial security. As I mentioned, if you withdraw, you get 20% back. If you don't withdraw, the $50 million, which is the total cost for 1 gigawatt, would go to offset the rate base. The second bucket is the kayak. Straightforward. If you assume 100 million for kayak, I'm rounding off numbers so that it's very easy to talk about it. So 100 million goes towards kayak, no refund for that, which is true in today's scenario as well. The third piece is the system upgrades piece. So ILLE submits $100 million to cover system upgrades, for example. Now, the deductions, eligible cost deductions are 90 million. If you're assuming a 90 million upgrade cost, then the refund would be 10 million that the ILLE would get back out of that 100 million that is posted. And then out of that 10 million, you would get 2 million which is 20% of 10 million at energization, and the rest of the 8 million you would get in a 5-year period. And there are more nuances to this. If you don't energize within 6 months, you would lose that amount as well. But this is the overall big picture on how the money flows from entering into batch 0 and how would you get it back if you get it back, and what would be the different buckets and the different aspects of refundability versus non-refundability aspects. So in the first case, if you drop out, you get 10 million back. In the second case, obviously go to interconnection stage, you won't get any kayak back. In the third case, if you post $100 million of money, you would probably get 10 million back depending on the deductions and the costs of services. So again, these are the rules that I kind of put together for each of the buckets and what I was trying to explain. So yeah, really quick, happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Yeah, thanks, Russ, for putting this together. So we did have, I got blocked here. Bob Whitmire, you're in the queue.
Yeah, so on the intermediate agreement, my understanding was they had to post financial security, not make a payment. As you have this laid out, when, let's say they post the financial security but withdraw, right? When do they make the $40 million payment?
At the interconnection stage.
Okay, so if they withdraw at the end of batch 0, so
you would know the results in Feb 2027 or end of Jan. At that stage, you would see if you want to go forward, you're okay with the amount that was allocated to you or not, and then you decide to move forward with that or you withdraw, right?
Right, so I'm going to withdraw. I posted the security, but I have not yet I've not made a payment. I posted the security.
Yeah.
I get the results from batch 0, and I'm going to get 10 megawatts out of my gigawatt. I said, no, I'm out.
Yeah.
I haven't made a payment yet.
Yeah, but you will not get that security back. You haven't made the payment yet, great point, but as far as the rule is written right now, you're only eligible to get 20% of that posting back. So I don't know the mechanics on how will... Great point.
Posting were a letter of credit.
Yeah, I see your point.
Okay, so that's all I really need is for you to see my point.
Yes.
I'm a little bit confused on how we went from a letter of credit that I didn't pay to I only get somewhere I have to pay the $40 million as this is laid out, and that's where I'm a little bit confused. Thanks.
Yeah. So again, I think the mechanics of on how will that work needs to be ironed out. Exactly right.
All right, next, Michael Jewell.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is a really helpful deck. One quick question. With regard to kayak, the way that I look at the rule, it looks like if you move forward with regard to interconnection, the amount that's paid in kayak that you paid up front will get trued up so that if you overpaid, you would get back what you paid. But if you end up withdrawing, then you're not going to get anything back, even though nothing was spent with regard to that interconnection cost. Or if there were costs, they'd cover those.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So to Bob's point, we need to figure out. But so what you're saying is you post a security, right? But that will not go towards kayak, right? That will be go towards offsetting the rate base at this point. So kayak will be a totally new payment. Does that explain? So So the $50,000 per megawatt security is not going to go towards kayak.
Right, but if you move forward to the interconnection process, it could, it does, I thought that rolled over into kayak as well. It may not. It may be other charges. So.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Michael, this is Jim. CenterPoint, just keep in mind, kayak is customer-specific driveway costs, not uplifted. Security will, eventually gets uplifted, right?
Yeah.
And they're for two distinct purposes. So you can't collect security and say it applies to kayak.
Yeah, and also kayak is cash. Oh, yeah. Security
okay. No,
is
thanks so much. It's all the different moving parts right now. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Christina?
Thank you for this. This was very helpful. When you look at this slide with the example, when you look at the system upgrades, there are deductions of $90 million. And I was trying to understand where in the rule it authorizes deductions. Because when I look at the refund, like if you energize, I think it's if you energize, the money's returned. I know it says amounts owed, but I was wondering where in the PFP it clarifies that the amount owed is what those amounts owed are.
If you look at, I think, sub-point 1, it says, after applying financial security to any outstanding amounts owed, the interconnecting DSP or TSP must refund 20% of the remaining balance when the large load customer energizes and ratably as the large load customer meets the milestones. So, and then I think there is text out there about what is eligible for these interconnecting, what are the eligible costs out there. So that's kind of what I tried to list here. But that's the text that I'm referring to here. So general costs, equipment costs, construction costs, cost of services.
Okay, I guess I don't see that in the PFP. I think it could be fully refundable. So just putting that idea out there that there may be some ambiguity in how you read that, and that may be something worth commenting on to the extent that you think that there are deductions being made from that system upgrade financial security if you energize that.
Yeah. In today's world, this is completely refundable, right? Again, that's why I feel like 481 deviates from today's world, because we need to pay for the ILLE needs to pay for the upgrades as well, is my understanding. But yeah, I'm happy to be proven wrong.
All right, Bob.
All right, new topic. You're connecting in a municipality's area. Many times they have franchise fees. Has anybody thought about how that plays out in this refundability portion? Anything else? Okay, I didn't think so.
I mean, this is great, right? I mean, the intent of this presentation is to kind of start thinking
bring
about
up those questions,
things.
yeah.
Exactly.
And don't know if any of our Noe buddies on the phone have an answer to that. Thanks.
I'll just point to 25194A, which says that nothing in this rule limits the ability of a muni or cooperative to impose additional requirements, but it doesn't address how they would be refunded.
Yeah, and I certainly get and appreciate that, but I'm a little curious as to, does that mean that if you're going into a Noe area, let's assume it's 3%, is that $50,000 plus 3%, or maybe that's up? I guess probably that's up to them. Maybe. Okay.
I just want to add a quick point to Michael's question. If you see bullet point C in the first paragraph, it's talking about truing up kayak, and if you have credit, it'll be applied to your bill. So that's what you're referring to. But that doesn't. It's completely detached from the $50,000 security, though.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I went back and looked at the rule, and I was thinking about the security for long lead time equipment, because there the financial security can roll over to help cover that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Broth. Really appreciate that. All right. So, if you want to get your calendars out, I'm going to roll back to a slide very early in the process, which was the calendar, which needed an eye chart. Maybe there's a better way to communicate it, but it was on around slide 8. 4, not even close. So if you're marking your calendar, let me just kind of walk down. ROS next week. So NOGR 282 was voted out. So the special ROS is a WebEx on Tuesday, nothing but batch. So we have an all-day audience as needed from 9:30 to whenever we need it. Again, I may have undersold this. ERCOT will do a primer for the Ross members that have not kept up to speed and try to frame out the main issues and talk about any CLR updates and open it up to any market comments that want to comment. So it is a full-on workshop as needed, but also recognizing it's on the eve of 5841, the commission, and everything else next week. So I just wanted to show it's as deep as we want to go to advocate positions, to continue movement, and again, getting that CLR. This is probably your window to soak in what AG presented on CLR and say, hey, we found a gap or a real big issue. We'd love to know sooner rather than later. Now, PRS is a regular PRS meeting, which means they have a full agenda, and we're just going to fit in at the end and go as far as we can. So number one is educate them, highlight the topics, and then see where we're at. Then the following week is when now we'll have a special PRS to then do the deep dive there, and then we will have a special ROS, so another doubleheader week after that. Think of two times a week to be talking about this fun stuff. But both of those will be special meetings, meaning they're for us. PRS, I don't know if they've cleared the boards on everything else, but just that piece. And at the end of this 2-week sprint, we'll have a lot better view of where we're at on BYOG, the disposition of batch 0, CLR, and then we position ourselves, we kind of brace for May, and what does that look like? So whether there's extra meetings, but really the big vote is looking at that first part of May, is May 6th and May 7th. That's where it all comes to calling. If things get stuck, TAC is talking about Plan B if they need to, because there is a special TAC. There's even a possible 2-day TAC. So there's still room to get through this, but just keep your calendar, keep your people updated, and there's a lot more going on this. So anything else we want to share? So number one, ERCOT was going to try to get the CLR comments filed early next week. And then also I think what Jeff indicated was the next round of ERCOT comments that are more holistic in nature to batch 0 will be after April 17th. So it's probably that following week. So with that, is there any other business or questions? Thanks for being along for the ride. Appreciate it. We stand adjourned.